On the desolate Wampa planet. Cockorote. 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 No, you can't kill him. Die. Broly. I'm sick of you. You keep hindering me again and again. He's your father, not mine. The lingering chaotic voices kept echoing in his mind. Being jolted awake in the middle of the night was no longer a first. Ever since he transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world as the hot-tempered Broly, he would be awakened each night by those angry voices. Yes, the current Broly was actually a transmigrator from Earth. And as time passed, he found it harder to control his emotions, often becoming irritable and furious. He knew some of the plot, but it was useless. He realized he was in the timeline of Dragon Ball Super Broly, which meant the story he knew was near its end. So even that small advantage was useless. What mattered most was that he could still sense the existence of the new version of Broly. That was truly terrifying. Just now the new Broly had intervened again, trying to stop today's plan. He didn't want this transmigrator to kill his father. However, the transmigrator Broly had endured enough of this daddy's boy. With his strong willpower and prolonged control over the body, the transmigrator ultimately destroyed the new Broly's soul. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Broly slowly sat up. Sleeping beside him was his nominal father Paragus, a scion who treated Broly as a tool for revenge. Because Broly was extremely irritable, Paragus had fitted him with a restraint device to maintain control, planning one day to lead Broly back to Planet Vegeta for revenge. Feeling the cold touch on his neck, Broly's face twisted in anger. This controller would trigger an alarm if he touched it, alerting Paragus. He had been in this world for half a year, and every 2 or 3 days Paragus would torment him. He had thought of resisting, but whenever it came to it, the new Broly would interfere. The new Broly prevented him from acting. To escape this hellish place, Broly had been urging Paragus to fix the communicator and send a distress signal. So he had been lying low all this time. Moreover, the bone-piercing pain and numbing sensation from the electric shocks were unbearable. If he could, he never wanted to experience that again. So he could only pretend to be utterly obedient to lull Paragus into complacency. But it didn't work. Paragus still abused him as usual. Whenever he disobeyed, he would be tortured with electric shocks. And every time Paragus wore a perverted smile as if Broly was merely his plaything. Paragus, you deserve to die. Broly's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty crimson, his murderous intent surging. Yesterday Paragus had finished repairing the communicator and sent out a distress signal. With the new Broly gone, he now had no more worries. Now the fog grew thicker, the moon was covered, and the entire cave gradually darkened. The moment had come. Broly's bloodthirsty eyes gleamed with excitement. He had been waiting for this chance for so long. He slowly moved his body, ready to act, but then the unexpected happened. From outside the cave came the sound of a spaceship. Damn it! Broly cursed under his breath and aborted his plan, because the moment the sound came, Paragus' hand tightened on the remote. It seemed the old man had been on guard even while asleep. Paragus yawned. Ah. Why is it so noisy out there? Broly, go see what's happening. Yes. Father. Though unwilling, he had to wait until the outside matter was resolved before dealing with Paragus. Stepping out of the cave, Broly saw 2 figures shining blinding flashlights back and forth. When the light fell on Broly, one of them exclaimed, "Eh. Someone. Hey. Was it you who sent the distress signal?" They jogged closer and Broly was taken aback. In Dragon Ball Super, after the Tournament of Power, the resurrected tyrant Frieza resumed expanding his territory but faced a shortage of manpower. So he sent his men to recruit everywhere, and to increase efficiency he posted a bounty: whoever brings a warrior with high battle power will receive a generous reward. In the original story, the ones who brought back Broly were exactly these 2, Chilai and Limo. Does this mean the timeline is now after the Tournament of Power? Would he inevitably be beaten up by Gogeta if he went with them? This couldn't be. The worse Broly's thoughts grew, the more he forgot to respond to their questions. Hey. Are you even listening? Chilai was displeased. She felt the man before her had no manners at all. Broly, who is speaking? Paragus emerged from the cave, and upon seeing their battlesuits he asked excitedly, Are you Lord Frieza's subordinates? Chilai shrugged and explained, No, we're just space travelers. We happened to receive your distress signal. Her answer stunned Paragus, and even Broly was surprised. They are not Frieza's men. How is that possible? Paragus pressed. Then. Where did you get that battlesuit and the scouter? Oh, this. We bought this battlesuit and scouter from a space vendor. Pretty good, huh? The elasticity is wonderful too. Chilai said, pulling the chest fabric of her battlesuit to the sides, very stretchy. Meanwhile, Limo scanned Paragus with his scouter and said a battle power of over 4,000, not bad. How about coming with us? Paragus thought for a moment, then broke into a smile and agreed. Aboard the spaceship, Broly looked around curiously. As an Earth boy, this was his first time seeing an intact spaceship, and he was fascinated. Is he dumb? I talked to him, but he ignored me. Chilai sat in the co-pilot seat chatting idly with Limo. Limo patted Chilai. Don't be harsh. I asked his father. They've been stranded here for 41 years. 41 years. ID have gone crazy. Cut him some slack. Chilai pouted, apparently embarrassed for misjudging Broly. Time to set off. Our next stop should be Lord Zuno's planet. I've heard Lord Zuno knows everything, he can guide our future journey. TCH, that sounds boring. I heard on Namek there are Dragon Balls that grant wishes. Let's go to Namek. No. We should go to Zuno's planet. No. Let's go to Namek. While Chilai and Limo bickered, Paragus pulled out a laser pistol and aimed it at them. Enough, both of you. Shut your mouths and get off this ship right now. Pelagius' actions truly startled the two. Hey. We came specifically to rescue both of you. How could you treat us like this? Pelagius grinned cruelly. Bulioli. Throw them both overboard. We're leaving this place. Bulioli, who was eating nearby, pretended not to hear. After all, in the original story these two were very kind to him and their speech and behavior were exactly the same as in the original, so he didn't want to hurt them. Pelagius pulled out a remote control and shouted at Bulioli. Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing Bulioli still unmoved, Pelagius, unable to contain his anger, directly pressed the button on the remote. ZZZT. ZZZT. Ugh. Bulioli instantly collapsed to the ground, the food in his mouth spitting out from the pain. He grabbed the limiter around his neck with both hands, trembling uncontrollably. Hey. What are you doing? Seelai saw Pelagius treating his own son like this and stepped in to stop him. Hoof. I'm disciplining my son, what business is it of yours? You'd better worry about your own situation. Pelagius snorted and continued pressing the remote. During this time he had noticed Bulioli's unusual behavior, but he didn't call it out. Instead he used this opportunity to make Bulioli understand who his master truly was. Seelai and Lema exchanged a glance, feeling that Bulioli was truly pitiable. So they decided to rescue him. After communicating with their eyes, they attacked Pelagius from front and back. You're asking for death. Seeing the two dare to provoke him, Pelagius raised his hand and pulled the trigger. With the two distracting him, Bulioli got some relief. Damn, electrocuted again. At this moment Bulioli's whole body twitched, his face contorted, veins bulging all over, looking extremely pained. The electric shock was so severe that he couldn't muster any strength. Bang. At that moment Lema was accidentally shot by Pelagius. He fell to the ground, blood quickly staining the floor. Lema. You bastard. Seelai roared, then pulled out a laser pistol and exchanged fire with him. For a moment the entire interior of the spaceship was riddled with holes. As the bullets ran out, the two then engaged in hand-to-hand combat. And since Pelagius was a scion after all, Seelai was defeated within just a few rounds. Hoof. A piece of trash like you dares to meddle. Pelagius stepped forward, grabbed Seelai by the neck and lifted her up. Seelai. Lema, severely injured, wanted to stop him, but his body didn't allow any extra movement. Just as Seelai's neck was about to be crushed, Bulioli enduring the pain roared and quickly got up from the ground. In a flash he appeared behind Pelagius and punched through his abdomen. Pelagius' pupils contracted. Seelai fell from his hands. He turned back in disbelief. Bulioli. You, how dare you? As he reached for the remote, Bulioli grabbed his arm. Old fool, still trying to electrocute me at death's door. Bulioli's eyes were fierce, and with continuous exertion he brutally tore off his entire arm. Squelch. Blood gushed from the grotesque wound, exposing pale white bone. The scene was extremely bloody. Pelagius screamed repeatedly, but Bulioli didn't intend to let him off so easily, that would be too merciful. The long-term oppression all burst out in an instant. Bulioli wanted him to experience hellish pain. Cough. Ugh. Seelai covered her neck and breathed with difficulty. That bastard Pelagius had nearly killed her. But just as she caught her breath she saw Bulioli mutilating Pelagius again and couldn't help vomiting. Are you okay? Bulioli was covered in blood, his appearance terrifying. At his feet was the mutilated remains of Pelagius, a horrifying sight. Thanks. I'm fine. Seelai waved her hand. She was not overly sentimental. After how Pelagius had treated her and Lema, she certainly wouldn't plead for him. Thinking of Lema, Seelai snapped back to reality and quickly went to check on him. He was still breathing but had lost too much blood. Without prompt treatment the consequences would be severe. Bulioli, please bring the medical kit over there. I need to give Lema a transfusion. With Seelai's swift and practiced movements she soon sutured the wound and transfused blood into Lema. Seeing him gradually regain color, Seelai finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Have you been living like this all along? Bulioli frowned upon hearing this, clearly not wanting to answer as he didn't want to remember those days. Seeing him silent, Seelai changed the subject. So what are your plans from now on? You're so strong, staying here would be a waste. Bulioli had fantasized about this countless times, but he had always been abused by Pelagius and over time he had gradually forgotten those fantasies. Struggling to recall, he vaguely remembered that when he first arrived in this world he was full of expectations for the future. He fantasized about sparring with Sun Wukong, meeting all the characters, training with them to become the strongest and so on. After a moment of contemplation Bulioli replied, I want to go to Earth. Seelai asked curiously, Earth? What kind of place is that? It's a very beautiful planet with all kinds of delicious food and entertainment. The living environment is great and the people there are weak, so no need to worry about being bullied. Bullywoli added in his heart, except for Kakaluot and others. Alright then, let's go to Earth. We'll entrust our safety to you from now on. Seelai smiled and extended her hand. On a certain planet, Munch Munch. At a dining table, the god of destruction Lucy was enjoying a feast while the angel Wasi stood respectfully behind him. Across the table, a group of insect-like aliens looked nervously at Lucy. These things are not bad, quite tasty. After eating, Lucy picked his teeth with a toothpick while casually making comments, looking very relaxed. Hearing the praise, an insect dressed as a cook quickly trotted over and flattered, "Thank you, Lord Lucy, for your compliment. I am deeply honored." But you didn't really think poison could kill me, did you? Lucy's cat-like eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous look. At these words, all the aliens present were startled. The insect dressed as a cook quickly stepped forward to explain, "Lord Lucy, how could there be poison? That's impossible. Maybe these dishes don't suit your taste. How about I make you a vegetable soup instead? Never mind, I've already decided to destroy this planet. How could you treat us like this? I'm sorry about that. Damn it. In that case, everyone, let's fight him." Seeing Lucy so resolute, the insect aliens dropped their pretenses and drew weapons, charging at Lucy. Poof. With a flicker of light on Lucy's fingertip, the entire planet instantly turned to cosmic dust. In the vast and boundless universe, several people sleeping inside a spaceship were suddenly awakened by a tremendous roar. Broly and the others had been flying through the cosmos for a long time, and such a situation had never occurred before. Before they could even see what was happening, the spaceship began to shake violently. The group felt as if the world was spinning, and just as Broly was about to get up, Zillai pointed outside with a look of terror on his face. "A meteor. It's a meteor. Not good. The spaceship is malfunctioning." Layma quickly attempted to adjust the direction but found that no matter how he controlled it, the spaceship showed no response. Boom. The spaceship finally collided with the meteor and the entire fragile hull was instantly torn apart. However, at that moment, a ripple suddenly spread through the cosmos and two figures slowly appeared. The battered spaceship was fortuitously sucked into the ripple. Where did these people come from? I don't know, but their attire looks so strange. Look, there's a spaceship over there, they must be aliens. The noisy voices gradually stirred Broly awake, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a crowd. Ah. He's awake. The crowd quickly dispersed. Broly sat up and looked at Zillai and Layma lying on the ground, as well as the spaceship that had crashed into the ground. He walked over to check their breathing and found that they were still alive, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Over the long journey in space, they had built a deep friendship. He turned to the crowd and asked, "What place is this?" "Wow." He spoke. "Quick, go call the village chief." A group of people rushed in and out, quickly disappearing. Broly scratched his head in annoyance. Was his appearance really that frightening? "Hey. Big guy. Where did you come from?" Suddenly a sharp voice interrupted Broly. He looked up to see a girl with a spiky hairstyle and a pink tube top striding toward him. Behind her was another girl who looked quite frail. Is that not Kale and Caulifla? Broly was taken aback. Why were the people from Universe 6 here? "Hey, you jerk. I'm talking to you." The hot-tempered Caulifla grabbed Broly by the collar. "Sister." Kale tugged at Caulifla, trying to persuade her not to be so aggressive. Once Broly snapped back to reality, he swatted her hand away and said, "I don't know how I got here. I only remember our spaceship crashing into a meteor and then we ended up here." "Oh. So you're outsiders. Well then. Hand over everything valuable you have and I might consider letting you go." "I refuse." Caulifla was taken aback. She didn't expect him to refuse so straightforwardly. Who did he think he was? She was the most ferocious Saiyan from Planet Salad, and only others were meant to compromise. "Fine. Then let me see what you're made of for rejecting my goodwill." Caulifla shook her neck and immediately got into a fighting stance. "I accept your challenge, but if I win you have to guide me. There are still many things I don't understand." "No problem." Caulifla grinned with fighting spirit, completely confident that she wouldn't lose. "Come on." The two took their positions and Broly let out a mighty roar as his muscles bulged. Caulifla didn't back down either, unleashing a fierce aura before launching herself at Broly. So fast. Broly's eyes narrowed. Caulifla was not as clumsy as the monsters from Planet Vampa. She was a Saiyan just like him. She swung a powerful punch. Broly, unwilling to show weakness, clashed his fist against Caulifla's, the resulting shockwave instantly collapsing the surrounding buildings. "Not bad, big guy." Caulifla praised as she continued to attack Broly. Bang. 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 The two exchanged blows, but what Caulifla didn't notice was that as the battle continued, Broly's eyes were already glowing red. "Ha! Take this, big guy." Caulifla concentrated energy blasts in her hands and continuously fired them at Broly. Broly dodged left and right to avoid the attacks, then retaliated with an energy sphere. Boom. The entire area was engulfed in smoke as Caulifla and Broly locked eyes. "Big guy. I'm getting serious now. If this is all you've got, you might as well hand over your valuables." Broly's expression was grave. It seemed Caulifla was about to get serious, but his blood was already boiling. Ha! Caulifla let out a fierce roar. Her hands curled tightly, her muscles becoming fuller and her aura growing stronger. With a confident smile she kicked toward Broly. Big guy, the outcome is decided. Fall down. Caulifla's speed was incredibly fast and Broly couldn't evade in time and was kicked backward. Boo! 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 Broly crashed through several small mountains before finally coming to a stop. Humph humph, how about that? Now you know how powerful I am. Caulifla thought it was over and was boasting to Kale. However, at that moment a furious roar unexpectedly erupted from behind her. Ha! A green beam shot up into the sky, its momentum overwhelming. The surrounding small mountains crumbled. Then Broly slowly rose from the rubble enveloped in green light, his pupils filled with a terrifying green aura. At that moment Broly was filled with rage, his consciousness consumed by fury. That's right. Fighting is instinct. Anger is instinct. Broly was born for battle. Even as a transmigrator he had already been assimilated. This sudden explosion startled Caulifla while Kale, standing across from her, pointed at her back with a terrified expression. Sister. Behind you. But before Caulifla could turn around, Broly had already charged in, grabbing Caulifla's head and slamming it into the ground. Cough. The ground cracked and Caulifla spat out a mouthful of blood. Broly's speed was simply too fast, she couldn't react at all. Aha! Broly roared, lifting her and smashing her against the small mountain in front of them. Boo! As the mountain crumbled, Broly crossed his arms and delivered a crushing blow toward Caulifla trapped within. Boo! The entire mountain collapsed as if a cannonball had struck. Broly clenched one hand, forming a green energy sphere, then hurled it into the thick smoke. Boo! The green orb exploded violently, causing the ground to sink deeply with Caulifla lying in the pit. Too strong. Cough. Just as Broly was about to charge again, she found she had no strength left, collapsing and unable to move. Die. Broly's furious emotions made him bloodthirsty and his massive fist slammed toward Caulifla. Just at this critical moment Kale unleashed a burst of energy, instantly placing herself in front of Caulifla. Bang! Broly's fist struck Kale's face, and as the dust settled her pale eyes were revealed. Her green hair stood upright, her muscles rivaling Broly's, and she radiated a dense killing intent like an Azura. You bastard! I'll kill you. Kale's eyes turned milky white, her face contorted into a grotesque mask of primal fury, like a feral beast stripped of reason. Just as Broly began retracting his fist, she seized it midair with terrifying speed. In the next instant her right fist lashed out, a thunderous blow that slammed squarely into Broly's face. He shot backward like a rocket, vanishing with a sharp whoosh. Broly tumbled violently through the air, barely regaining balance before Kale closed the distance in a blur. She unleashed a tempest of blows, her fists falling like monsoon rain upon his body. Yet with every strike Broly's latent power awakened. Gradually he adapted, his instincts sharpening, his reflexes sinking to her rhythm. Indeed, as the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, he possessed an extraordinary passive ability, limitless growth. And an unparalleled capacity to learn. Vroom! A spectral emerald aura erupted around Broly. With a single explosive tremor of his arms he shattered all her incoming strikes. Rage form activated. Ag! Broly roared, a battle cry heralding his counteroffensive. His fists became blurs, striking with impossible velocity. Thud! 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 Overwhelmed and reeling, Kale convulsed uncontrollably, her body trembling like chaff in a gale, utterly unable to track his movements. Then with brutal precision Broly seized Kale's hair, slamming punch after punch into her face, knocking out several teeth, blood streaming freely from her mouth. Finally he bared his fangs in a savage grin and unleashed a colossal energy wave from his gaping maw. At point-blank range Kale had no chance to evade, she was hurled skyward in a violent detonation. But Broly's assault was far from over. In a flash of explosive ki he lunged, seized her ankle, spun her violently through a full 360-degree rotation, and slammed her down with earth-shattering force. A cataclysmic boom shook heaven and earth. The ground ruptured as if blasted by TNT, leaving behind a vast smoking crater. Under that devastating impact Kale reverted from her Super Saiyan form. High above Broly let loose a triumphant bestial howl. SHHHK. Kappa, fresh from a mission, prepared to land his spacecraft when a deafening explosion jolted him. Instantly he reignited his engines and raced toward the source of the blast. Kale. Caulifla staggered upright, cradling her wounded arm as she limped toward the crater. Hey. Are you alright? Unbeknownst to her, Zerlo and Remo, now fully conscious, had quietly approached her side. Caulifla's gaze went hollow, she murmured numbly, it's all my fault. All my fault. What exactly happened? Why has Broly become this monstrous version of himself? Remo remained baffled, but Zerlo understood all too well. You know, Broly endured abuse since childhood. He was once deeply averse to violence. Yet as the torment stretched on his psyche, warped, his emotions spiraling beyond control until rage consumed him entirely. In other words, once drawn into battle or provoked, he descends into berserk fury sustained only by his dwindling strength. He told me this while you were unconscious and warned us sternly never approach him if he loses himself. I dismissed it as idle talk, never imagining it would prove true. Then what do we do now? Between just the two of us we stand no chance against Broly. Remo winced, the situation was dire far beyond simple resolution. Gazing at Broly's demonic visage no one dared step forward, not without courting certain death. Unseen by them Caulifla had already reached Kale's side. You will not touch my sister again. She spread her arms wide shielding Kale with every ounce of her remaining strength. Broly sneered and dove from the heavens, his massive fist descending like a meteor. Caulifla locked eyes with Broly, unwavering, her stance unbroken before her fallen sister. At that very moment a figure materialized between them, intercepting the blow with his bare body. Spurt! The sheer impact sent crimson spray arcing from his mouth, his legs trembled violently beneath him. Veins bulged across his face, he had gravely underestimated Broly's might. Yet the two women behind him were his friends, and he would not yield. Cabba! Caulifla gasped, stunned by the sudden appearance. Ah! You're safe, that's all that matters. Cabba dared not move, fearing head collapse under the crushing weight of Broly's fist. At that moment Zerlo and Remo rushed forward, stepping boldly before Broly. Broly! Snap out of it. It's me, Zerlo. That familiar voice flickered across Broly's gaze. Clutching his head he staggered backward, visibly repelled by the monster he had become. No, I must not harm them. His consciousness stirred, but the storm of rage still raged within. As the group stood paralyzed, space itself twisted, then whoosh. A new figure appeared before them. Or rather, tumbled headlong. Ha! Vados. You wretched fiend, daring to kick me. A plump purple cat and a statuesque woman with a high ponytail materialized in the clearing. Oh my, but Lord Whis got stuck in the dimensional corridor thanks to your considerable girth, dear humph. And whose fault is it that the 7th universe's instant noodles are so delicious? Hey, you devoured just as much. Whis sputtered indignantly while Vados sighed, massaging her temples. She knew her master well, he'd vent for a moment then settle. Destroyer God. Cabba stared awestruck, legends of the destroyers were no myth. He quickly introduced the newcomers to the others. Ahem, well then, since you've recognized me, yes. I am Lord Whis, Destroyer God of the 6th universe. And I have come here to... Mid-boast Broly erupted from nowhere, his fist crashing into Whis's round fleshy face. The rotund deity tumbled end over end across the battlefield, leaving everyone frozen in stunned silence. Oh my, is Lord Whis embarking on a solo expedition? Vados covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, utterly unconcerned. The gulf between God and mortal remains vast, even for a perpetually sedentary gluttonous porky destroyer. Gra-ah. Having struck Whis, Broly whirled instantly toward Vados, sending Zerlo and Remo into near-fatal panic. Broly. Stop. These are divine beings. Vados merely smiled faintly at the frenzied scion. Such behavior is profoundly irrational, isn't it? With a gentle tap of her staff Broly froze mid-lunge, screaming in fury yet utterly immobile. Then from afar a voice crackled with apocalyptic wrath, you insolent wretch, daring to lay hands upon a god. This planet shall be reduced to cosmic dust. An overwhelming pressure crushed their breath, Whis hovered midair, radiating murderous intent, a pulsing violet sphere coalescing in his palm. A gale scoured the land, raw destructive energy surged violently within the orb. Just as he raised his arm to hurl it, Vados spoke, halting him mid-motion. As the furious Kampa was about to throw the destruction sphere in his hand, Beerus intervened, saying, Lord Kampa, you came to the universe of Salad to select participants. If you kill them all we won't have enough contestants for the tournament. This damned guy, I must kill him. So you plan to admit defeat to Lord Beerus, directly right? Hearing this, Kampa instantly regained his composure. Exactly. No matter what, he cannot lose to Beerus, that is absolutely intolerable. After thinking it through, Kampa crushed the destruction sphere and approached Beerus, pointing at Broly, saying, I can spare this planet, but he must die. From this it can be seen that although Kampa usually appears in a comical manner once provoked, he is definitely ruthless. Upon hearing that Broly was to be killed, Remo and Zale quickly knelt down to plead for Broly. Broly is a good person. He is usually very kind, and the reason he has become like this is because of his father's long-term abuse. Zale explained Broly's plight to the two, and Beerus nodded, having some thoughts, while Kampa remained unmoved. No way. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the god of destruction must be destroyed. Lord Kampa, although Broly's behavior is quite rude, his strength is evident. Allowing him to participate would also increase our chances of winning. Looking at the restrained Broly, Kampa felt a bit conflicted. Although he found Broly's actions repulsive, it must be said that the strength of his punch could definitely rank high in the 6th universe under his command. Then fine. I will give him a chance to redeem himself, but I must make it clear that if he loses I will still kill him. Yes, Lord Kampa, after the tournament it will be up to you. Good then. Hey. With a flick of Beerus' staff, Broly, who was under control, fainted, and Zale and Remo rushed forward to catch him. Thank you, Lord Deity, thank you, Lord Deity. Zale and Remo expressed their gratitude while Kampa cleared his throat, saying, Let me explain my purpose for coming here. This god of destruction is looking for powerful warriors. I need a total of 5 people. I've already found 3 and I plan to find the remaining 2 here. Now that Broly counts as won the last one. Kampa's gaze swept over the group, finally locking onto Cabba. After all, among these people Caulifla has lost an arm, Kale is still unconscious on the ground, and the two holding Broly look like ordinary people. Only Cabba, although injured, can still stand. It's you. Kappa pointed at Kaba, but Kaba, feeling confused, pointed at himself, asking me. Do you have a problem? Kappa's gaze sharpened, staring Kaba into shaking his hands repeatedly. Well, then you all come with me. After saying this, Kappa turned and walked over to Beerus with Zale and Remo carrying Broly closely behind, while Kaba reassured Caulifla before following suit. As Beerus tapped the ground with his staff, Kappa and the others transformed into beams of light and vanished. Caulifla, holding the unconscious Kale, murmured, "Kale, I will definitely help you get revenge." Suddenly the beam of light dissipated and everyone appeared outside the God of Destruction's palace. The dreamlike scene left them in awe. Wow. This place is so beautiful. This palace is actually floating. Is this where the God of Destruction lives? It's truly stunning. Hey. What are you all lingering for? Hurry up and come here. The lingering group was shouted at by Kampa, startling them into quickly rushing forward. Once everyone entered the palace, Kampa summoned all the contestants. With a sound of footsteps, Kaba and the others turned to see a large yellow bear, a purple yam with hands in its pockets, and a knockoff version of Frieza entering. However, upon their entrance they were stunned by the sight before them. They saw Broly sprawled out on a chair, sound asleep. In front of the three stood the God of Destruction of the 6th universe. Strangely, the God of Destruction did not reprimand Broly, and it was unclear what was so special about him. However, if they knew that Kampa had just been punched by Broly, they would not know how to react. Since everyone is here, Beerus explained the tournament rules to them. Alright, Lord Kampa, regarding this tournament we will follow the rules of the martial arts tournament of Universe 7. After explaining all the important details, Beerus stepped back behind Kampa, who said with a serious expression, "You all remember, no matter what, this tournament must be won, understood?" "Don't worry, Lord Kampa, we will take care of it." But Lord Kampa, who is that person? How dare he sleep here? The yellow bear looked displeased at Broly, while the knockoff Frieza and Hit were also curious about him but did not show it, instead listening intently. He is like you, one of the participants in this tournament. However, he previously tried to provoke me and was knocked out with one punch, you see. If you dare to lose, I will make you suffer worse than him. Kampa displayed a very terrifying expression, causing the yellow bear to swallow hard and nod repeatedly. Meanwhile, Beerus mercilessly undermined him, saying, "It was clearly me who knocked him out, and yet you claim it was you, Kampa. Your thick skin remains unchanged." Beerus' remark made Kampa instantly awkward. His expression of confusion was simply priceless. If I had made a move, I would have definitely obliterated him. Obliterate. Oh dear, I wonder who got sent flying by Broly's punch. Kampa, exposed, jumped up in anger, while the others stared wide-eyed at the two deities bickering. Later, Beerus informed everyone that the tournament would take place 3 days later and advised them to train hard during these 3 days before sending everyone back. In the guest room of the God of Destruction, Broly slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was in an unfamiliar place, quickly sitting up to survey his surroundings. "You are awake. How is your body feeling?" Zale, who entered carrying food, asked with concern upon seeing Broly awake. This should be the room where the God of Destruction hosts guests. Destruction God. Guest room. Broly wore a bewildered expression. His mind felt like a muddled mess. Seeing his foolish look, Zilai couldn't help but chuckle and decided to recount the events that had transpired. "Are you saying I went insane? And that I was taught a lesson by the attendant of the Destruction God, Kampa?" Broly's eyes widened. He couldn't believe he had truly arrived in the 6th universe, which was completely different from his original plan to go to the 7th universe. He then expressed his desire to leave to Zilai, only to be doused with a bucket of cold water. "Broly, do you know what you have done? You still want to leave? You punched the Destruction God. I can only pray that the great Destruction God will let us off the hook and not hold our past mistakes against us. Listen carefully, the condition for the Destruction God to forgive us is to help him win against the contestants from the 7th universe." Broly was taken aback. Could it be that he needed to participate in the Tournament of Power? However, as he continued to listen, he realized that certain settings in the Dragon Ball universe had changed because of his actions. For example, he had killed Paragus and had left Planet Vegeta earlier than expected. Zilai and Reimer were not Frieza's subordinates, and the contestants had changed due to a bowl of instant noodles. Is this really the Dragon Ball universe I know? Broly couldn't help but ask himself. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? You've been unconscious for 2 days, you must be starving. I've brought you some food, so eat up. Zilai looked at the silent Broly, thinking he was avoiding the topic out of guilt. Glug glug. As soon as the topic of food came up, Broly's stomach immediately protested. He then rushed to the dining table and began to eat hungrily, while Zilai watched him with a smile. Is there something on my face? Broly asked, puzzled halfway through his meal. Zilai blushed and turned away. Cough, hurry and eat. The Destruction God has said that you need to train well before the match. You've wasted 2 days being unconscious and now you have less than a day left. Broly was taken aback. This was like being forced onto a stage with time running out. As for having angered the Destruction God, the only way to avoid destruction was to win the match. In the courtyard, Broly closed his eyes and quickly contemplated his strategies. In the original work, Hit deliberately lost to Monaka to repay a favor to Goku, which led to the inevitable defeat of the 6th universe. But now the contestants had changed. As long as he placed last, he could easily take care of Monaka and secure victory. However, was this really the right way to go? Avoiding difficulties and not facing challenges was ultimately just a temporary escape. Sigh. That's right, he had preconceptions thinking that Goku was invincible, and on a psychological level he had already succumbed to fear. But what must come will come, and what must be faced, it is unavoidable. Moreover, becoming stronger is not just about physical strength, mental fortitude is even more crucial. Only by strengthening both body and mind will he be fearless. That was the hard truth. Realizing this, Broly felt an unprecedented sense of determination at that moment. That's right. I will be stronger than Goku. I will even surpass the Destruction God. Broly's eyes shone with determination and power. His spirit had been rejuvenated. He was no longer confused. No longer afraid. He would steadfastly march forward on his martial arts path. On the roof, watching Broly silently, Beerus' eyes changed slightly. She could sense that just moments ago Broly had quietly undergone a transformation, a change in his spirit. This kid is rather interesting. Beerus chuckled softly and vanished. In the courtyard, Broly began training according to Paragus' previous methods: push-up, speed training, strength training, anything he could think of he began to do. 999999910000000. Broly finished his last weighted push-up while carrying a boulder, dusted himself off and stood up. Phew, that felt good. Broly, come back for dinner. At that moment Zillai opened the window and reminded Broly that it was dinner time. Coming. As expected of someone with Saiyan blood, Broly was incredibly devoted to food and sprinted back into the house. Upon opening the door, he saw Zillai and Reimer sitting at the dining table waiting for him, and suddenly Broly realized how fortunate it was to have someone worry about him and care for him. The next day all the contestants stood in the grand hall at the appointed time waiting for Kampa's arrival. With a yawn, Kampa, wearing pajamas and looking drowsy, emerged, clearly still half asleep. What are you all doing standing here? Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't today the day of the tournament? What was going on now? At that moment Beerus reminded him, Lord Kampa, today is the day of the match. Hearing this, Kampa immediately snapped to attention. That's right, today was indeed the day of the match and he couldn't be late. His expression changed and he solemnly instructed, listen well, this time only victory is allowed. Defeat is not an option. Otherwise I won't let you off. After warning everyone, Kampa gathered them close while Beerus enveloped them in light, transporting them to the tournament venue. During the 3 days of training for the contestants, Kampa and Beerus were not idle either. They transformed the barren planet into the appearance of a martial arts tournament. Not only that, but Kampa also placed the Super Dragon Balls, which were the stakes of this bet, around the barren planet. The scale of those Dragon Balls was immense, each capable of existing as an independent planet. Suddenly a transparent cube slowly descended from the sky. It's so big. Did Lord Kampa build all of this? The Destruction God wouldn't build such boring things. Even if he did, they would undoubtedly be tasteless. The voice emanating from the cube made Broly shudder. It was the voice of Goku as well as Destruction God Beerus. Seeing the other party land steadily, Kampa approached. I completely disagree. How can this place be tasteless? Hoof. Beerus snorted coldly and Kampa retorted sarcastically, oh. So you really came? I thought you were too scared to run away last night. Of course I came. I want to enjoy the sight of you crying and wailing and then take the Super Dragon Balls home right in front of you. The two were at odds, neither willing to back down. Suddenly Beerus' gaze sharpened. I heard that some of the Super Dragon Balls were stolen from my universe. What exactly are you talking about? Xiangpa denied awkwardly, his eyes instinctively darting away. Fine, since we're brothers, I'll let it slide. After all, the Super Dragon Balls will belong to me in the end. Beerus' nonchalant demeanor infuriated Xiangpa to no end. At that moment Vados stepped between them and interjected, hello. That's enough. I've prepared seats for you both, please take your places in the audience. The match is about to begin. Do they only have hard concrete seats? No plush ones. Trunks glanced at the rigid benches and grumbled. His mother Bulma immediately joined in. Exactly. We traveled all this way across galaxies, and not even a single soft, comfortable seat. TCH. I never invited you here, Xiangpa scoffed. Bulma's absolutely right, seating guests on such shabby chairs would shame any host. Vados. Beerus declared, arms crossed behind his back, disdain etched across his face, then ordered her to rearrange the seating. Yes, Lord Beerus. With a single wave of her staff, Vados dissolved the entire seating arrangement below, and in its place floated elegant cushioned thrones suspended midair while rose petals drifted gently from the sky. Wow, absolutely breathtaking. Truly only Master Vados could achieve such splendor. Bulma's inner fangirl erupted, showering him with unrestrained praise. Ugh. Why didn't you do this from the very beginning? Xiangpa gritted his teeth, turning sharply to Vados. Vados pouted, feigning wounded pride. To craft art that even its master fails to comprehend is an affront to the master himself. Ha! Xiangpa's entire face froze in utter bewilderment. Vados chuckled warmly, truly worthy of being my elder sister. Under Xiangpa's darkening scowl, Beerus added a final barb, she merely accommodates your aesthetic standards, that's what makes her such an extraordinary attendant. Meanwhile, as the two destroyers bickered fiercely, Broly and the others had already gathered at the written examination venue. Gabe approached Broly and extended his small hand. Hello, I'm Gabe. Zeril and Remy told everyone about your story. I truly sympathize with what you've endured. But now let's give our best together. Broly blinked inwardly, cursing Zeril and Remy for their loose tongues, yet still offered a polite handshake. With Gabe's warm initiative bridging the gap, Broly soon grew familiar with the rest. In truth, he already knew who they were even without introductions, but humored the formality regardless. Hit remained characteristically aloof and solitary, offering only a curt greeting before retreating to lean against the wall. Only the dim-witted Bear Bardock and Frost, feigning benevolence, exchanged words of mutual encouragement. All right everyone, this is where the written exam will be held. Accompanied by footsteps, Vados led Son Goku and the others into the examination hall. The moment Broly laid eyes on the first person, his gaze flared with sudden intensity. It was Son Goku himself, followed closely by familiar faces Tells Gohan's father and guardian Piccolo, the utterly unqualified Monaka, and the round-head pink-skinned Majin Buu. And as Goku's group entered, cheers erupted from the audience stands, where countless beloved faces from the Dragon Ball saga gazed down, familiar, comforting, unmistakable. Android 18, the Dragon Ball goddess, Bulma T and Shinhan, Krillin, Yamcha, Mr. Satan, each one a cherished figure evoking deep nostalgia in Broly. Just as Broly lost himself in memory, a voice surged once more from the depths of his soul. Kakarot. 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 Broly lowered his head, clutching his chest with his right hand. Beads of sweat already glistened across his brow. What is this? That voice only ever surfaced in dreams. Why now? Is it because of Goku? Frankly, he'd already begun piecing it together. The voice belonged to his original self, the Broly from the Dragon Ball Z movie, traumatized in childhood by the incessant wailing of the infant Kakarot sleeping beside him. Ordinarily dormant, this buried memory surged violently upon encountering Goku, especially at the very instant their eyes met, when the infant's shrill cries echoed anew in his mind. Unlike the Broly of Dragon Ball Super, who never met Goku, the memories flooding him now stemmed from the annihilated Broly of the Dragon Ball Z theatrical films. Though weaker in raw power than his super counterpart, that original Broly radiated unparalleled menace, bloodthirsty, savage, and relentlessly combative. He slaughtered for sport, obliterating a planet was trivial, entire galaxies like the Southern Galaxy fell beneath his wrath. A true demon incarnate. He surmised the only plausible explanation during his trans-dimensional crossing: the original Broly's soul had somehow accompanied him, 3 souls sharing one vessel. Unthinkable yet undeniable. Yet as the dominant consciousness, Broly fought desperately to suppress that feral rage. Whoa, there's even a Frieza in Universe 6. That one looks like a bear. Hello, I'm Gabe, a scion of Universe 6. By then Gabe had already struck up conversations with Vegeta and the others, and even gestured toward himself. But the moment Goku and Vegeta locked eyes with Broly, alarm flared within them both. This Broly was undeniably dangerous, the aura he exuded sent chills down their spines. Broly, come here, these are scions from Universe 7. Gabe's natural charisma rekindled as he moved to introduce Broly, just as the formalities began. Yet Broly merely lifted his gaze, and instantly they felt as though plunged into a glacial crypt, cold, brutal, bloodthirsty, unhinged. That was Vegeta's immediate impression. He recognized that look. Well, it mirrored his own past self. Yet even then he fell far short of Broly's terrifying intensity. Kakarot. Both Vegeta and Goku hardened their expressions, their instincts branding Broly as an extreme threat. Just then, seeing Broly remain motionless, Gabe seized his arm and physically pulled him forward. Hey, this is another scion from Universe 6. Though rumor has it he's an off-worlder, not native to our universe. As Gabe spoke, revealing Broly's background, Vegeta absorbed crucial details: Vampa planet, the spacecraft, Broly's entire history, all unmistakably rooted in Universe 7. Vegeta raised his head and confronted Broly. You're a scion from Universe 7. Then why have I never seen you before? As Xiangpa was lost in thought, a sudden loud crash echoed, revealing that Sun Wukong had already thrown Bodhidharma out of the arena. Bodhidharma's defeat perfectly validated Broly's suspicion. Xiangpa's expression darkened, losing the first match was not a good sign. As the audience from Universe 7 cheered, Xiangpa turned to Frost. Do not lose. Rest assured, Lord Xiangpa, I will do my utmost. Frost smiled amiably, but as he passed by Broly he heard the latter say, put away your little tricks. Frost turned back, meeting Broly's disdainful gaze. His expression froze, forcing a smile. What do you mean, Brolison? The literal meaning: it's best if you don't use what you have in hand. Broly didn't want to waste words with him, turning around to sit in the contestant's seat. Broly held the utmost disdain for such dishonorable characters. If you are a man, then fight fair and square. Pulling dirty tricks truly deserves contempt. As Frost turned around, his fierce visage starkly contrasted with the amiable face he had shown moments before, and then he slowly descended onto the arena. Hey. In our universe there are guys like you too, you should be able to transform right. Sun Wukong greeted him casually, but Frost had no mood for small talk. It was his first time encountering such a disdainful gaze, as if he were looking at trash. Ha ha. Frost held nothing back, transforming into his third form, planning to use his strongest power to trample the monkey before him. That's more like it. Sun Wukong didn't notice Frost's foul mood, thinking that the latter was also eager for a good spar. Boo! Frost launched himself crashing towards Sun Wukong, who did not just stand there foolishly. He leaped up, swinging his right leg heavily towards Frost. Boo! Frost raised his hand to block, then shot out a red beam with his fingers. Whoosh! Ah, how dangerous! Sun Wukong supported himself on Frost's smooth head, lifting his entire body perfectly, dodging the beam. Frost was momentarily stunned, feeling the large hand on his head. Grinding his teeth, a surge of endless rage filled him. He howled and grabbed Sun Wukong's arm, throwing him to the ground. Not only that, but he also viciously stabbed his arm's poisonous spikes into Sun Wukong's palm. This blatant cheating caused the crowd to immediately call for a halt to the match. He cheated. He used a weapon. Jabe was the first to shout and others quickly joined in to stop the match. But the enraged Frost paid no mind to that. He only wanted to vent the fury in his heart, attacking Sun Wukong's face with punches. Dare to look down on me. Damn wild monkey. You're next, Broly. This time with too much poison in him, Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, unable to muster any strength, merely watching his attack. Frost. Please stop your attack immediately. You have been disqualified. The host rushed onto the arena but was pushed aside by Frost. Frost. You bastard, don't embarrass me. Come back right now. Xiangpa was about to explode with anger, losing the first match and now blatantly violating the rules in the second. Jabe asked in confusion, why did Frost resort to such tactics? His strength is clearly formidable. It's not surprising that you don't know, for that is Frost's true nature. Before this, his heroic image was merely a facade, having instigated wars himself, then quelling them to acquire abandoned lands at a bargain. Bardos explained to the crowd. Hahaha, Bardos, you really enjoy exposing others' flaws. Frost shrugged, not caring about Bardos' words and instead feeling honored. Why did you choose such a guy? Xianpa loudly questioned Bardos, but Bardos calmly replied, initially you did not instruct me to pay attention to the contestant's character but to select those with a guaranteed victory. That's what you said at the start, you. Despicable. Xianpa was rendered speechless and raised his hand to annihilate Frost, venting his dissatisfaction. Frost, please leave the stage immediately. You have committed a foul, the host reminded again. No need to declare him the loser or destroy him. Next, it's my turn. I will personally defeat this scum. Vegeta couldn't sit still. In a fit of rage, he flew directly to the arena. Ha! Why should I listen to you? I want to destroy him. Lord Xiangpa, isn't this quite good? He hasn't been disqualified and can still continue fighting. If he wins, it can add points anyway. There's no loss for us. Bardos persuaded Xiangpa not to be anxious. On the arena, seeing both sides indifferent to Frost using weapons, they simply let the match continue. As the match continued, Frost took the initiative, kicking Sun Wukong towards Vegeta, then continuously firing red beams from his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta pushed the beams away with both hands, then shouted, trash. You think you can oppose Lord Vegeta with just that? Suddenly golden light burst from Vegeta's body, his momentum surging instantly. He accelerated towards Frost, delivering a heavy punch right to Frost's face. Frost spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger as he roared, you damned wild monkey. Die. Ya. Frost rapidly struck out with both hands, revealing the poisonous spikes. Even now you use such despicable attacks, get lost. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his aura surging again, blue arcs crackling around him as he threw a punch that sent Frost flying. Boom. Frost fell outside the arena and the host promptly announced the victory. Vegeta from Universe 7 wins. As the announcement echoed, the audience from Universe 7 erupted in cheers while the atmosphere from Universe 6 was filled with tension. Xianpa's face was exceptionally grim as he looked at the returning Frost with purple destructive energy already emanating from his fingertips. Lord Xianpa, do you want the people from Universe 7 to see a joke? Bardos timely intervened. Xianpa coldly snorted, remaining silent. He still listened to Bardos, who although officially his subordinate was truly his master, teaching him all his abilities. Jabe. Fight well. This time Xiangpa lacked his previous confidence, merely giving a casual reminder and then remaining silent. Yes, Lord Xiangpa. Jabe trembled as he approached the arena, then assumed a fighting stance. Jabe. I told you during the match I won't hold back. In the contestant area, as Broly watched the two fighters exchanging blows on the arena, he thought to himself, you're a Saiyan capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, yet you're having a back and forth with an ordinary Saiyan. Isn't that just throwing the match? However, taking this opportunity, Broly was also observing Vegeta's fighting style. With an extraordinary learning ability, Broly had a photographic memory. As long as he had seen a technique, he could almost master it, so this observation was indeed necessary. After several minutes, as expected, Vegeta emerged victorious, teaching Cabba the Super Saiyan transformation just as depicted in the original story and accepted him as his disciple. Boom. After announcing Vegeta's victory, the host began to introduce the next contestant from Universe 6. In the fifth match, we have Broly from Universe 6. With the host's introduction, Broly stood up from his seat in the contestant area. However, just as he took a couple of steps, he ran into the freshly defeated Cabba, who cheerfully said, Brawlison, good luck. I have faith in you. Even though you might not be able to defeat my master, just do your best. Broly twitched the corner of his mouth. But as he turned around, he saw the grim face of Kampa. Although Kampa merely shot him a cold glance, Broly understood the meaning behind it, yet he did not show any reaction and slowly floated down to the arena. I remember Cabba mentioning that this person is also a Saiyan and he came from our universe. As Broly stepped onto the stage, Goku, with his notoriously poor memory, suddenly recalled what Cabba had said. Beside him, Kaiosatsu expressed concern. He's also a Saiyan. With such a massive physique, isn't Vegeta in danger? Paying off debts from parents. What an arrogant fool. Let Lord Vegeta show you what true power is. Vegeta had no good feelings towards Broly, especially since Broly boasted about seeking revenge on him. Stop with the nonsense and come prove it yourself if you can. Broly revealed a mocking smile. Influenced by the old version of himself, his personality had begun to change and he started to crave battle. He longed for the taste of blood. TCH. Vegeta exerted force with his feet, creating a large crater on the hard arena, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball, moving at incredible speed. Bang! Vegeta's fist landed squarely on Broly's chin, and while Broly felt the pain, he became even more exhilarated. He smirked disdainfully and actually used his chin to push Vegeta's fist back. What? Vegeta was incredulous. He retracted his fist and continued to punch and kick, but he looked like a child throwing a tantrum at an adult. It's time to discipline this unruly child. Broly seized Vegeta's fist and then delivered a heavy punch right to Vegeta's face. Vegeta clutched his nose and staggered back, but blood slowly dripped from his fingers. Meanwhile, the audience from Universe 6 revealed expressions of delight. Go for it. Broly, take him down. Seeing Vegeta in trouble, Kampa became ecstatic, flailing his arms in excitement from his seat. Beside him, Beerus also showed an interested expression. Ever since witnessing Broly's transformation yesterday, she had sensed that he was extraordinary and she didn't expect him to surprise everyone as soon as he stepped onto the stage. In the audience area of Universe 7, Goku and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Everyone knew Vegeta's capabilities. He boasted that no one dared to challenge him for second place, yet they didn't feel too much concern since Vegeta was merely in his normal state now. Vegeta. What the hell are you doing? Defeat him already. Others might not be too concerned, but the impatient Beerus couldn't help but yell at Vegeta on the arena. Back on the arena, hearing Beerus' urging voice, Vegeta felt increasingly irritated. On top of that, he was furious that he had actually been bloodied. You bastard. Open your eyes and see the insurmountable chasm between us. Ha! Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and instantly a hurricane surged forth, shaking the arena and the entire planet. The howling winds enveloped the entire venue, and the audience could only shield their faces and watch through the gaps between their fingers. Fall down for me. In an instant, Vegeta appeared right in front of Broly, delivering a punch directly to Broly's face. Before Broly could react, he found himself crashing violently into the ground. Boom! The entire arena began to collapse and Broly spewed blood, feeling a bit dizzy. Vegeta laughed coldly and continued his assault, raining punches down on Broly. Bang! 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 Broly's body kept sinking and the crater on the ground grew larger. The people from Universe 6 couldn't help but sweat for Broly. Kampa covered his face, unable to bear to watch any longer. Ah! Suddenly, Broly's eyes turned fierce as he gripped Vegeta's fist, preventing him from advancing even an inch. How is this possible? You, a low-class warrior who can't even transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was taken aback. He continued to push with all his strength, but Broly would not let him have his way. With his eyes glowing crimson, his muscles began to expand, growing an entire size larger. Then he slowly stood up, letting out a roar as a powerful aura began to emanate from Broly, spreading outward. That chilling energy made people involuntarily shudder. Vegeta, standing closest to him, felt it deeply. That eerie and terrifying energy sent chills down his spine. Wah! What is this? Could it be that you are? At this moment, Vegeta was dumbfounded. Ah! Broly stepped forward, using the strength of his body to swing his arm, and in an instant he slammed Vegeta hard into the ground. Bang! 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 Vegeta was caught off guard and used all his strength to break free from Broly's grasp. He created some distance and began firing energy blasts at Broly with both hands. Prince's combat technique. Broly waved his hand, knocking one of the blasts to the ground, sending thick smoke billowing upwards. I don't care if you're a legendary Super Saiyan or not. Fall down for me. Vegeta continued to exert his power to the utmost, firing energy blasts continuously into the smoke. The entire venue was illuminated by Vegeta's attacks as if it were daytime. After bombarding for a minute, Vegeta panted heavily, pausing his assault. Looking at the smoke where Broly had yet to emerge, he laughed maniacally. Ha! Have you seen the might of Lord Vegeta now? Suddenly, a shadow burst through the smoke and Broly's face abruptly appeared before Vegeta's eyes. Startled, Vegeta wanted to retreat, but Broly grabbed him. It's over. A chest energy blast. A green wave of light condensed from Broly's chest, and before Vegeta could react, he was blasted away. Boom! Vegeta was sent rolling hundreds of meters away, breaking through the protective barrier set up by Beerus. At the same time, he completely lost consciousness. Silence. The entire arena fell silent. No one expected that Vegeta would be knocked out cold by Broly. In the fifth match, the winner is Broly from Universe 6. Wow. Go Broly, you won. Kampa danced with joy, as happy as a 200-pound child. I didn't expect him to be this strong. In the audience, Goku also displayed a serious expression. What he didn't notice was that the next contender, Piccolo, was already looking pale. For the sixth match, we have Piccolo from Universe 7. The host's words were interrupted as Piccolo raised his right hand, looking unwell, and said, I forfeit. I forfeit. Piccolo's admission of defeat took everyone by surprise, and they all turned to look at him, puzzled by his decision. Piccolo's expression was dark and uncertain and he said bluntly, "Didn't you feel the aura surrounding him? It's filled with brutality, bloodlust. Moreover, even the super blue form of Vegeta can't handle it. If I go up it would be of little use, at most just a waste of a senzu bean." As he finished speaking, beads of sweat dripped down his green face, a testament to the pressure he was under. "So that's how it is." Sun Wukong smiled calmly and patted Piccolo on the shoulder, reassuring him not to feel burdened. On the stage, Broly's fierce aura continued to rise. Although affected by emotions, he was still able to maintain control. One must admit the willpower of the Blue Star Boy is truly strong. According to the tournament's decision, due to Frost using weapons and violating rules, Sun Wukong's qualification for the match is restored. At this moment, the host stepped into the center of the stage to announce the results of the discussion between Beerus and Kampa. Kampa agreed so readily mainly because he had witnessed Broly's true strength, which made him swell with pride. Indeed, Kampa had swelled with pride and let himself go. That smug expression nearly prompted Beerus to retaliate with a destructive sphere. However, for the sake of the match, Beerus held back and approached Sun Wukong, saying seriously Sun Wukong must defeat him. To his surprise, Sun Wukong chuckled, "Lord Beerus, you're too serious. Even if I lose, there's still the strongest in the universe, Monaka, right? You." Beerus was left speechless, nearly biting his tongue. The current situation was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Beerus knew all too well that Monaka's power was merely that of a random guy just there to put pressure on Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Who would have thought Sun Wukong would not take the bait? Sun Wukong moved his limbs and then leaped onto the stage. "Hey, want to exchange a few moves with me?" Sun Wukong's expression was calm and confident, his fearless demeanor irritating Broly immensely. At this moment, Broly's mind was filled with the name Kakarot. The influence was growing stronger. "Kakarot! Kakarot! Kakarot!" Broly shouted, unleashing a surge of green energy, green flames rising with blue arcs, creating an astonishing aura that swept around. "What's happening? That guy Broly's energy has increased again." Vegeta, healed by a senzu bean, looked at the increasingly powerful Broly in shock. "I don't know, but this guy is truly a monster. His strength seems to have no limits and continues to grow." Piccolo gritted his teeth, fixating on Broly, while Beerus' expression grew increasingly grim. Previously thinking Broly was just a minor character who would have thought Vegeta would be easily defeated by him. Now he clearly understood that the 7th universe was left with only Sun Wukong as a contestant. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, then assumed a stance, locking eyes with Broly. "Kakarot. Let's go." Sun Wukong initiated the attack, first his figure flickering in the air, then he threw a punch that landed on Broly's chest, but it caused him no harm. Wukong's expression changed, he felt as if his fist had struck hard steel and the impact left his own hand aching. Kakarot. Although Broly was massive, his speed was unaffected. He charged at Sun Wukong like a heavy tank, colliding with him. Bang! The brutal force instantly sent Sun Wukong flying backward, rolling through the air before stabilizing himself. He let out a loud cry, golden flames enveloping his body as Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan, charging at Broly once more. Bang bang bang! An interesting scene unfolded as Sun Wukong dashed around Broly, relentlessly attacking him with punches while Broly remained still, allowing the onslaught. Humph humph humph. Saiyan explosive bomb. Broly sneered and then erupted with immense energy from his center, the energy sphere growing larger until it exploded. Ugh! Sun Wukong was blasted away and Broly instantly pursued him with relentless attacks. Damn it, in that case. Sun Wukong's body was engulfed in red flames as the Super Saiyan God form activated his powerful aura, pushing Broly back. Broly charged forward again, but Sun Wukong merely smirked. He used both hands to grasp Broly's swinging arm, then effortlessly deflected Broly's attack with a gentle motion. Nanny! Broly was taken aback, stabilizing his body before swinging his fist again. Hey! I said calm down. Sun Wukong bent his arms to gather energy, then a golden halo appeared in front of his body before he struck out swiftly. Buzz. Broly was completely immobilized and Sun Wukong then said, hey. Calm down. Control your true self. Don't let your emotions control you. Broly hesitated slightly but then broke free from the control. Broly understood Sun Wukong's words, but if he couldn't achieve victory now, destruction at the hands of the God of Destruction awaited him. After breaking free, Broly retaliated with a punch, sending Sun Wukong flying. Damn it! Wukong's attack has no effect on him. Krillin slammed the ground, worry etched on his face. Meanwhile, 18 holding Marin comforted him, saying, don't worry Krillin. Sun Wukong hasn't transformed yet into that what's it called blue form. Yeah, that's right. Wukong hasn't transformed into Super Blue yet. As Krillin mentioned this, he became excited again, but just as he was feeling proud, he saw Sun Wukong get hit by Broly's punch, and at this moment he had transformed into the very Super Blue he desired. Ugh! Sun Wukong let out a cry of pain as he fell to the ground. He quickly attempted to push himself up, but just as he lifted his head, a large hand grabbed his head. Boom! With a violent shake, Sun Wukong was pressed to the ground. He pushed hard against Broly with both hands, but Broly's strength was just too immense. Damn it! Sun Wukong continued to struggle, and as Broly increased his force, just when everyone thought Sun Wukong was finished, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down. Broly cried out in pain and quickly released him. Indeed, Sun Wukong's biting skill was truly invincible. From a young age Wukong had bitten through Dragon Ball Super, even the Angel Whis had been bitten by him, proving that Sun Wukong's biting skill had reached max. Experiencing it firsthand now, it was incredibly painful. Kaioken. Sun Wukong chuckled, then suddenly clenched his fists and yelled, causing his body to emit a red glow. Kakarot. Broly roared and charged forward. Their fists collided repeatedly, producing loud bangs, and the resulting shockwaves spread like halos. As they watched the two on the stage exchanging blows, the crowd in the audience cheered for their respective universes' contestants, making the whole venue lively and vibrant. Go Goku. You can do it. Goku, defeat him, just like Sun Wukong. In Universe 7, Goku's friends roared in unison, pouring all their fervor into cheering him on. Across the arena, a small contingent from Universe 6 rallied for Broly. Brawlison. Ganbat. Broly. Knock that brat off the ring, make Beerus weep with shame. The battle atop the ring had reached fever pitch. Ever since Goku activated the Kaioken, his physical prowess surged across every dimension, now evenly matched against Broly. Boo! The shockwave of their clenched fists rippling outward. Broly and Goku locked eyes, fierce unblinking, before roaring in unison. Instantly both launched forward, fists flashing like lightning, leaving after images trembling in their wake. Boo! 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 They clashed midair, then crashed to the ground, only to vault skyward again, each collision unleashing concentric shockwaves that lit the arena like New Year's fireworks. Boo! Simultaneously their fists struck each other's faces, then both hurtled backward, blood trickling slowly from their lips. Broly flicked out his tongue, tasting it. Ecstasy, pure unadulterated ecstasy. A sinister grin curled at Broly's lips, betraying his rapturous feral exhilaration. Opposite him, Goku, though visibly strained by the Kaioken's toll, still bore a radiant, battle-hungry smile. Sorry, I'm about to unleash my full power. This state won't hold much longer. Goku chuckled softly, then narrowed his gaze. His body erupted with overwhelming energy. Exactly what I intended. One final blow, Kakarot. Broly too had grown weary of prolonging the duel. His aura flared violently, he clenched his fist and a viridian sphere coalesced, swelling steadily. Kamehameha. Goku summoned his signature technique. Brilliant energy gathered between his palms before surging forth in a blinding torrent toward Broly. Krakum. The blast shattered the ring itself. Super explosive attack. Broly hurled his emerald sphere, the cataclysmic force collided heat with the Kamehameha, reality itself seeming to recoil. Both warriors bellowed, pouring every ounce of strength into their beams. Hang on, Goku. Krillin screamed, eyes squeezed shut, while behind him the entire 7th universe watched breathless and hopeful, chanting Goku's name. Go for it, Broly. Kampa, utterly electrified, abandoned all decorum, bellowing with abandon, while Kaba and the panda joined the chorus, fists raised high. Crocker 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 Aqua crocker 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 20 times Kaioken. Indeed, having only recently mastered the fusion with Ultra Blue, Goku had been holding back at tenfold Kaioken until now. Ryouf. Broly roared, channeling every shred of power into his sphere, its viridian light swelling violently, pulsing like a dying star reborn. Crocker 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 Aqua crocker 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 crocker. That's the Dragon Ball. A collective gasp rose. The final Dragon Ball had lain buried beneath their very feet all along. Thud. Thud. Two bodies slammed into the earth, drawing every gaze back. Broly and Goku lay motionless, both utterly spent beyond further combat. Announcing the result, contestants Broly and Son Goku have both fallen outside the ring boundary, thus this match ends in a draw. The diligent announcer emerged shakily from cover to declare the outcome. Kampa, though mildly disgruntled, accepted it. After all, his ace hit had yet to enter the fray. Hit was his trump card, and Kampa held unwavering confidence in his might. Meanwhile, Beerus grew visibly agitated. If Goku were declared the loser, only Monaka, the ordinary delivery-man, would remain. And that would expose the ruse. Gohan carried Goku back, grinning broadly. Goku addressed Beerus. My apologies, Lord Beerus. Broly's strength is truly extraordinary. I'll need rigorous training to surpass him. Still, even with this draw, we have Monaka, the strongest being in all universes, standing by. Surely we cannot lose. Beerus nearly leapt from his seat. How could that possibly be true? He's just a courier. Oh my Lord Beerus, you actually look flustered today. Whimsically amused, Whis watched Beerus bristle, though of course he had no fur to stand on. Knowing when to relent, Whis stepped close and whispered, Lord Beerus, what precisely was your original intent in assigning Monaka? To teach Goku and Vegeta that there is always someone stronger, that mountains tower beyond mountains and heavens stretch beyond heavens. Beerus replied without hesitation. Whis merely smiled. Then did you truly observe Kakarot's expression? Was it one of arrogant ambition? You heard his words. He now sees Broly as a genuine benchmark. Monaka is no longer necessary as a facade. There is no risk of exposure. We simply lost this round. Beerus fell silent. Whis was right, but pride still burned hot within him. To concede defeat to Kampa was intolerable. Yet at last he sighed deeply and signaled the referee very well, no need for the next match. We forfeit. Ha! Lord Beerus, what do you mean? We still have Monaka. Goku asked bewildered. Yes, Lord Beerus, why make such a decision? Voices overlapped confused and questioning until Piccolo stepped forward. His unique auditory physiology had allowed him to overhear Beerus and Whis' exchange. Since Beerus couldn't bring himself to explain, Piccolo took up the mantle. Meanwhile Kampa stood baffled, why surrender when one fighter remained unchallenged? And at the edge of the spectator stands Hit stood frozen, neither stepping down nor waiting idly, his composure utterly unraveled. By 7th Universe's voluntary forfeiture, 6th Universe is declared the victor. As the announcement echoed, 7th Universe sighed in resignation. Piccolo had already explained the truth, so they bore no shame. After all, only 5 fighters had been fielded. Buo had been eliminated during the preliminary trials and Monaka, a mere mortal, remained among them. 3 against 5. Hardly dishonorable. Just as 6th Universe erupted in jubilation, Vados suddenly pointed urgently Lord Kampa. Ha! What is it? Startled Kampa followed her gesture and recoiled in shock, his tail shooting straight upward. Beerus too paled, his voice cracking in disbelief. How is this possible? It's the Grand Minister. Suddenly 2 tall figures and a small one appeared in the arena. The 2 tall figures dressed in purple robes that concealed their faces stood on either side. The one in the middle was unremarkable, short and stout, resembling a Ascension P. The 2 figures showed utmost respect for the P's, every move clearly indicating its higher status. In the audience, Lucy and Xiangpa wore expressions of fear, exclaiming Lord Zeno. Their disrespectful behavior drew the attention of the crowd, who began to speculate about the origins of these individuals. Ha! Zeno. Sun Wukong blinked innocently. The East Kaishan, also curious, couldn't help but ask the elder beside him, who exactly is that child? What a terrifying appearance. The old Kaishan, upon hearing this, directly slapped him with a reprimanding gesture. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Wait a minute. Unknown contestants have suddenly appeared in the arena. Who on earth are they? The host continued to report with the microphone, but a single glance from the newcomers left him speechless. It just looks like a little pudding, Vegeta questioned, while Piccolo beside him also bore a puzzled expression. In response to the crowd's confusion, Beerus trembled as he explained, Lord Zeno is the one who stands atop all existence in the 12 universes. Oh. The crowd gasped in astonishment, completely not expecting that the little figure before them held such significance. Lord Beerus, is it really appropriate for us to look down on Zeno from such a high position? At this moment, Whis, sitting beside Beerus, asked. Is there even a need to ask? Of course it's not appropriate. After saying this, Beerus stood up in a panic and flew at full speed towards Zeno. Lord Zeno, why are you here in a place like this? Xiangpa on the opposite side stuttered in fear and flew over without a second thought. A warm welcome to Lord Zeno. At this moment, the 2 gods of destruction bowed deeply before the P, displaying extreme respect. Seeing this, others could no longer sit still and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Only Broly pretended to be severely injured, lying with his eyes closed in the audience. This couldn't be blamed on him, as his soul was filled with rage and evil, while Zeno harbored a strong disdain for evil. Just like when Zamasu spread his malice, he was ruthlessly destroyed by Zeno. Zamasu had once wished for immortality from the Super Dragon Balls, yet this had no effect. He was crushed to dust in the blink of an eye by Zeno. One could say that Zena's power equated to having the ability to nullify resurrection. Therefore Broly had no intention of trying such a death-seeking act. What if Zeno crushed him for merely displeasing him? Lord Zeno, is there something that requires your personal presence today? Unknown, because you all were holding activities without permission, I wanted to remind you that you cannot be lazy regarding the responsibilities of a god of destruction. Everyone was taken aback. They did not expect this little P to speak in such a cute voice. However, seeing the cold sweat on the 2 gods of destruction, no one dared to speak up. Lord Zeno, let me explain. Lord Beerus is more interested in sleeping and food than destruction. Suddenly Whis, standing behind Beerus, began to report. Bardos also refused to back down. Lord Xiangpa, you haven't been paying attention to your health and have gotten out of shape. I specially prepared nutritious meals to avoid affecting your work, but he complains that my cooking is terrible. Boo-hoo. Then why not just change to a different god of destruction? After this, both Beerus and Xiangpa screamed in fright, sweating profusely as if they had been drenched. However, it must be said that Bardos and Whis, being siblings, were indeed thorough in reporting on the gods of destruction. Seeing the comical expressions of the 2 gods of destruction, Zeno chuckled. I was just joking. Few Xiangpa and Beerus felt a huge relief. They had almost lost their souls at the thought of Zeno wanting to replace the gods of destruction. Zeno then changed the topic. Originally I wanted to warn you, but as I watched I found the activities you were hosting very interesting, super interesting. So I thought I would gather contestants from across the universe to participate next time. Really? If that's true, that would be fantastic, ha 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 ha. Suddenly a voice rang out as Sun Wukong slowly stepped out of the crowd and approached Zeno. Initially the 2 guards wanted to stop him, but Zeno stepped forward, leaving them no choice but to retreat reluctantly. Hey! Don't think you're worthy to speak with Lord Zeno. Beerus, seeing Sun Wukong's boldness, hurriedly tried to stop him, fearing Zeno would become angry. But unexpectedly Zeno didn't mind. Instead he grasped Sun Wukong's outstretched hand and Sun Wukong lifted Zeno up effortlessly. This action left Beerus and Xiangpa absolutely stunned. Even after Zeno left, they remained in shock. Sigh. All the joy from winning just vanished. Xiangpa sighed. Since you all won, well, be leaving now. Beerus turned and walked away without pausing. This was a huge loss of face. Beerus, you heard Lord Zenith's words right. Well, see each other in the arena next time. I will win against you again. Xiangpa, feeling triumphant, infuriated Beerus, who wished he could swallow him whole as he led the members of Universe 7 onto the transparent cube. As the cube gradually ascended, Sun Wukong shouted towards the audience of Universe 6, Broly. If you have time, remember to come find me. Bye. Broly ceased pretending to be dead, got up and waved his hand. Once all members of Universe 7 had vanished, Xiangpa gathered everyone. I am very satisfied with this performance, especially Broly. The reversal of the situation was excellent. Even if you fell off the arena, it was still a tie. Not bad, not bad. As for that incident, I will forgive you. Xiangpa wore a smug expression, but it disgusted Broly immensely. Just imagine a large purple fat cat writhing in front of you, its greasy flesh shaking. Resisting the urge to punch him again, Broly simply closed his eyes. Alright, you all go to the audience. I will make a wish. Hearing this, everyone quickly jumped to the audience, leaving only Bardoss and Xiangpa on the Dragon Balls. As the incantation was spoken, a massive beam of golden light shot up into the sky, exceptionally eye-catching in the universe. The super dragon appeared, its body larger than hundreds of galaxies, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Broly, needless to say, had seen it in the anime while on Earth, but this was the real-life version of the Dragon Ball world, nothing like in the anime. State your wish. The voice was thunderous with an overwhelming presence. The super dragon emitted dazzling golden light, rendering the dragon of Earth and even the Namek dragon as insignificant as a worm, completely incomparable. Please let our 6th universe have a civilized Earth just like the 7th universe. Xiangpa excitedly stated his wish while Bardoss repeated it in an ancient divine tongue. As the super dragon's eyes emitted light, your wish has been granted, see you. The super dragon's wings flapped, transforming into a massive golden light, then splitting into 7 and scattering across the universe. The Xiangpa Palace. Xiangpa sat upon the throne, brimming with exhilaration, wine cup in hand, conversing animatedly with his guests. What could possibly delight a god of destruction so thoroughly? Victory in the tournament, his champions had restored his prestige in full measure. And not only that, they had even replicated Earth from Universe 7, a feat so astonishing it would make him laugh in his sleep. Even the delicacies gracing this banquet table hailed from Earth of Universe 6. Yet that Earth Universe 6 counterpart is truly extraordinary in its own right. Though the wish had been to replicate Earth from Universe 7, the twin universe nature of their bond meant the resurrected world emerged as its mirror image. Moreover, on Universe 6 Earth there existed no Son Goku or his Saiyan brethren, not even Tien Shinhan or Piccolo. Likely because none of them were native to that Earth. Fortunately, the planet's cuisine remained indistinguishable from Universe 7's, otherwise Xiangpa would have wept in despair. As the saying goes, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of delicacies, all were sated and slightly intoxicated. Xiangpa, swaying atop the banquet table, proclaimed with a belchum. Your performance has deeply pleased me. Speak now. While I'm in high spirits, what reward shall I grant you? The guests exchanged glances, uncertain what scheme lay behind Xiangpa's smile. At that moment Vados smiled faintly. Rest assured, this was stipulated in advance by Lord Xiangpa himself. Should you win the tournament, each of you shall receive 1 granted wish. Hearing this, the others relaxed. Hit, the ever-stoic warrior, immediately voiced the agreement struck long ago. I require nothing else, only the transdimensional cube promised to me. Vados. Xiangpa uttered no further word, only gestured, and Vados promptly handed the transdimensional cube to Hit. The moment it touched his palm, Hit's expression shifted. Broly had not misread it, pure unguarded exhilaration. Indeed, for a man whose face rarely betrayed emotion, such visible delight signaled something truly exceptional. Seeing Xiangpa honor his vow, the others eagerly stepped forward, naming their desires one by one. Burdock wished merely to shed some weight. Kaba requested that the god of destruction extend special protection to planet Sadala in future. Even Frost, who had cheated during the tournament, received a reward. He boldly asked Xiangpa to invest in his schemes. Though refused, he was granted a token of immunity instead. At last, only Broly remained silent. All eyes turned toward him, curious, expectant, wondering what his wish might be. While the others spoke, Broly had already settled upon his request, but uncertainty gnawed at him. After all, even Frost's demand had been denied. Broly, you may speak your wish now. You were the tournament's greatest hero. Within my power, I swear it shall be granted. Xiangpa declared with thunderous magnanimity. Beside him, Vados watched with quiet intrigue. What she wondered, could this traveler from Universe 7 possibly desire? Could it be a wish to return home? Broly drew a slow deep breath and said, I humbly request that Vados become my mentor and train me. A collective gasp filled the hall. Even the inebriated Xiangpa stared wide-eyed. Vados clapped a delicate hand over her mouth, astonished that Broly's wish was precisely this. Indeed, this was exactly what Broly sought. As a transmigrator, he possessed profound knowledge of the angel race. In the celestial hierarchy, it stood thus: the Grand Priest, angels, gods of destruction, Kais. After all, both Son Goku and Vegeta had soared to unprecedented heights under Whis' tutelage. Ah, well. Xiangpa faltered, truly such a request was unprecedented. Others had asked for objects or oaths. But to seek formal discipleship. That was rare indeed. Seeing Xiangpa hesitate, Broly grew anxious and pressed gently. I ask not for constant training, only occasional guidance if you would permit it. That plea marked Broly's absolute minimum. Should it be denied, his only recourse would be to beg for passage back to Universe 7 or elsewhere. Of course, I'd be delighted. Vados interjected with sudden warmth, her gaze soft and playful upon Broly, so much so that he flushed faintly. Superficially simple yet layered with profound implication, a candidate for god of destruction. Every god of destruction throughout eternity had been trained by an angel, without exception. To accept an angel as master was in all likelihood to be groomed as the next god of destruction. Vados, are you certain? Xiangpa's voice held genuine astonishment. He knew his own mentor better than anyone. Ordinary mortals seldom stirred her interest, yet here she was volunteering without prompting. Clearly she intended to accept Broly as her disciple. Yes, Lord Xiangpa, I do grow rather bored, you know. A disciple would make splendid company. Her tone remained light, effortless. Xiangpa nodded once, then turned to Broly. Very well. You shall reside in the guest quarters, but mark this. All cleaning duties within these chambers shall fall solely to you. A sly self-satisfied grin flickered across his lips. Understood, Lord Xiangpa. Broly bowed eagerly, only for Xiangpa to deliver unexpected news. Young man, you may dwell here, but your 2 companions may not. They are mortals, no mortal may dwell alongside a deity. Do you understand? Broly hesitated, torn. At last he had found 2 souls who cared for him, who stood by him, yet fate now threatened to part them forever. Then allow me to explain it to them myself. As Broly spoke, Xiangpa waved dismissively. Before departing, Broly gently detained Kaba, his resolve already firm. Kaba, may I ask a favor? Kaba held Broly in high regard. Though he'd once taken a punch from the giant, hearing Broly's story had kindled deep empathy for this gentle colossus. What is it? As you heard, I'll remain here to train under Lord Xiangpa's auspices. Yet he forbids Reamer and Xyle from staying with me. So, would you take them to your homeworld? I'll visit whenever possible. Kaba grinned. This was trivial. He thumped his chest in solemn promise. But when Broly and Kaba reached the guest quarters, they froze. Reamer and Xyle were gone. Only a letter rested upon the table. Its message was brief. They had overheard Broly's conversation with Xiangpa, and to spare him anguish they had resumed their cosmic journey. The ink on the page was still damp, freshly written. Broly sank onto the bed, restless and hollow. In this new world, the first companions he had known had vanished into the void. Xirai and Reamer had departed, leaving not to burden Broly. Such thoughtful companionship truly stirred a pang of reluctant farewell in him. Lying on the bed, Broly felt a quiet desolation settle over him. Once again he was alone. Knock. 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 Suddenly the sharp rapping jolted him upright. After all, only 3 people resided here. Aside from himself, only Vados and Chapu remained, so whoever stood beyond the door deserved his utmost courtesy. He pulled the door open, and there stood Vados. You. Lady Vados, may I ask what brings you here? Did you forget? You asked me to train you. It's only been 2 days, already forgotten. Vados let out a light knowing laugh as she stepped into the room. Broly hastily folded his rumpled bedding, offering an awkward sheepish grin. Is this listlessness because your young friends have left? What if I told you they sought me out before their departure? What did they say? Broly blurted the question urgently. Vados meanwhile settled herself onto the bed with effortless grace, crossing her long elegant legs. They asked me to look after you, to treat you well, saying you're kind-hearted. She lightly tapped her lower lip, feigning deep recollection, then brightened as if struck by sudden memory. They also said you eat very much. And urged me to prepare ample provisions for you. A warm tenderness swelled in Broly's chest. Reamer and Xirai were his first true friends in this world. He cherished that bond deeply. And he would never betray their trust. With that resolve crystallizing within him, his expression sharpened and he declared firmly to Vados, please train me, I must grow stronger. Vados paused, just a breath, her gaze lingering on the unwavering determination in his eyes. A subtle approving smile curved her lips. Then come with me. With that she clapped a hand upon his shoulder, and in a flash of radiant white light both vanished. Earth Universe 6. Crackling energy filled the air as a swarm of scientists worked feverishly at their consoles. Before them stood 3 transparent nutrient chambers. Inside each chamber lay 2 men and 1 woman, completely unclothed, their bodies threaded with monitoring tubes and fitted with oxygen masks over their faces. Before the chambers stood an elderly man, long white hair, wispy beard, gaunt frame. How is the progress? He turned toward his assistant. Progress is excellent. Completion is imminent, perhaps just days away. The assistant offered a serene, practiced smile. The elder nodded slowly, his gaze returning to the trio within the chambers, intense, rapturous, as though beholding artifacts of incalculable rarity. The assistant bowed slightly and withdrew, but the moment she turned her expression hardened into cold, predatory cruelty. Her features were flawless, yet this ruthless edge lent her a chilling, singular beauty. Back in her private quarters she shed her formal attire and donned a sterile white lab coat. She locked the door, then placed a motion sensor beneath the threshold, ensuring she'd know instantly if anyone approached. Having secured the room, she opened her wardrobe and pressed a concealed button embedded within its interior panel. With a smooth, silent rotation, the wardrobe pivoted fully, revealing a shadowed, narrow passage. No one would ever suspect such a hidden entrance existed within so modest a space. Mother is coming. She murmured softly, then vanished into the darkness. Elsewhere, Vados guided Broly to Planet Sadala, a destination that startled him. He hadn't expected her training ground to be here. All right, you're free to explore for now. I'll find you when the time comes. Ha! Before Broly could voice his confusion, Vados dissolved into shimmering white light and disappeared. Utterly bewildered, Broly wandered aimlessly until memory sparked Gabe. Since Vados had granted him freedom, why not visit Gabe first? Broly launched himself skyward, soaring along the path etched in his memory. After nearly 10 minutes of flight, he arrived once more at that familiar place. The village's former inhabitants had long since relocated, only scarred earth and shattered jagged mountains remained. A quiet remorse stirred within him, this devastation was his doing. Sigh. Better head to Gabe's first. With a soft exhale, he accelerated. Gabe had shared his address during their parting, so locating it proved swift. Gabe's residence lay within a bustling metropolis, a circular, unassuming villa. Though outwardly plain, its design resonated perfectly with Gabe's understated nature. Yet before Broly could knock twice, the iron gate shattered beneath his touch. Instantly, alarms shrieked, and armed security drones surged forth from within. Each drone bore a display screen atop its head. A flicker of static, and Gabe's face materialized, stern and authoritative. Who dares break into the home of the Defense Force captain? Broly recognized that voice instantly and saw Gabe's familiar visage on the screen. Hey. Sorry, Gabe, I didn't realize your door was that fragile. Upon recognizing Broly, Gabe sighed and deactivated the alarm. Broly, what are you doing here? I thought you were training with Vados. Vados said my training grounds are here on Sadala, but she vanished without warning. Before leaving, she told me to wander freely, so I decided to look you up. I'm serving with the Defense Force now, works light, so feel free to join me. I'll show you the most elite combat force Sadala has to offer. Gabe spoke with unmistakable pride, as if the Defense Force itself were legendary. Broly nodded assent. Truthfully, he had nowhere else to go. Oh, and please fix my front gate before you leave. Broly. An hour later, Broly arrived at the Defense Force headquarters, guided by Gabe's coordinates. The sight stole his breath. A colossal tower piercing the heavens, surrounded by vast state-of-the-art training grounds. Every conceivable apparatus gleamed under the sun. And across those fields, countless Saiyans trained with disciplined intensity. Yet to Broly's senses, their power was astonishingly feeble. Just then, sensing an outsider, several Saiyans broke formation and strode over. Hey. Kid, you know this area is off limits to civilians. Their leader loomed, a mountain of muscle far surpassing Broly's own physique. The others matched him in sheer overwhelming bulk, like stepping into a realm governed by pure exaggerated physicality. Where's Gabe? Ha! A beat of stunned silence, then derision twisted their faces. Oh, him. So you're here to see the golden boy Nepa baby. Broly blinked, confused. The anime never detailed Gabe's daily life or reputation. Yet clearly these warriors held him in profound contempt. Broly wore a puzzled expression, baffled as to why these individuals claimed Gabe was a connections hire. Yet the men facing him grew increasingly aggressive, shoving him physically and even shouting for him to leave immediately. The moment they laid hands on Broly, however, they realized he was utterly immovable, like trying to push against a massive ancient stone wall. What in blazes is going on? Their combined strength failed to shift him even an inch, leaving them flustered and at a loss. Then, without warning, Broly took a single step forward, sending a surge of overwhelming force rippling through them. In an instant they were hurled backward and slammed onto the ground. How dare you lay hands on someone inside the Defense Force headquarters? Brothers, enemy attack. The burly leader bellowed hoarsely, already sensing he stood no chance against Broly. Rather than face defeat alone, he chose to escalate, summoning reinforcements. His ploy worked flawlessly. At the cry of intrusion, hulking figures stormed out, fierce, battle-hardened and furious. Within moments the training ground swelled with bodies, hundreds strong, encircling Broly in tight, menacing layers. Hey you! Is you the one causing trouble? Beat him down, throw him straight into the black cell. Amid the cacophony of shouts, Broly's brow furrowed in irritation. Just as he raised his fist, a figure emerged from the building. The crowd instinctively parted, revealing a Saiyan clad in elite combat gear, his spiky hair so long it nearly brushed the ground. Silence fell instantly. Clearly this was their commanding officer. Who are you, and what brings you here? Commander Damaron, he's here to see Gabe. Gabe. Ha, ha, ha. At the name, Damaron sneered, a contemptuous, dismissive smirk mirroring that of his subordinates. Though agitated, Broly restrained himself. This was Gabe's workplace and he refused to drag his friend into unnecessary trouble. Calmly he replied, I'm Gabe's friend. I've come to speak with him. Hoof. A connections hires friend, hardly worth our time. Brothers, throw him out. With a sharp gesture, Damaron ordered the assault. At last Broly's patience shattered. He blurred past the throng, reappearing before Damaron in a heartbeat, and seized the commander by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Stunned silence gripped the crowd. His speed had stunned them, but the sight of their commander dangling helplessly sent chills down every spine. Hey! Monster, put Commander Damaron down now. Broly glanced sideways, the sheer weight of his murderous aura descended like glacial frost, freezing every man where he stood. Trembling they staggered back 2 steps, while Broly's lips curled into a cold razor-thin smile. Damaron, I am informing you, not reporting to you. Make no mistake about that. No one, not here not anywhere, has ever barred my path. Crimson light flared in his eyes as his presence erupted, crushing pressure forcing the entire circle to their knees. Damaron mere inches away felt his sanity fraying. This man wasn't human, he was a demon incarnate. In Broly's gaze he saw only bloodlust savagery. An utter scorching disdain. His legs locked, then gave way. A hot stream spilled down his leg. The proud commander of the defense force had just urinated himself in full view of his entire unit. Such humiliation would become legend if anyone dared speak of it. Yet no voice rose, all remained mute. TCH. Truly, whether on Earth or in the Dragon Ball world, cowards who prey on the weak exist everywhere. With a look of pure disgust, Broly released his grip, letting Damaron crash onto the pavement, then strode forward into the building, parting the crowd like water before a prowling storm. In the lobby, Gabe descended the stairs with several personal guards and met Broly Heaton. He stepped forward, concern etched across his face. He'd already witnessed the commotion below via surveillance. Assuming Broly's delay stemmed from unforeseen complications, he'd rushed down only to learn Damaron had blocked his friend's entry. Once inside Gabe's office, he explained everything in detail. Damaron is my sworn rival. We both serve under the Racer Defense Force, divided into 3 battalions and 6 squads. I command Squad 3 of Battalion 3. Damaron leads Squad 2, the very squad vying for the same promotion. Our battalion commander Lien So sustained a severe leg injury during a recent mission and has since considered retirement. To fill his position, he must select a successor from among the squad leaders. Since he personally promoted me, some call me a connections hire. I don't care what others say, I only wish Commander Lien So recovers fully so he may lead us once more. At that, Gabe clenched his fist tightly. Broly interjected, don't dwell on it. If he slanders you openly, you must reclaim your authority, decisively and without hesitation. Downstairs even common soldiers mocked you with that label. That's no trivial matter if respect for command erodes, obedience collapses. Who will follow you then? Gabe nodded gravely, then extended an invitation for Broly to meet Commander Lien So. With nothing pressing to attend to, he welcomed the diversion, it beat idle boredom any day. Ascending to the top floor, the domain of the 3 battalion commanders, they passed the offices of Battalion 1, strongest of all, then Battalion 3 where Gabe served, and finally the Logistics Battalion. Lien So had been gravely wounded defending his troops during a mission against overwhelming foes, his injured leg prompting thoughts of retirement. Supreme Commander Shalata had quietly approved his request. Yet Shalata also tasked him with selecting a worthy successor, someone capable of stepping seamlessly into his role. Unsurprisingly, Lien So chose Gabe, the very officer he'd mentored and elevated. But that decision ignited Damaron's envy, fueling relentless provocations and slander. Gabe, burdened by guilt, chose restraint only to watch Damaron's hostility metastasize into open hostility. Seated in his wheelchair, Lien So fell silent upon hearing Gabe's words. Though well-intentioned, his choice had unwittingly thrust Gabe into the eye of the storm. Broly, observing Lien So, paused inwardly. Perhaps no one else grasped Gabe's true power, yet now Gabe had long surpassed his commander. After all, Lien So hadn't even attained Super Saiyan transformation. Just as Lien So opened his mouth to speak, the door burst violently inward. Big brother, I'm home. A young woman's voice rang out. Broly turned and froze. Against all odds, he stood face-to-face once more with the wild, untamable warrior he remembered, Khalifa. Ha! How could it be you bastard? Caulifla was infuriated upon seeing Broly. Since their last battle, this hulking brute not only injured her beloved sister but also knocked out several of her front teeth, leaving Kair feeling quite self-conscious for a while. Just when she was worried about not being able to find him, she was surprised to see this bastard here chatting over tea with her brother. How could she endure this? Angrily, she charged towards Broly, ready to fight. Upon seeing his sister, Lien felt a headache coming on and spoke up to stop her. You must not be rude, you are a girl, how can you behave this way? Broly is a guest, you need to calm down for a moment. Ha! Brother, you actually call me barbaric. You are quite barbaric. Jabe helplessly patted Broly, indicating he should get used to it. This brother and sister pair often enjoyed bickering. Once the farce ended, Jabe recounted Broly's experience. After understanding the situation, Caulifla's eyes narrowed and her explosive temper flared up immediately. Fuming, she declared, these worthless fools. Jabe, let's go, I'll take you to deal with them, let them chatter nonsense outside. Caulifla grabbed Jabe by the arm and headed for the door, but Lien called out to her, come back, Caulifla. This is not something you can interfere with. But brother. They are slandering you and Jabe, I am extremely furious. Actually, I just taught that guy Morlin a lesson. Broly suddenly spoke up, but before he could finish, Caulifla interrupted him. Ah. You little brat. If you hadn't said anything, I might have almost forgotten about you. Come, let's have another fight. I haven't settled the score for what you did to my sister last time. Goodness, had he known it would come to this, he wouldn't have spoken up. It was too late to regret now, as the flames of anger were clearly directed at him. I think he'll pass. Besides, last time you tried to take my things, I was merely acting in self-defense. Caulifla snorted coldly. I've heard from Jabe that the god of destruction invited you to participate in some grand tournament and you're the one getting the most attention. However, I am not who I used to be. As she spoke she gripped her hands tightly and shouted, her aura surging forth like a volcanic eruption cracking the walls of Leon's office. Carlafla was enveloped in a golden aura, her hair standing upright and turning golden, her pupils transforming to a light green. She was in the state of a Super Saiyan. Leon, glancing at the transformed Carlafla, stammered, "See Carlafla, have you really become a Super Saiyan?" "Oof. Surprised aren't you, brother? I was planning to give you a surprise, but seeing this guy made me furious. Hey. You big lug, let's go outside and practice." Broly thought to himself, women are indeed troublesome. Just as he was about to refuse he saw Carlafla smirking as she dashed towards him, grabbing his head and slamming him through the wall. Boom. The entire wall was destroyed, but Carlafla didn't stop there. She continued pulling Broly away, wanting to have a proper battle in an open area. Bang. Arriving at an open space, Carlafla threw Broly with all her strength. Broly crashed into a snow-covered mountain, looking up at Carlafla as his fighting instincts gradually activated. Big lug. Come on, let me show you the power of a Super Saiyan. After the tournament concluded, Jabe had taught Carlafla the method to transform into a Super Saiyan. Carlafla, being a natural combat genius, successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, fueled by her anger towards Broly. Not only did her strength surge, but her temperament also became more volatile. She only wanted to beat up Broly, but before she could find him he came right to her door. How could she let such a good opportunity slip by? Then you better watch your eyes, don't cry later. Broly grinned, springing forward with white energy trailing behind him like a long tail. You. Carlafla was so furious she was almost speechless, then she charged towards Broly as well and the two collided in midair. Bang bang bang. Yay 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 yay. Carlafla swiftly swung her fists, clashing with Broly's punches. The two exchanged blows and the shockwaves made the ground begin to crack. Not bad. It seems you've made great progress. Broly jumped back to create distance while Carlafla wore a proud expression. Of course. I've been training every day to teach you a good lesson. Take this. Carlafla continuously unleashed red energy blasts at Broly. Broly dodged the energy blasts, then fired a beam from his fingers, countering Carlafla's attack. Ha! Carlafla, using all her might, increased her aura dramatically and deflected all of Broly's attack. Fall down. Broly, this is a great gift I've prepared just for you. Carlafla's secret move, gathering energy within her body to unleash a powerful energy wave. Instantly everything around began to tremble as Carlafla's power soared. Wow, this girl is serious. Broly exclaimed in shock. This energy was no joke. If it hit the ground it would surely destroy this planet. He gathered all his strength, unleashing it in a furious burst, his body enveloped in green energy as his rage form activated. Both of them fired their energy waves simultaneously. In an instant the heavens and the earth changed colors, accompanied by thunder and lightning as the two energies were about to collide. Suddenly a figure appeared between them. Seeing someone, Carlafla quickly shouted, "Get back! I can't control this power." Broly also shouted, but the newcomer merely flicked a finger and the two energy waves paused in midair as if time itself had stopped. Then with another snap of the fingers both of their attacks were instantly extinguished. Carlafla's eyes widened. She knew perfectly well how strong her attack was, and the person before her effortlessly erased her full power attack. What a powerful existence. Bardos. Broly recognized the newcomer, immediately dressed in divine attire with a distinctive scepter. "Oh my, I let you go out for a bit, but I didn't let you go around fighting." Bardos chuckled lightly, gently floating down in front of Broly. Returning to his normal state, Broly asked in confusion, "Where have you been?" "You left me in the woods without a word." "Alright, I'll take you to a place and you will understand everything." As she spoke she grabbed Broly's arm and transformed into white light, disappearing. Carlafla, left behind, stomped her foot in frustration. Once again she was ignored. "Damn it. Broly, you wait for me." As the light sphere dissipated, Broly's eyes were met with a splendid hall filled with various luxurious decorations. "This is the training ground I brought you to." "Ha! But there's nothing here." Broly asked in confusion, as aside from the two of them there was only a pile of extravagant items. What could they possibly train with here? Bardos smiled slightly at Broly and then called out to a certain direction, "Come out, King Salad. This is the opponent I brought for you to spar with." Broly was taken aback, and then he heard a hearty laugh as a towering figure, a 3-meter-tall muscular man, walked out. What astonished Broly the most was that this King Salad bore an uncanny resemblance to Sun Wukong, differing only in the gaze. Otherwise he was practically a larger version of Sun Wukong. Moreover, his hair was quite interesting, with a spiky hedgehog style where the top was golden and the roots were black. Broly couldn't help but wonder if this guy was also someone who crossed over. "Is that hair dyed?" "Hello, I am the King of Salad Planet, you can call me Salad." King Salad had no airs about him, resembling Sun Wukong in this aspect, giving off a friendly vibe. Broly politely greeted him and then looked at Bardos, curious about her next plan. "I brought you here to look around and to talk to King Salad, hoping he would agree to spar with you." Bardos smiled and waved her staff, causing all the decorations to vanish. Additionally, a protective shield was set up in the hall, making it impossible for the outside to sense what was happening inside. King Salad pulled off the cloak from his shoulders and stretched his body, saying, "It's been a while since I exercised. Kid, let's train together, don't hold back." Is this the aura of a king? This imposing presence, even when welcoming with a smile, made one feel as if there was an ocean of distance between them. Broly nodded and then unleashed his power, causing the entire hall to tremble with his overwhelming aura. Yet King Salad remained calm, as if Broly's strength was nothing to be concerned about. TCH. Broly felt a surge of anger and immediately activated his rage form. Boom. Green energy enveloped his body and his eyes glimmered with fierce light. Oh, not bad, kid. The other party finally showed some expression yet still maintained a relaxed demeanor. Broly clenched his teeth and charged at Salad with all his might. Hiya-oa. With a punch that sliced through the air, Broly aimed directly at his target, but before he could feel triumphant he saw his fist held tightly by Salad. Kid. Your fighting style is just like that of a beast, utterly chaotic. Go. Salad's body shook and Broly actually stumbled back several steps. What? What is happening? Salad's attack left Broly with a profound sense of helplessness. He had only felt this sensation with Wukong as if during a match Wukong had used 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds and before crossing over the elders on Blue Star often spoke of using softness to overcome hardness. Thinking of this, Broly's rage surged once more. To hell with using softness to overcome hardness. To hell with 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. I will use strength to overcome softness, overpower with sheer force. In the face of absolute power everything is futile. Even if I am a beast, I am the fiercest one among them. Broly attacked again, his muscles taut, veins bulging like coiling dragons as he roared and swung his fists. He charged towards Salad with overwhelming force. Salad frowned slightly, thinking how could this kid be so thick-headed? He had already advised him, yet he still attacked recklessly. But when he made contact with Broly's fist, his brows furrowed tightly. This powerful punch, just the impact alone, made his palm ache. He quickly retreated, intending to dissipate the force, but it was too late. Broly charged at full speed, landing a punch on King Salad's palm, and with a crack Salad's hand instantly deformed. King Salad cried out in pain and was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Cough, cough. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and it must be said that Broly caused him considerable injury. Good kid. Since that's the case, I will also go all out. Ha! A golden aura erupted and unexpectedly King Salad was able to transform into a Super Saiyan. His body swelled again, reaching nearly 5 meters tall. He was extraordinarily massive. Moreover, the injury on his hand remarkably healed. Additionally, he radiated heat affecting the surrounding temperature. As the scorching wave spread, the temperature in the entire hall rose significantly and continued to climb. Kid, let me show you what a different kind of Super Saiyan looks like. With that, he waved his large hand and a wave of heat surged towards Broly, whipping up a strong wind in the hall, a scalding wind. Whoosh! Broly was blown away, the scorching wind brushing against his face, stinging like needles. He steadied himself and pounced forward like a tiger descending the mountain. He also activated a protective shield, instantly preventing his body from being affected by the heat. As he charged through the heat waves, Broly's heavy fist aimed at Salad's face, but unexpectedly Salad moved with an uncanny gait, easily dodging Broly's punches. Furthermore, all subsequent attacks seemed to automatically evade. Hee, let me show you today what true combat is. King Salad grinned widely, his body as sharp as a spear, striking directly at Broly's chest. Put. Fast. Extremely fast. Broly didn't even catch a glimpse of his movement before he felt a hand penetrate his chest. Crimson blood gushed forth as King Salad withdrew his arm, and with a thud Broly collapsed to the ground. His consciousness gradually blurred, and in the moment before losing awareness a name resonated in his mind. Ultimate Instinct. Ah, you used too much force. Aren't you here? It will be healed in no time. Salad shrugged, seemingly unconcerned about Broly's injuries. Bardoss smiled helplessly and waved her staff around Broly, and visibly his chest began to heal at a noticeable speed. Are you really not considering becoming the next god of destruction? Bardoss asked King Salad after levitating the unconscious Broly. Hey, I've long passed the age of youthful passion. Now I just want to watch my people live better, and besides, aren't there plenty of beautiful women around? Ha ha ha. King Salad joked, but Bardoss knew that this guy was actually the next god of destruction candidate chosen by Kampa. However, he had declined, and Bardoss brought Broly here for training because Salad was a top existence in Universe 6. He was just the right person to help Broly enhance his strength. Beep beep. In the vast universe, a damaged spaceship was swaying as it moved forward. The energy supply is running low. What should we do? You go check the storage room to see if there are any spare energy supplies left. The two flustered individuals were none other than Ramo and Zillai, who had secretly left Broly to avoid being a burden. Their destination this time was the Earth spoken of by Broly. Although it was not the Earth of the 7th universe, they were still curious about what kind of planet Broly was referring to. However, it seemed they had encountered trouble. Buzz buzz buzz. The alarm blared and the display screen indicated a low energy signal. They could only prepare for an emergency landing. The energy from Ramo's storage can only support us until we land. Sigh. It looks like we won't reach Earth. What are our current coordinates? Ramo's expression was serious as he firmly controlled the direction while Zillai quickly flipped through the coordinate map. Our current location is 7093XY and the nearest planet is at 7254XY. After speaking, Zillai revealed a grave expression. Their trip had been quite unfortunate, not expecting Earth to be so far away. Alright, let's land there. I hope there are intelligent beings there who can help us refuel our energy. Broly slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a strange room with the figure of Bardoss sitting on the nearby sofa. You're awake. Did I lose? Broly felt a bit down. He could keep up with Sun Wukong, yet he didn't expect to be beaten by a Salad King. Seemingly understanding Broly's feelings, Bardoss comforted him. You don't need to be sad. Salad King was specifically chosen by Lord Kampa as a candidate for the God of Destruction, and his strength is formidable, so your loss is not unjust. I'm not really sad, I'm just somewhat amazed by Salad King's power. It seems that as a competitor Gabe couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan back then. Let me tell you, Salad King's transformation actually belongs to the mutated Super Saiyan category, which means his power has undergone a mutation. After Bardoss finished speaking, Broly fell into deep thought. Mutation. Could it be like the legendary Saiyans? But it didn't seem quite the same. His mutation. Salad King's body was modified during a cosmic catastrophe. There was an evil sorcerer who released a demon which subsequently destroyed numerous galaxies. Knowing he couldn't defeat the demon, Salad King went to the evil sorcerer, willingly allowed himself to be controlled and gained power. Ultimately he used that power to defeat the demon, and it was then that Salad King's transformation underwent mutation. After Bardoss finished speaking, she looked at the stunned Broly. She assumed he was shocked, so she let him digest the information alone while she went to have some dessert. Only Broly remained in the room reflecting on what Bardoss had just recounted. A demon. An evil sorcerer. Willingly being controlled to gain power. Isn't this just like Majin Buu and Babidi from Dragon Ball Z? Truly it deserves to be called a mirrored universe. What exists in the 7th universe may very well exist in the 6th universe in another form. If that's the case, then it makes sense regarding Salad King's mutation. Anyone who has seen the Majin Buu saga knows that once controlled one would obey unconditionally. Vegeta was able to break free from the control due to his strong pride, and it must be said that Salad King possesses a remarkably strong will. Thinking of this, Broly couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for him. Just as he had thought before, no matter how powerful a person is physically, if their will is weak, their life will be limited. But if their will is strong, they will break through their limits. With renewed vigor, Broly shook off the gloom of failure. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he suddenly froze in place. Where are my clothes? Why am I naked? Broly looked down at himself in confusion. Who the hell stripped me? Bang. On a planet that looked like a wasteland, a spaceship crashed into the ground. With a loud bang, the door of the spaceship opened and a red and a green figure emerged from within. Cough cough, Ramo, how did you land? You nearly killed me. Zillai complained to Ramo while dusting himself off. Cough cough cough, the energy suddenly cut out, I couldn't help it. Ramo looked aggrieved at Zillai's complaint as it was an uncontrollable factor. But just then Zillai grabbed Ramo and said, look. There is a light over there. It could be a living being on this planet, let's ask if they have any energy for sale. Ha! Can such a garbage planet have energy? Ramo was skeptical. How could such a desolate planet possibly harbor any life? Just look at the weather around. Red wasteland surrounded them, visibility was low and a sandstorm was blowing. But he was still dragged along by Zillai. As they approached, Zillai was stunned. Where were the beings? This was clearly an egg, and it was very peculiar, with its surface wriggling as if it were a flesh lump. What? What is this? Ramo looked at it with disgust, but Zillai thought otherwise. She believed it must be the egg of some wild creature. The egg was about the size of a wash basin, not too big yet not too small. From this, Zillai deduced that whatever laid such an egg couldn't be too large. With the weapons they had, they should be able to handle it. Free of fear, Zillai decided to take the egg back to the spaceship. After all, there were all kinds of strange animals in the universe, and if they could sell it for a high price, wouldn't that be a profit? However, Ramo felt that the egg was rather ominous, giving him an uncomfortable feeling. Yet unable to resist Zillai's insistence, he ultimately helped her carry it onto the spaceship. Alright, let's go look for energy now, hopefully it won't be too far. Just as the two were about to leave the spaceship, the display screen suddenly lit up indicating full energy. This was quite strange. Both of them agreed it must be a display error. However, when they started the spaceship, they realized the energy was indeed full. But they really couldn't understand why the spaceship suddenly had full energy. Buzz buzz. The light flickered, and following its glow they saw that the egg they had brought was glowing. Moreover, this egg began to root itself with flesh-like tissue spreading across the entire spaceship. Ramo and Zillai clung to each other, screaming in terror. Boom. The collision of two fists generated shockwaves that instantly shattered the surrounding mountains. Broly and King Salad were currently sparring in an open area. The two exchanged smiles before instantly separating. You've made rapid progress during this time, you're now evenly matched with me. King Salad generously praised him, and beside them Beerus also showed a satisfied expression towards Broly. A week passed quickly and Broly's strength grew rapidly from being dominated by King Salad to now exchanging blows with him. Beerus was quite pleased with Broly's growth. Moreover, she noticed that Broly's comprehension ability was extraordinarily strong. After seeing the techniques used by King Salad just once, Broly could instantly replicate them. This terrifying learning ability was something she had never witnessed before, at least not with Kampa. At that moment Broly shook his finger. TSK tisk, is this enough to satisfy you? King Salad and Beerus were puzzled, not understanding Broly's pride. What do you mean, kid? Just because I praised you a bit you're getting carried away. King Salad frowned slightly. Such arrogance was not a good thing. Beerus remained silent because she vaguely sensed that Broly had more to say. King Salad. Thank you for your training during this period, but this is not my full strength. Boo! The space trembled and the planet shook. The small stones on the ground bounced continuously. In the sky, dark clouds quickly gathered into a spiral covering the entire sky. Suddenly a dazzling lightning bolt tore through the dim sky, accompanied by the low rumble of thunder as Broly roared to the heavens. Roar! Broly's hair began to float slowly and the pupils in his eyes shifted between black and green. His clothes were torn apart by the overwhelming aura, revealing his muscular body as powerful veins resembling dragon coils began to spread across his entire being. Crack! The earth-shattering roar of thunder erupted as a bolt of lightning struck down. A fierce wind howled, swirling among the three. The immense energy caused everything around to float in a state of weightlessness. Broly clenched his fists and roared continuously. A golden aura instantly enveloped him, turning his hair golden. As Broly ceased his roar, his body was surrounded by crackling lightning and his cold demeanor shocked everyone present. Dust and debris flew as various stones fell, hitting the ground and creating a rustling sound. King Salad, dumbfounded, gazed at Broly, who exuded an astonishing aura. Unable to believe. You transformed. Beerus also looked surprised. This immense energy had completely surpassed the sixth universe, all living beings, excluding the gods of destruction and Beerus. Seeing Broly nod, King Salad put away his astonishment and grinned. Kid, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Come on. Let's have a fair fight. The tremors caused by the two Super Saiyans were considerable, drawing the attention of the personnel at the Defense Force headquarters. Meanwhile, the lively caulifla dragged Cabba towards Broly. Roar! It seems a good show is about to start. Beerus floated back, leaving the stage for the two while she watched from midair. At that moment, Cabba and Caulifla arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the energy radiating from Broly and King Salad, they were left speechless. Is this Broly's true strength? Caulifla covered her mouth astonished, while Cabba was shocked not only by Broly's strength but even more by King Salad. He had always thought that only he and Caulifla could transform, but unexpectedly even his king could transform. You two little ones, pay close attention. This battle will be very beneficial for you. With a wave of Beerus' staff, since there were more spectators, a spectator seat was created. A floating small sofa appeared before them and the three sat down to quietly watch the two below. It's starting. Just as the words fell, Broly and King Salad collided rapidly below their massive bodies, producing a deep sound. Kid, you're really getting me more and more excited. You too, King Salad. You're the strongest opponent I've faced so far. The two exchanged grins, both launching simultaneous punches followed by a dazzling flurry of fists striking each other. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch they threw created deep craters in the ground, and soon the entire area was pockmarked, resembling the uneven surface of the moon. Roar! King Salad gathered energy in both hands, accompanied by golden lightning and intense heat. Two energy spheres red like magma flew towards Broly. In response, Broly opened his mouth wide. A beam of energy erupted forth. With a tremendous roar. Boo! The clash of the two powers resulted in a powerful explosion, sending both of them flying. This guy Broly, it's only been a short while since I last saw him and his power has become so terrifying. Cabba exclaimed, clearly shocked by Broly's strength. On the side, Caulifla felt somewhat displeased. This guy had previously fought her to a standstill, yet now he was so much stronger. Her pride had always been strong, and this was quite a blow to her. Beerus, however, wore a very satisfied expression. Broly's performance this time truly surprised her. His rate of strength improvement had surpassed that of Lord Kampa. Back on the battlefield, the attacks between Broly and King Salad continued, with Broly subtly gaining the upper hand. Kid, although you're strong, I am much older than you. Don't you know about respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? King Salad chided playfully, then began to clash his palms with Broly, engaging in a test of strength. Poof. Uncle, if you've reached your limit, then let it end here. Ha! Boo! 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 The ground was gradually pushed aside as the two fell continuously, ultimately forming a large pit. Lightning flickered between them, making it unsafe for anyone to approach. Submit, King Salad. Broly roared, unleashing all his energy, then slowly lifted King Salad, smashing him down like TNT into the ground. Boo! A layer of waves surged forth. Broly's slam instantly ripped apart the ground. King Salad plummeted downward and Broly followed suit, grabbing his head and continuing to smash down. Broly grasped the collar of King Salad, hovering just a few centimeters above the lava. So how does it feel? This time you lost. Broly grinned widely while King Salad, caught in his grip, could only smile helplessly. Let me go, you brat. Don't. Behind you is the lava. Even if you are not afraid if you go out naked. Broly smirked mischievously. Once the two returned to the ground, they were met with a dreadful scene outside. The once smooth ground was now shattered beyond recognition, and the scorching lava was continually leaping. Dark clouds rolled in the sky with flashes of lightning streaking across, making it seem like the end of the world. Oh no, this time we've really messed up. King Salad scratched his head awkwardly. King! A loud shout was heard as Gabe flew from a distance, kneeling before King Salad. Oh, it's you, Gabe, the captain of Liansuo's team. You remember me? Gabe's face lit up with excitement. Yes, Liansuo often brings you up in our conversations. At that moment, as the two conversed, Bardos arrived with Caulifla by their side, and Broly took the opportunity to propose restoring the area. Bardos nodded and waved her hand, restoring the terrain. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed and beams of sunlight broke through the clouds shining down on the ground as everything returned to normal. Thank you so much, Lord Bardos. King Salad bowed deeply to Bardos. Alright, since the training is over, I will take these three and leave. After all, the power tournament is about to begin. As Bardos finished speaking, a beam of white light enveloped Broly, Gabe and Caulifla, and then they vanished from sight. During Broly's training, Bardos received an invitation from the Grand Minister. After conveying the Grand Minister's intentions to Kampa, the two made their way to the palace of the Omni King. Upon arrival, they were astonished to find all the angels and gods of destruction from the 12 universes present. However, the most surprising was the Omni King himself. He had actually split into two. Not only that, but Sun Wukong from Universe 7 was also in the palace of the Omni King, and according to the Grand Minister, it was Sun Wukong who proposed holding the martial arts tournament. In fact, the Omni King also intended to use this opportunity to assess the average level of human civilizations across the universes, which is why he planned to hold the Tournament of Power to filter and eliminate participants. The rankings were to be done in order from Universe 1, 12, 5, 8, 11, 2, 3, 10, 4, 6, 7 to 9. Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 had already met the standard i.e. reaching level 7 or above, thus these 4 universes were exempt from participating. The remaining 8 universes were required to each send 10 warriors to engage in an 80-person free-for-all battle. The defeated universe would be immediately eliminated, while the last standing universe would receive the Super Dragon Balls as a reward to make a wish. Upon hearing this, the gods were horrified. After all, who was the Omni King? He could effortlessly crush everyone present, and since the Omni King had issued the order, they had no choice but to comply. The time was set for 39 hours later, and the gods hurried back to their respective universes to find participants. Returning to the present after Broly and King Salad's training, only 23 hours remained, less than a day. Before Bardos brought Broly and the others back to Kampa's palace, she made sure to bring Kale along as well. Throughout the journey, Kale kept her distance from Broly, hiding behind Caulifla. The previous battle had surely instilled a great fear in Kale towards Broly. Kampa's palace. As the white light faded, Bardos and the others appeared within the palace. In the hall, quite a few people were already seated, including Hit, a slimmer version of Bergamo, Batamo, Frost, Sayanal, and Pibra. These individuals were the contestants Kampa had gathered, and with Broly, Kale, Caulifla, and Gabe brought back by Bardos, they had exactly 10 participants. As for why King Salad, who was stronger, wasn't participating, it was because although Bardos had told him, he insisted that his country needed him, that this planet needed him, and thus he declined. Although others didn't understand, King Salad was well aware of his situation. Ever since he obtained that thing, he had been unable to leave this planet, as that thing bound him tightly to it. It was so peculiar that not even Bardos could detect any issues with King Salad's body. With the attitude that a forcibly twisted melon isn't sweet, Bardos didn't push him to participate. Looking at the familiar faces in the room, Gabe stepped forward to greet each of them. Gabe was naturally sociable and eager to make friends, so regardless of whether they were from this planet or others, he knew many people, including those present, even though they were relatively indifferent towards him. Sister. The timid and introverted Kale tugged at Caulifla's arm, leading her to a corner. However, in stark contrast to her personality, Caulifla was eager to meet the contestants she would be competing with. As footsteps echoed, everyone took their seats, knowing the main event was about to begin. Kampa entered with a serious expression and heavy dark circles under his eyes. Since learning that the Omni King planned to destroy 7 universes, he had been unable to eat or sleep well, looking extremely haggard. He stood before everyone, his gaze piercingly sharp. Listen carefully, this battle concerns the fate of our entire universe. If you don't want to die, give it your all. Use whatever strategies you have that can lead to victory. The crowd was taken aback by Kampa's imposing aura. It was the first time they had seen such a serious side of Kampa, and upon hearing words like destruction and universe survival, they were all bewildered. They never expected that this tournament would involve such great stakes. Everyone nodded solemnly, and Kampa continued, there's less than a day left, you need to adjust your conditions to their best state, understood? And Frost, the reason I haven't destroyed you should be clear. In this battle, use your wits to knock the contestants from other universes off the stage. Yes, Lord Kampa, ha ha ha. Frost immediately stood up in agreement as Kampa's words aligned perfectly with his thoughts, prompting a cold chuckle. Alright, you may all leave now and prepare. The next time I summon you will be the day we depart. Everyone bowed to Kampa and then exited. Returning to his room, Broly decided not to train anymore. After all, training wasn't something to rush. What mattered now was to adjust his mood and keep himself in peak condition. In the vast universe, a spaceship, no more accurately a fleshy tumor, was swiftly navigating through the cosmos. Any meteor or planet obstructing its path would be crushed upon impact. We will reach Earth in 1 day's time, Lord Puu. Within the tumor, seated opposite Zilai, was a bizarre creature entirely pink in hue. On the creature's head were appendages resembling a tail, and on either side of its skull were 6 peculiar orifices. Its skin was entirely pink, the upper body was bare, while the lower half was clad in white pants and dark brown shoes with wristbands adorning its arms. If Broly were present, he would instantly recognize this creature. Majin Buu. However, this Majin Buu was not the same as the Majin Buu from Universe 7. Though they bore a resemblance, he possessed intelligence and understood how to manipulate others. Just like Zilai in front of him and Rima piloting the spaceship, both of them bore a strange symbol M on their foreheads. Furthermore, the glint of red in their eyes was utterly different from before, leaving only the coldness on their faces. Accelerate. The creature named Pooh viciously tore off the arm of a humanoid being and with its sharp teeth crushed it along with the bone. Bang. 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 Broly, resting in bed, was awakened by a knock on the door. As he opened it, he saw Gabe and Kale standing outside. Hey. Big guy, about what happened last time. It was my fault, but you can't just let me off the hook for hurting my sister. Broly scratched his head in confusion. Are you sure you're here to apologize? What are you being so proud about? Ah ha 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 ha. Broly, don't misunderstand. I've cleared things up with Kale about last time and was her fault first, so I'm here to apologize. Gabe, acting as the intermediary, felt quite awkward due to Kale's words. But unexpectedly Kale merely huffed in a tsundere manner and turned to leave. Having no intention of lingering, and behind her was a small tail Kale. Watching Kale's departing figure, the scene was left with Gabe, who wore a perplexed and awkward expression. He don't blame her, she's just like that. Oh, by the way. Seeing Gabe hesitating to speak, Broly sensed he might have something to say, so he slightly moved aside, allowing Gabe to enter and talk. Gabe politely thanked him and then the two sat on chairs. Broly, I have something I want to ask for your help with. What is it? Just say it, as long as it's within my ability I'll help you. Broly held a very favorable impression of this enthusiastic scion. Moreover, he was kind-hearted, warm-hearted, and perceptive. In the future, if he grew stronger, he could also be a trustworthy friend. I want you to train me. I know my strength is weak. Even if I can transform into a Super Saiyan after witnessing your battles and those of Master Goku and King Chella, I deeply feel my inadequacies. I want to grow stronger and protect those I care about. Gabe expressed a torrent of heartfelt words, and Broly, gazing into his resolute eyes, found himself momentarily lost in thought. He resembled his past self, filled with confusion. That profound sense of helplessness regarding his own strength. I understand, but this is Lord Kampa's palace. If we train here, it might disturb Lord Kampa. Gabe felt a bit dejected upon hearing this. He lowered his head in silence. Broly, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his forehead, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled Dragon Ball Z when Gohan and Krillin practiced meditation on their journey to Namek. Moreover, this method of practice was quite common even in life on Blue Star. It could be seen much like the meditation of monks. Meditation allows one to empty their mind and relax completely. This method not only trains one's concentration but also stabilizes the spirit. It plays an indispensable role in combat. In Dragon Ball, Piccolo often meditated by the waterfall to enhance his mental strength. The Demon King Dabura would also meditate before battling Gohan. It seemed this could enhance his combat power. And Jiren too, during the Tournament of Power, practiced meditation to stabilize his mind. Clearly, meditation is extremely important. With a solution in mind, Broly patted the dejected Gabe. Gabe, I have a solution. He then pulled the puzzled Gabe down to the ground, explaining to him how to use energy. During his time in this world, he had already figured out how to utilize chi. Although he might not be as proficient as Goku and the others, he had no problem with the basic application. Shortly after, both closed their eyes, and Broly, guiding the inexperienced Gabe, entered the realm of meditation. Facing each other in this meditative world, Gabe was amazed, never expecting such an operation existed. Then the two trained in this meditative realm, starting with Gabe being utterly overwhelmed by Broly, but eventually he could hold his own against Broly in his normal state. It must be said that Gabe's learning ability was remarkable, as evidenced by his transformation training with Vegeta. Exiting the meditative world, Gabe was exhausted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Thank you, Broly. I'm very happy to have you as a friend, he said, extending his right hand to Broly. Broly was taken aback. This was the first time someone other than Zillai and Rima had actively sought to be his friend. The feeling is quite nice. Shaking Gabe's hand, they both smiled happily. Let's end the training here, we have 7 hours left until the start. It's essential to conserve energy. Alright, I'll listen to you, ha ha ha. Lying in bed, Broly wore a beaming smile. The feeling of having friends was truly wonderful, unlike on Blue Star where it was all about superficial relationships. In that society, people were often two-faced, calling each other brothers today only to stab each other in the back tomorrow. The Dragon Ball world was far better, devoid of such profit-driven conflicts. Everyone was there to protect and grow stronger for those they cared about. I too want to become. Huff huff huff. Lost in thought, Broly unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The smile on his face showed that his reluctance to be in the Dragon Ball world had completely vanished. Everyone gather up. A loud shout startled everyone in Lord Kampa's palace, and Broly was no exception. He had never slept so soundly. Dressed quickly, he rushed to the hall when he suddenly felt someone patting him on the back. Turning around, he saw Gabe beaming with a smile, saying, "Good morning, brother. Listen well. This battle will determine the very fate of our entire 6th universe. If you wish to avoid annihilation, then fight with every ounce of your being. Do you hear me?" Xiangpa fixed his sharp gaze upon the 10 warriors before him, speaking with grave solemnity. They needed no reminder, each knew full well the stakes, and roared in unison, their voices blazing with unwavering resolve to claim victory. At that moment, Xiangpa suddenly extended his hand toward the Supreme Kai of Time, Fuwa. "Give me the earrings." Fuwa blinked in surprise, but Xiangpa spared no explanation, seizing the pot-era earrings directly from Fuwa's ears, wrenching them free with a sharp tug that drew a yelp of pain. "Kale. Caulifla. Come here, now." Bewildered, the two stepped forward. Without delay, Xiangpa placed the sacred earrings into their hands. Remember this, these earrings allow two beings to fuse as one. Among all present, only you two share the deepest bond, and your powers are perfectly matched. Thus this fusion shall unleash its greatest potential when performed between you. Caulifla scoffed faintly at first, but under Xiangpa's piercing dangerous gaze she accepted the earrings with her usual brash confidence. Lord Xiangpa, the appointed time has arrived. Suddenly Vados materialized beside Xiangpa, bowing with quiet reverence. In that instant Xiangpa shed his habitual irreverence, revealing for the first time the austere commanding presence befitting a god of destruction. As the group emerged outdoors, Vados summoned a translucent cubic vessel into which all swiftly boarded. Broly recognized it instantly, a celestial transport vessel akin to a starship. He recalled how Son Goku and the others had arrived aboard such vessels during the Tournament of Power when Earth still possessed nothing but barren plains. To experience such a journey firsthand was indeed a rare thrill. Let us depart. At Xiangpa's command, the crystal and cube surged skyward, swift and silent. Unbeknownst to them, moments after their departure, Earth, freshly resurrected, was struck by catastrophe. The clear blue sky darkened abruptly, plunging into night. Countless stars streaked across the horizon, trailing fiery crimson tails. Mom, look, it's a meteor shower. Yes, it's breathtaking. All life on Earth paused in awe, captivated by the celestial spectacle, until within moments they realized those shimmering stars were hurtling straight toward them. Boo! These were no meteors, they were burning asteroids slamming into Earth. Boo! 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 In an instant the planet was assaulted from every direction by extraterrestrial impactors. Everywhere fire raged. Everywhere screams pierced the air. Whoosh! A grotesque tumor-like mass plummeted from the heavens, its colossal force tearing open the Earth itself. Some survivors, drawn by morbid curiosity, cautiously approached, only to recoil in horror upon seeing the pulsating, writhing mass. Terrified they fled, but just then the fleshy orb split wide open, unleashing a torrent of writhing tendrils. In seconds the tendrils ensnared every survivor nearby, then retracted violently back into the monstrous maw. That gaping fleshy chasm resembled nothing less than a demonic maw ravenously devouring humanity. Soon three figures emerged from within. Zerlo, and Pui the demon hatched from the pulsating mass. Kill! 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 Pui roared toward the heavens, then charged headlong into the burning cityscape. Meanwhile, far above in the void, the Sixth Universe delegation soared onward inside their transparent vessel, laughing, conversing, utterly unaware. Xiangpa, god of destruction, made no move to intervene. After all, preserving their calm and composure was vital before the trial ahead. Broly, you're needed. As Broly spoke with Kaba, Vados called out. Startled, he turned only to meet her gentle smile. What? Are you afraid of me? And no, I'm merely curious. What is it you require of me? Broly chuckled awkwardly. Though master and disciple, their interactions had been scarce, her training sessions brief, often reduced to a few curt reminders before she departed. Even during his sparring with King Salada on Planet Salada, she watched only briefly, except for the final bout, which she observed in full. Thus standing before her now, Broly felt unusually constrained. Heck, he needn't feel uneasy. Having pledged to accept you as my disciple, I bear full responsibility for your cultivation. Broly flushed deeply, his mind wandering briefly, until Vados burst into laughter, radiant and exquisite. Young fool, what improper thoughts are those? I simply wish you to understand my duties are vast, not a sign of indifference. Should any doubt arise, come to me freely, no hesitation required. Indeed, Vados had long noticed Broly's hesitant silences, and now sought to clarify matters fully, lest misunderstanding fester further. Hearing her words, warmth bloomed in Broly's chest. As an angel, a divine being even more exalted than a god of destruction, she owed him no explanation. Yet she offered one nonetheless, filling him with profound gratitude. Now, set aside all pressure. Perform magnificently in the Tournament of Power. Should you emerge victorious, I shall teach you the art of destruction itself. Having spoken, Vados gently stroked Broly's head. He froze, this tender gesture so rare between man and woman catching him entirely off guard. Yet he quickly relaxed. Vados had lived millions, even billions, of years. He would not even qualify as her grandson. Recalling her promise, his heart ignited with exhilaration. Destruction. Was this not the very power wielded by the gods of destruction? Top of Universe 11, their designated candidate, had cast aside justice after being flanked by Frieza and Android 17, then provoked by Frieza himself. Thereafter he embraced the destroyer form. His body erupted with arcane sigils radiating raw destructive energy, so potent that any matter or force drawing near dissolved into oblivion. Though still unrefined in his mastery of this power, Top's destructive aura remained overwhelmingly formidable, whether unleashing energy barrages or engaging in close combat. Yes, I will win. I must. Ecstasy surged through Broly. For him, greater strength meant deeper purpose, proof that his arrival in this world held meaning. Watching his joy, Vados smiled softly, just as without warning the Grand Priest appeared before them. The Grand Priest, the progenitor of all angels, stood peerless in might. Under his guidance, the delegation arrived at the realm of nothingness. Within the dim otherworldly expanse loomed a colossal arena. Vados guided the translucent cube downward, revealing the stage already occupied by numerous figures. No sooner had Broly and his companions disembarked than the Grand Priest led forth another contingent, none other than Broly's long-awaited comrade Son Goku and the others. The 7th Universe Delegation, led by Beerus. All participants have assembled. The Tournament of Power begins now. With the arrival of the 7th Universe, all the participating contestants gathered together. At this moment Frost noticed the new members of the 7th Universe and approached them with great interest. It was evident that Frost from the 6th Universe had developed a strong interest in Frieza from the 7th Universe. Furthermore, Gabe also rushed to Vegeta's side and said, "How have you been, Master?" In an instant these two universes turned into a large-scale family reunion scene. Broly scanned the crowd. These individuals were the strongest fighters from various universes, but when he saw the 11th universe he suddenly froze. As the final boss of Dragon Ball Super's Tournament of Power, the ET alien Jiren. He possessed overwhelming strength, making him a formidable opponent that could not be underestimated. Moreover, he was the only being among all the universes whose combat power surpassed that of the gods of destruction. The powerful and unique aura drew Broly in deeply. Not just him but even Son Goku felt the same way. Next, please listen to the address from Lord Zeno. Everyone please be silent. At this moment the Grand Minister's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts and all eyes turned to the throne of Zeno in midair. The two peas-eyed beings on the throne joyfully said, "Welcome everyone. I've been looking forward to this competition, let's do our best." After Zeno's address concluded, the Grand Minister also flattered him and continued, "Now everyone please allow me to explain the rules of the tournament. The time limit is 100 tak and the central pillar will sink as time flows. When it sinks completely it indicates the end of the time. This means that if you haven't determined a winner by then, the winning side will be decided by the number of contestants from each universe." The crowd murmured. Some asked how long 100 tak was, while others believed that conserving strength and surviving until the end was the way to victory. Silence. The Grand Minister's imposing presence unleashed a torrent of energy that instantly quieted everyone. The Grand Minister smiled again, saying, "No weapons other than your techniques may be used, and causing your opponent's death is prohibited. The only way to eliminate an opponent is to throw them off the stage. Contestants who lose their combat ability but have not fallen off the stage will not be considered defeated." Upon hearing this, Broly felt a headache coming on. In the original story it was precisely because Jiren was arrogant and did not eliminate the incapacitated members of the 7th universe that they ultimately lost due to being outnumbered. Broly could not afford to make the same mistake. During the match, except for contestants with wings, no one else may use their flying abilities. Regardless of whether life is hanging by a thread, the use of recovery items is strictly prohibited. That concludes the explanation of the rules. Please remember them well. As soon as the Grand Minister finished speaking, contestants from various universes began to discuss their strategies. Regardless of any past conflicts, please do not carry personal grievances into this. We are all tied together like grasshoppers on the same string and should set aside our grudges. Gabe spoke out of concern as Broly had several grudges with members of the 6th universe such as Kale, Caulifla and Frost. "Oof. I got it, but Broly, I must say this, after we win I will definitely seek revenge for what happened to my sister." "I'm always ready." Broly didn't mind Caulifla's provoking, however, seeing her being reasonable he decided to let it slide for the moment. At that time a trembling Kale clung to Caulifla's arm, saying, "Sister, I'm scared." "Ha! Scared? What are you talking about, Kale? You just need to get angry like before and go for it." The audience was abuzz with the gods of destruction and angels from each universe in the stands. They were all watching the stage, worried for their contestants, as this was not a trivial competition but one that concerned the fate of the entire universe. "Now everyone please get ready. The Tournament of Power begins now." With the Grand Minister's words, all the contestants from every universe launched their attacks. The chaotic battle among 80 participants commenced. Scatter. The members of the 6th universe had zero interest in cooperating as a team. Thus they unanimously agreed to operate individually, and if a companion encountered difficulties they would lend a helping hand. This was an unspoken fact among them. The sounds of battle shook the heavens, with scenes of people fiercely clashing everywhere. The dazzling techniques, vibrant like fireworks, covered the entire stage, creating a spectacular scene. "Who should I go play with first?" Broly grinned. The blood within him was boiling more and more, feeling as if he had seen a group of stunning beauties. "Broly! Fight me!" Suddenly a voice rang out and Son Goku was seen flying towards him, but before he could get close he was blocked by other contestants. "Ha ha 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 ha! Good Kakarot! Other weaklings, get the hell out of my way!" Broly's face lit up with excitement as he charged towards Son Goku. Meanwhile, the contestant from the 4th universe, Ganos, found himself in a very passive position as Broly reached out and slammed Ganos, who was battling Son Goku, to the ground. Ganos grimaced in pain, and just as he tried to get up, Broly stomped down on him. "Weak characters, get out of my way!" Broly erupted with a green blow, entering his rage form. On the other side, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan as he had been very concerned about the previous match, so this time he was determined to settle the score with Broly. "Bastard! Bastard! Bastard! You have angered me." With a crackle, Ganos, who was under Broly's foot, suddenly unleashed a strong burst of golden lightning. He began to transform, shifting from human form to rooster form, and upon transformation his muscles inflated and he was surrounded by yellow lightning. Broly's foot was also pushed away and he slowly stood up, glaring at Broly. "Trash!" Broly smirked and swung his fist at him. The opponent not only grew larger but also doubled in speed. After dodging Broly's punch, he countered with a kick to Broly. Bang! Broly was slightly stunned, although it didn't affect him much. It was clear he had underestimated all the contestants, but this was just to his liking. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he became. No. Impossible. Gano stared in disbelief at the foot that had kicked Broly in the chest, which had been the result of his furious strike, yet Broly seemed completely unfazed. You should go down now. When Ganos heard these words, he found himself in the audience. The troublemaker is gone, come on. Kakarot. Kakarot. Come on. Kakarot. The two, filled with fervor, were just about to engage in a fierce battle, only to be interrupted once again. Buzz. A rapidly spinning top swept through the arena, swiftly knocking back a contestant before advancing towards Broly. Hey. This is too underhanded. Zampa exclaimed, dumbfounded. This kind of attack was truly despicable, and several had already been knocked off the stage. Moreover, his next target was exactly the two he was most proud of, one of whom was Broly, and he certainly would not agree to that. This is called the sweeping mode, clearing all enemies off the stage. The final victory will surely belong to our Universe 3. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 adjusted his glasses, speaking with full confidence. Damn it. Zampa gritted his teeth, nervously watching Broly. Back to the arena. Broly was utterly enraged by this repeated interruption. He roared and reached directly into the rapidly spinning top. Bang. As if time had come to a halt, Broly stopped the top, and what came into view was the contestant from Universe 3, Nalairo. Scrap. Get lost. Broly was furious at the one who disturbed him, and without hesitation he lifted Nalairo and tossed him aside. Boom. Nalairo crashed to the ground, and in the audience Zampa excitedly shouted, well done, Broly. Bardos remained silent, but the smile on her face spoke volumes. Nalairo. Damn it, is that guy a monster? How could he stop a spinning top with just his bare hands? The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 was in disbelief, while the god of destruction beside him babbled in an incomprehensible language. Fortunately, he had an angel to translate. Lord Mosca said to give it your all and to ignore that guy for now. Oof. Are you scared? Turtle, turtle, turtle. This can be amusing when heard in a female voice. Cough, cough. Zampa's taunts enraged the Supreme Kai opposite him. Back in the arena, while Broly was locked in a contest of strength with Nalairo, the despicable Goku made a decision that greatly displeased Broly. He actually abandoned Broly and instead was drawn away by the ET alien Jiren. Bastard. No wonder he's called the despicable Goku. Broly's mouth twitched repeatedly, extremely angry at Goku's shift in focus. However, with so many contestants aiming for a unknown duel was quite difficult, as one could never tell when someone would intervene, so the best course of action would be exactly to blast them all off the stage. Broly's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he leaped into the air, launching countless energy blasts amidst the puzzled expressions of everyone. Boom, 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 boom. The entire arena was instantly engulfed by Broly's energy blasts, and it was a 360-degree indiscriminate attack. Hey, hey, hey. Has this guy gone insane? What the hell is that bastard doing? Ah. The crowd below condemned Broly for his seemingly mad assault, but before they could voice much more, Broly blasted one of them away with an energy blast. Ah. He interrupted the transformation of Ribrian and the others. This is truly not beautiful at all. The god of destruction from Universe 2, the Egyptian woman, said irritably, but while some worried, others were overjoyed. Zampa watched Broly charge forward, not only shouting loudly but also taunting the Egyptian woman and others. In an instant, Zampa had already made it onto the blacklists of all the gods of destruction. For justice. You stop right there. At that moment, the embodiment of justice from Universe 11, Topo, launched a punch at Broly. Aha, I've hooked a nice big fish. Indeed, Broly used this move not just to attract hatred but more to lure strong opponents to come at him voluntarily. Evil eradicated. Bang, bang, bang. No wonder he was the captain of the proud team from Universe 11, a candidate for the next god of destruction. His strength was indeed incomparable to those weaklings. The two sides exchanged blows with fists flying, causing the surrounding small hills and ground to shatter. Meanwhile, Jiren showed no interest in Goku, but Goku was unwilling to let him off so easily. Wouldn't that diminish the fun? Just then a thick arm suddenly wrapped around Goku. Aha, I like you, I like your strength. The fighter from Universe 4 Nink looked like a green giant, saliva dripping from his mouth in a rather disgusting manner. Goku struggled with all his might but was firmly held in place by his opponent. Seeing Jiren disappear, he began to panic, instantly releasing all his chi, breaking free from his opponent's grasp, and in a flash kicked him out of the arena. Ah. Out of bounds. Yes, Lord Zeno, the fighter from Universe 4 Nink, has been eliminated. Then the two little bean-like creatures began using their god iPads to cancel. At this moment, the battle on the arena remained intense, with contestants continuously being knocked out. Among them, the most notable was still Broly, whose overwhelming dominance made many contestants reluctant to approach. Although he had changed opponents, Broly grew stronger with each battle. He was simply like an assassin with pure melee damage, wearing 6 crit gear, 6 armor piercing gear, 6 defense gear, 6 pairs of speed shoes. Even so, some overly brave contestants began to seek trouble with Broly, but they were all swiftly sent flying out of the arena by Broly's unstoppable force one by one. Is he a monster? The surrounding contestants began to tremble, all distancing themselves from Broly. As he approached the only remaining little bunny girl, Broly slowly walked towards her. Little bunny, how cute. Should I steam you or go for spicy? Whoa whoa whoa. The frightened Sorrel from Universe 9 was nearly in tears, turning away with tearful eyes and running off the stage to forfeit. Hey. How could I eat such a cute bunny? It would be nice to keep you as a pet. Broly grinned, then shifted his gaze back to the battle involving Goku and the others. At that moment Goku was surrounded by 3 fierce dogs from Universe 9, Basil, Lavanda and Bergamo. Hahaha Goku, you're in serious trouble. The 3 brothers prepared to unleash their signature move, Dangerous Triangle Formation. Let's go. The Dangerous Triangle Formation. The 3 Wolf brothers quickly arranged themselves in formation surrounding Sun Wukong in the middle before launching a simultaneous attack. The brothers' assault was fierce. Sun Wukong blocked left and dodged right, but alas, his fists could not match their 4 hands and he exposed a gap that the brothers seized upon. The eldest took the opportunity to kick Sun Wukong into the air, followed by the second and third brothers attacking him midair. With the relentless barrage of attacks, Sun Wukong trembled like a sieve, crying out in pain. TCH. What is that Kakarot doing? Vegeta, having dealt with his opponent, turned to see Sun Wukong being attacked from all sides and couldn't help but curse before rushing to provide support. Hey. Kakarot. How long are you going to play with these 3 dogs? The fighters from Universe 9 are indeed tricky. I can't feel their energy at all. It's tough to deal with them all at once. Oof. Don't make excuses, you just rest. I'll take care of these 3 dogs in one go. Seeing the 2 bragging, the dangerous trio felt a sense of being underestimated. You 2 bastards. Dare to look down on us. The brothers attacked again, but this time it was 3 against 2, allowing Sun Wukong to handle them more easily. All fighters from Universe 9 charge. Throw those 2 guys down. The Kaioshin of Universe 9 was excited. With only Sun Wukong and Vegeta remaining, he believed it was a great opportunity to eliminate the strongest fighters of Universe 7. On the arena, the remaining members of Universe 9 heeded the Kaioshin's call and joined the battle against the 3 brothers, turning the scene into a 2v7. Damn it. Beerus was furious, not expecting Universe 9 to summon all their fighters just to defeat Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Oregon Sissup Chapper Hoop. You 4 take care of that greasy-haired one. Well handled, that guy named Sun Wukong. No problem. The 4 immediately rushed towards Vegeta, who cursed and swiftly retreated to create distance. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was locked in a fierce battle with the 3 brothers. Just when everyone thought they were trapped, Vegeta could no longer hold back and transformed into his super blue form to turn the tide. Bang. 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 The 4 were sent flying, and just as Vegeta was about to pursue, he saw the 3 brothers unleash their combined ultimate move, the Triangle Formation Dangerous Beam. The 3 unleashed energy waves attacking from different angles as blue, red and yellow beams surged towards Vegeta. Vegeta. Sun Wukong worried that the combined attack would overwhelm Vegeta and rushed to assist. I don't need you to meddle. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy with both hands colliding with the brothers' combined skill, resulting in a deadlock. Hee. At that moment, Sun Wukong smiled and unleashed the Kamehameha, successfully knocking all opposing fighters off the stage. Ah. No way. All 10 have been eliminated. What will happen to Universe 9? The destroyer Sidera looked fearfully towards the Grand Zenith position. With all fighters from Universe 9 eliminated, Universe 9 is about to face extinction. With the complete defeat of Universe 9's competitors, the Grand Minister finally announced the first universe to be erased. Grand Zeno, please. The Kaioshin of Universe 9 attempted to plead for mercy, but the 2 Beansprouts didn't give him a chance, cheekily responding here. As Grand Zeno activated the erasure skill, everyone from Universe 9 except for the angels was enveloped in white light, and then in terror they vanished completely. Silence. All competitors on the arena as well as the gods in the audience halted to gaze at the position of Universe 9. Empty. They vanished into thin air. They disappeared. What is the current situation of Universe 9, Whis? Beerus was sweating profusely, anxiously inquiring, and Whis' response made his heart skip a beat. Lord Beerus, Universe 9 has completely disappeared without a trace. Gulp. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Being instantly erased without a trace was truly terrifying. Did Grand Zeno really destroy Universe 9? Indeed, the strongest god in the universe. Kampa trembled in fear, stuttering, and just then he heard the voice of Bada's behind him. Wah wah wah. Sayonara Kampa, just thinking about parting with you makes me feel so sad. Badas, you bastard. Just because you won't disappear you say such cold words. Ha ha, to avoid being erased the warriors have to work hard. At this moment, whether gods or competitors, everyone had only one thought in their minds: win. As long as they weren't erased. Strike first. Broly, who already knew the plot, was not surprised at all, seizing the opportunity while others were in a daze. He prepared his mighty roar skill. Boo! A beam of energy shot forth from the center of the arena, sweeping counterclockwise like a clock's hour hand. Damn it, that bastard is launching a sneak attack. Quick dodge. Many on the stage failed to evade and were blasted off, with at least 20 people being knocked out. In an instant everyone's faces turned grim. They never expected that Broly would resort to such despicable tactics. Well done, Broly. Go Broly. Kampa was overjoyed after witnessing the downfall of Universe 9. He was still apprehensive about being next, but now seeing Broly's performance made him feel confident. That's too despicable. You little bastard, Kampa. Instantly all the destroyers began to condemn Kampa, but as long as they could win, Kampa didn't care. Boo. The arena was shrouded in smoke from the remnants of battle, with traces left by Broly everywhere. With a grin, Broly surveyed the battlefield, finally having dealt with most of the trash. The remaining fighters, though angry at Broly's actions, couldn't deny that he had indeed cleared away a lot of garbage. Some fighters learned quickly, seizing the moment, while others were attacked by Broly. They turned on those who narrowly escaped. Hey. That uncle named Sun Wukong, the blue form you just transformed into is one I've never seen before. Can you teach me how to do it? In a certain place on the arena, Caulifla, who had just collided with Sun Wukong, immediately began to inquire about his transformation. Sun Wukong looked at her in confusion, not understanding whether she was drunk on fake wine, saying such silly things in broad daylight. What? Are you afraid? No, I just think that Super Saiyan Blue is still too difficult for you. Sun Wukong did not pay attention to Khalifa's provocation, but instead told her the truth, unexpectedly making her furious. You bastard, how dare you underestimate me? Hey. Kale, transform for me and give him a good beating. Kale tried hard but found that she could not find the previous feeling. Sigh. Fine. Khalifa stopped pressing her, but as she turned her head she saw Sun Wukong about to leave and quickly stopped him. She hadn't learned to transform yet and couldn't let him slip away. Then she showcased what she believed to be her strongest transformation, the power limit. Khalifa's petite body instantly transformed into a muscular giant and she proudly flaunted it. Little did she know Sun Wukong looked down on this transformation and demonstrated to Khalifa that this form was futile. He then showed her the Super Saiyan second level. If you want to learn, start with this. Surrounded by electric light, the state of Super Saiyan 2 instantly captured Khalifa's attention. Following the feeling Sun Wukong described, Khalifa quickly grasped the secret and with a loud shout she successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Watching her sister and Sun Wukong acting so intimately, Kale became jealous and entered a state of rage, screaming at Sun Wukong with tears streaming down her face as if her beloved had been taken away. Sun Wukong. You took away my sister, unforgivable. Sun Wukong. Aha. A green energy covered Kale's entire body and waves of energy began to spread, transforming the arena into various colors as if in another dimension. The powerful, furious energy surrounded Kale, the green aura filling her entire body, and the energy radiating from the enraged Kale made the fighters on the stage turn their heads to watch. What is that aura? It makes people so uneasy. Vegeta, who was training Cabba, stopped his actions and Cabba quickly explained Kale has transformed. This is the energy she emits after transforming. Nanny. That counts as a Super Saiyan. Vegeta couldn't believe it. It was his first time seeing a Saiyan with green hair. Ha! Kale erupted with rage, then dashed towards Sun Wukong. She threw punch after punch at him, but Sun Wukong, using his agile movements, dodged one attack after another. However, the arena floor bore the brunt of it as Kale's punches caused massive cracks and soon a corner of the arena was completely shattered. Sun Wukong, I'm going to kill you. Seeing that she couldn't land an attack on Sun Wukong, Kale became even angrier. She accelerated her massive body, instantly reaching Sun Wukong's side and then slammed her chest against him, the explosive force making him stumble back several steps. Ah, Abunai. After a series of attacks, Sun Wukong shook his pained arms and looked curiously at her. He hadn't expected that the previously weak girl would become this strong once transformed. Hey. Kakarot, don't underestimate her. This might be the true nature of a Saiyan. Seeing Sun Wukong about to start goofing off again, Vegeta quickly called out a warning. Just then Kale suddenly grabbed Sun Wukong's ankle and slammed him down to the ground repeatedly. Bang. 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 Aha. Sun Wukong was caught off guard by the sudden slamming. He tried to break free but found that Kale's strength held him tightly as if he were bound by steel. With no other choice, Sun Wukong activated his super blue form, his physical abilities rising all around, and he pushed hard to break free. But immediately after, a furious Kale chased after him, and before Sun Wukong could dodge, she grabbed his head and pressed it down against the ground, rubbing it in. Dowson. Gohan wanted to help, but Piccolo quickly stopped him, saying, wait, something seems off with her. Don't worry about him, I am your real father. Kale flung Sun Wukong with all her might, sending him flying while she was enveloped in a fiery aura, completely unable to control herself. Aha! Kale. Seeing Kale's fierce expression, Khalifa wanted to step forward but was blown away by Kale's overwhelming aura. Fortunately, Hit arrived just in time, using his time skip to save her, otherwise she would have been sent flying out of the ring. You really awakened a monster. Kale is not a monster. Khalifa said stubbornly, causing Hit to let out a helpless sigh. At this moment, the energy within Kale erupted uncontrollably, a tremendous force rapidly increasing, and the ground beneath her feet actually lifted her into the air. She continuously roared her Bodus aura, shooting energy blasts in all directions. Boo! 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 A non-discriminatory attack hitting both friend and foe. The entire arena was covered by Kale's energy blasts, causing a series of explosions. Holy crap! Here it comes again. The fighters on the stage were in misery. Previously, Broly from Universe 6 had already experienced this kind of attack once, and now it came again. Did the fighters from Universe 6 have this much energy? With no place to vent. Everyone began to evade, but Kale's power erupted like a volcano, spiraling out of control as increasingly dense energy blasts were fired in all directions. After a while Kale's attacks finally ceased but the arena was left pockmarked with no spot remaining intact. TCH. That monster. Vegeta climbing out from the rubble gritted his teeth and the others were not in a better position, internally cursing Kale. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Kale, searching for Wukong, called his name as she moved forward. At that moment suddenly a golden energy from behind cover bound Kale. Monster. You listen, our proud team will never allow you to rampage any longer. My righteous whip will render evil powerless. Just as the words of the warrior Boo from Universe 11 fell, Kale effortlessly broke free from the restraint, her face striking with incredible speed. Then in a state of fear Boo was punched out of the arena by Kale. Kale defeating Boo satisfied her and she threw her head back in a roar as everything around her began to collapse, her powerful energy pushing the ground outward, expanding continuously. I didn't expect that just my voice could cause such an impact. Whoosh. A figure suddenly stepped out from the Pride team. The ET alien's appearance was none other than Jiren. With a nonchalant expression he casually said, "I'll take this," before charging at the roaring Kale, simultaneously condensing a red energy sphere and throwing it at her. Kale. Khalifa was taken aback. This sudden energy blast caught Kale off guard. Just at that critical moment Broly suddenly appeared and deflected Jiren's attack with one hand. I won't let you succeed, you ET alien. Bang. Broly deflected Jiren's energy bullet with a palm, preventing Jiren from interrupting Kale. Jiren paused for a moment but quickly returned to his stoic expression. Broly knew that this seemingly light strike contained enough energy to crush Kale. He didn't want Kale, who had finally gotten angry, to be knocked out so easily. She should unleash her maximum potential. Come on. Broly knocked that plain-looking guy down. The audience's Kampa was convinced that no matter who the opponent was they could not match Broly. He. At that moment the god of destruction from Universe 11 Vermaud revealed a mocking smile. Hey. What are you laughing at? His encouragement was interrupted and he was genuinely displeased with the other's demeanor. Jiren is the strongest warrior of our Universe 11. Do you think he can be dealt with as easily as the trash from other universes? You are too naive, Kampa. Vermaud's laughter became even more derisive and the disdain in his eyes was evident. Damn you. Kampa was about to step forward to argue but was called back by Beerus. Kampa, Broly has launched an attack. Bang. Broly struck fiercely, hitting Jiren in the chest, yet Jiren seemed completely unaffected. Jiren slowly lowered his head and said expressionlessly, "Too weak." TCH. Broly was unfazed by Jiren's attitude. After all, he had the capital to be arrogant. However, since you are acting so tough, I will make sure you remember this. Ha! Broly in his angry form was engulfed in green energy and his overwhelming aura shook the entire arena. Yet even then Jiren remained unmoved, prompting Broly to swing a punch. Broly has become much stronger since the last time. And that alien, his strength is simply unfathomable. On the mountaintop Vegeta and Cabba watched in awe, marveling at the strength of both fighters. It hadn't been long yet Broly's strength had increased so rapidly he still remembered the scene when he was knocked out by Broly, and every time he thought about it it felt like a disgrace. At this moment Cabba shook his head. Master, Broly isn't using his full strength. Hearing him call him Master, Vegeta instinctively responded with an but he quickly reacted to Cabba's remark that Broly wasn't using his full strength. What kind of international joke is this? Vegeta didn't believe it and hurriedly asked Cabba, "Are you saying Broly hasn't unleashed all his power? What's going on?" Oh, ever since the last match ended Broly has been training with Beerus and has rapidly increased his strength, and right now Broly isn't using all his power. Beerus. The angel of your Universe 6. Yes, that's right. Seeing Cabba nod, Vegeta clenched his fists. No wonder Broly's strength was increasing so quickly. It made sense now that he was training under an angel just like himself. Bang. Broly feigned an attack and Jiren slightly sidestepped to dodge it. At that moment Broly grinned and took the opportunity to land a punch on Jiren's side. Jiren let out a muffled grunt and then his eyes flashed with a red glow, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of attacks that were nearly impossible to see. Broly was hit by Jiren, his body shaking as if it were made of straw. With Jiren's eyes wide open, Broly suddenly felt a tremendous force launching him away. Broly! Kampa gasped in shock from the audience. The undefeated Broly was actually knocked away by that guy called Jiren. Did you see that, Kampa? This is Jiren's true form. Vermaud's red nose gleaming with pride turned even redder, infuriating Kampa as he slammed the ground. At the moment Broly was knocked away, Kale rushed forward, her irrational attacks aimed directly at Jiren. However, Jiren's power was like an ocean. Kale's attacks were but a drop of water, failing to create any ripples as they were instantly swallowed by the sea. Kale too followed in Broly's footsteps, collapsing to the ground under Jiren's relentless assault. Jiren, don't waste time with these weaklings, quickly knock Broly off the stage and then you can rest. Vermaud transmitted telepathically into Jiren's mind. Understood. Jiren replied, throwing aside Kale and rushing toward the position where Broly had been knocked away. Jiren's strength is indeed formidable. Broly, lying on the ground, tried to calm his mind, but before he could think of a way he felt Jiren approaching at high speed. It seemed that Vermaud's strategy against Son Goku from the original story was now being used against himself. Damn it, there's no time to think, I can only go all out. Broly's eyes narrowed as an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, in invisible energy spreading outwards. As he roared, Broly's hair began to stand upright, surrounded by lightning, and a golden flame erupted, shaking the entire void. Boo! The soaring green flames instantly illuminated the entire arena, and a green hurricane swept through everywhere. Let's go! Broly exuded a tremendous heat, suddenly launching forward like a rocket, arriving beside Jiren in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Jiren's expression finally changed as their fists collided, followed by a dazzling flurry of attacks. From above to below and from the ground up to midair, the entire arena had nearly become a battlefield exclusively for the two of them. The fierce fighting quickly attracted the attention of all the contestants, who gazed at the thundering explosions in the sky and the light waves generated with each punch. Go! Broly! Kampa pounded the railing while shouting at the top of his lungs. This? How is this possible? That Broly could actually fight Jiren to such an extent. Vermod clutched his hair in disbelief, while even the Supreme Kai beside him wore a look of astonishment. Boom boom boom. Broly and Jiren exchanged punches without any regard for defense, allowing each other's fists to land on their bodies. Each punch struck with a dull thud. Ha! Broly roared as his right hand struck rapidly. He grabbed Jiren's head and then violently slammed it into a mountain. However, it wasn't over. He continued to hold Jiren's head and rubbed it against the rock face. Enraged, Jiren let out a low growl and instantly broke free from Broly's grip, delivering an elbow strike directly to Broly's head. Buzz. Broly's mind went blank and his head filled with a buzzing sound. Buzz. Broly's mind went momentarily blank, then he threw a sweeping punch. Bang. Jiren blocked with his arm, the two sturdy arms colliding with a dull sound. Broly gritted his teeth and continued to exert force, while Jiren suddenly lowered his body, sweeping Broly off his feet. He then grabbed Broly's ankle, slamming him to the ground repeatedly. Guh. Broly's massive body seemed weightless as Jiren tossed him around. He quickly imitated Sun Wukong's escape from Karp, pushing himself back with both hands and kicking out with his right foot with all his strength. Sure enough, Jiren let go and Broly rolled on the ground and stood up again. Ha! 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 Broly gasped for air, the sweat on his face proving Jiren's strength. Although Jiren had many bruises, he was not gasping like Broly. Gulp! The spectators couldn't help but swallow, nervously surprised at the immense strength of these two. Yo! Why don't I join in too? Suddenly Sun Wukong appeared out of nowhere, grinning at the two. Broly and Jiren were taken aback. Broly had forgotten about Sun Wukong, while Jiren thought Sun Wukong was out of his mind. However, that was not the case. Sun Wukong had long wanted to fight Jiren, but out of martial spirit he did not interrupt their battle. Until they took a mid-game break, he could no longer hold back and jumped in. TCH. That bastard Kakarot. As a good friend, Vegeta would not let Sun Wukong face two monsters alone. He charged from beside Kaba towards Sun Wukong. Seeing reinforcements on the other side, the proud team leader Toppo also stood up. Crack! A sound of breaking echoed as Hit stepped out from beside Broly, standing beside him, his intentions clear. For a moment, the most notable figures on the stage finally gathered together. One punch. Sun Wukong initiated the attack first, followed closely by Vegeta, while Broly and Hit also attacked simultaneously, and Jiren and Toppo joined the fray. One must say that Scum Kakarot is indeed not undeserved of his reputation, daring to join the fight in normal conditions. Bang 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 bang. The six fought fiercely together. Wherever they went, everyone avoided them, fearing being caught in the crossfire. The stage erupted like fireworks, with explosions occurring from time to time. Wow. Wow, cool, wow, cool. Two small beans shouted excitedly as they watched the best fighters on the stage engage in a brawl. The gods of destruction from Universe 7, Universe 6 and Universe 11 stood up simultaneously, their hearts tense as they gazed at the stage. Currently there were still more than 50 participants on the stage. If these few tired each other out, the remaining fighters would rush in, making it an unwise battle, but at this point it was too late to say anything. Go Wukong! The eliminated Krillin, Tien and Master Roshi cheered for Wukong and Vegeta, and not just the members of Universe 7 but also the eliminated fighters from other universes cheered for their own competitors. The battlefield had finally reached a fever pitch. Bang bang bang. Broly clashed with Toppo, Hit fought Vegeta, and Sun Wukong faced Jiren. It was a three-way melee, yet there was a deep connection. Justice Iron Fist. Justice Shatter. Toppo's attacks were ruthless and Broly was caught off guard, getting his throat choked. But Broly did not let it continue. He retaliated with an elbow strike, smashing into Toppo's stomach, the heavy punch making Toppo's belly sink deeply as he let out a scream and staggered backward. Last time you didn't even fight and still won. This time let Lord Vegeta have a go at you. Ha! As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, he activated Super Saiyan Blue and charged at Hit, while Hit calmly put his hands in his pockets and suddenly appeared beside Vegeta, landing a punch on his face. This punch left Vegeta completely stunned. How did he get over there? Hit's timeskip technique must be credited to Broly's victory in the last match, allowing him to obtain the space cube, significantly boosting his overall power. Not only that, but his timeskip technique had also reached a qualitative leap. On the other side, Sun Wukong and Jiren stared at each other. The previous probing had ended, so what would happen next? Sun Wukong was filled with fighting spirit, but Jiren did not seem to care as he believed Broly was stronger than the opponent before him. Ha! Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly and suddenly a powerful blue aura erupted, shaking the entire stage as countless lightning bolts swirled around him, accompanied by his roar. Incoming Jiren. Boo! Sun Wukong charged at Jiren as his power surged, and this time Jiren did not remain still but collided with Sun Wukong. Although Broly and the others were engaged in a full-on melee, there were always some who underestimated themselves, seizing the opportunity to attack. This action thoroughly enraged the six. The six instantly dispersed, attacking that universe at the same time. Indeed, such underhanded tactics came from the hands of the god of destruction of Universe 4 Quitella. But he clearly underestimated the resolve of the six. In an instant they easily annihilated the seven from the opposing side. What? Quitela's entire army was wiped out, and he couldn't help but panic. Indeed, even his most anticipated daemon was knocked off the stage by Broly in one blow. Oof. Who told you to use such underhanded tactics? Even if you sit back and watch the fight, you shouldn't take advantage of them during their duel. Beerus from Universe 7 had a look of disdain on his face. Since all contestants from Universe 4 have fallen off the stage, Universe 4 is about to be destroyed. The Grand Priest's words made everyone stop once again. Even upon seeing it a second time, it still felt terrifying. This casual attitude of declaring destruction made them shiver and further strengthened their resolve. Lord Zeno. Give us one more chance. Just one more chance. Quitela's plea was ignored by the little peas, who lightly clenched their tiny hands, and in an instant everyone from Universe 4 except for the angels vanished. Zeno really shows no mercy. Although Sun Wukong was also affected, it only strengthened his determination to win. As everyone resumed their fierce battle, the fighters from Universe 2 were planning something. Ribrian and her companions looked at the highest peak, then at the attention-grabbing Broly and others, and they leaped to the top. Sangsu, now is the time for us to show our power. The three nodded, and then Ribrian shouted to everyone, warriors of all universes, please pay attention. The sound echoed throughout the null realm, attracting everyone's attention as they looked towards the sound, seeing three young girls standing at the highest peak. Seeing that they had finally captured everyone's gaze, Ribrian quietly asked, are you two ready? He standing at the highest position indeed has the best effect. In the audience, the Kaioshin of Universe 2 was excited, shouting that the time had come. Meanwhile, the god of destruction from Universe 2 stood up very satisfied and said loudly, the battlefield is about to bloom with beautiful petals. Everyone was confused, not understanding what Universe 2 was about to do. I am Ribrian de Shadow from Universe 2. I am Sankaku from Universe 2. I am Sue Rose from Universe 2. Let her bloom, let her resonate through the clouds. The song of love and victory. Come. Let us transform. As soon as Ribrian finished speaking, a girl's space instantly formed around them in pink, blue, and yellow. Style. Ribrian. Style. Sankaku. Style. Sue Rose. The trio's transformation dazzled everyone, and discussions erupted both on and off the stage. Everyone be quiet. This is a ceremony. The god of destruction from Universe 2 interrupted the crowd's chatter. After all, being a god of destruction, they still received some respect. But just as everyone was engrossed in watching, an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, two beams of light, one yellow and one green, shot from in front of everyone towards the peak. The transformation trio was taken aback and then got hit by two key blasts. Boom. Everyone froze. What a buzzkill. Who is the shameless person ruining this beautiful scene? The god of destruction and Kaioshin from Universe 2 were almost driven to madness. Damn it, I've never liked you in the anime, and now I like you even less here. Special thanks to General Foam, who loves Japanese cuisine, for the milk tea and other gifts. Thanks to Shimon, who loves to eat leaf rake, for the bubble milk tea and other gifts. Thank you. I am not online, but I received love letters and other gifts through paper burning. Thanks to the Tsundere Uncle Zhao for the gifts. Thanks to Muyu, who loves homestyle Mushu pork, for the gifts. Thanks to the free angel Nagisa for the love letters and other gifts. Thanks to Yuan Shiji, who loves to eat fried lotus root, for the gifts. Thank you all for your support. I will continue to work hard. The sudden attack caught the contestants from the second universe off guard, and Brian and the others fell from the mountaintop with a thud. How could they resort to a sneak attack? They transformed so openly, yet someone still took the opportunity to attack. Such people are unworthy of martial arts. The contestants in the arena as well as the audience erupted in outrage. Nearly everyone was condemning this vile behavior. As a figure slowly descended, the crowd recognized the attacker as number 17 from the 7th universe. Sun Wukong frowned at number 17's actions and turned to ask number 17, why did you attack them just now? In response to the crowd's condemnation, number 17 shrugged nonchalantly, I just felt that there were flaws everywhere. But I didn't use that much energy just now. On the other side, standing opposite Broly, Hit stared at Broly in shock. The sudden attack truly startled him. 10 seconds ago. While everyone was watching Brian and the others transform, Broly beside Hit suddenly transformed into a furious version of himself. His forehead bulged with veins and his face was twisted in a terrifying grimace as if he were a hellish Ashura. Then Hit witnessed another side of Broly. Broly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a massive energy beam. The astonishing speed and momentum nearly struck Hit. Had he not dodged quickly, he would have been hit. At that moment, Brian and the others were spinning in circles in their eyes, evidently having been knocked out cold from the previous attack. The remaining contestants from the second universe hurriedly surrounded them to protect them. Damn it, the most disgusting are these three. They were just as vile in the anime, and in this real version of Dragon Ball it would definitely make one sick. Huff, calm down. Calm down. After crossing into Dragon Ball, he was experiencing such rage for the first time. It must be said that Brian and the others had succeeded in almost driving Broly to the brink of super rage. After the interlude, the battle continued. As time passed, many had already fallen out of the arena, and from the original 8 universes only 5 remained. Just recently the entire 10th universe was eliminated, followed by the erasure by the Omni King. Now the 10th universe only had the forlorn angel Kusu left. The battle was becoming increasingly intense and no one wanted to become the next target for destruction. Moreover, as the fierce battle raged on, contestants from the 6th universe began to be eliminated as well, among them Steelman Berta and 2 Namekians were knocked out, naturally leading to complaints from Kampa. On the other hand, the 7th universe maintained a remarkably stable fighting force with several core members still present. Ugh. My head hurts, what on earth is happening? Brian, you've awakened. Thank heavens, that's wonderful. The contestants who had been cautiously guarding Brian and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, to protect the 3, the 2nd universe had already eliminated 4 contestants. Among them Jimmy's continuously used instant transmission to escape for their safety, but eventually became exhausted and was easily eliminated. Hearing about their companions' experience, Brian and the others were furious. Damn. They absolutely do not understand what love is. The contestants from other universes are so starved for love. We must prove it to them with our love. Our love is invincible. Brian took her 2 sisters by the hand and the remaining 3 were moved to tears. Alright, since that's the case, let's continue with our previous transformation. The 3 leaped once again to the mountaintop, and this time they would prove to others that love is invincible. The Egyptian woman from the 2nd universe looked on, wiping her tears, and said, Brian, you finally awakened. Those ugly girls are back to cause trouble. It seems they need a grand gift this time. Looking at the 3 returning to the mountaintop, Broly's expression darkened. He never expected these 3 women to not learn their lesson. However, this time all the warriors stood united, determined to protect the 3. Even Sun Wukong and Topo stood in front of them. Damn. You guys are really... Broly was defeated, completely bested by these naive individuals. This time, without any interruptions, the 3 finally succeeded in transforming. Their plump figures were covered in excess flesh and they wore hats that looked like socks, truly reaching the peak of grotesqueness. Indeed, just as Broly suspected, they were as revolting and ugly in the anime, and in the reality of the Dragon Ball world they were nothing but a pile of trash. However, just as Whis had said, every vegetable has its lover. Each universe has different aesthetics. Some people do like it, such as Topo from the 11th universe. Light of love. Brian soared into the air and unleashed a multitude of heart-shaped energy blasts. Each heart exploded upon contact with the ground, releasing a wave of pink mist that began to envelop the entire arena. Moreover, this move had a charming effect. Any contestant who inadvertently fell under its influence would be filled with hearts in their eyes. This smell is so foul. Finally, after much plotting, King Frieza made his appearance. He waved his hand to fan away the dense mist while deflecting the heart blasts. Bang! Suddenly 3 energy waves shot forth simultaneously from different directions, and their target was none other than Brian in midair. Not good. Brian immediately stopped her attack and dodged to the side, but due to the unexpected nature of the attack and its different directions, her right arm was struck by a green energy blast. Bang! Brian was sent flying. She was cursing in her heart, wondering why she kept encountering green energy. The irony was that green was her favorite color. Oof. Ridiculous to make us wait so long just for this level of skill. Slowly lowering her hand, Vegeta snorted disdainfully. The other 2, needless to say, also knew aside from Vegeta that Jiren could not tolerate such reckless attacks and naturally aimed to knock her down. However, it seemed his attack was deflected by that green energy ball. He couldn't help but glance to the other side where Broly was located. She wasn't taken out by that. Her health is quite substantial. Oof. This time you are lucky. Out of sight, out of mind, Broly quickly searched for the next elimination target. Oof. I truly apologize. Love is great, I will let you witness the power of love. Brian quickly spun her body. Unlike others who rotated horizontally, this one rolled vertically, resembling a meatball war machine. However, the most grotesque was her face. While she spun rapidly, her face seemed to flicker in and out of view like flipping a book. Accelerating. Brian charged rapidly towards Vegeta, who smirked and prepared to throw a punch to send her flying, but as he watched Brian getting ever closer, he panicked. He leaped to evade her attack. Damn it. It's just too ugly, I couldn't help but dodge. Vegeta dodged Ribrian's meatball vehicle, but she careened forward uncontrollably and fortuitously rolled towards Broly. Whoosh. Suddenly Broly's cruel opponent Zapure, a knockoff version of Cell, was swept into Ribrian's meatball vehicle, his greasy flesh and ugly face causing him to scream in terror. Broly looked at them with a horrified expression, and soon the knockoff version of Cell from Universe 3 fell out of the arena with a face full of despair, as if he had been through the transformation scene from the One Piece world. Ha ha ha. Did you see? This is the power of love. Ribrian laughed heartily with her hands on her hips, her expression reminiscent of a landlord, sending chills down Broly's spine. However, fate brought them together and Broly prepared to give her a ticket to heaven. Whoosh, the audience from Universe 3 looked at the defeated knockoff version of Cell with a face full of grievance. That pitiful look made even the god of destruction and Supreme Kai of Universe 3 feel embarrassed to say anything, only able to pat his shoulder in consolation. Back in the arena, the transformed trio was launching a fierce attack against members of other universes. Among them Kakunsa and Android 17 were locked in a fierce battle while Roji faced off against Son Goku embodying the royal battle strategy, leaving Ribrian in a rather unfortunate position. During the fight, Ribrian discovered a shocking truth: the green energy waves constantly attacking her were emanating from Broly. Looking at Broly's fierce expression, she uncontrollably asked, "Do you like me? Is that why you keep using energy blasts to get my attention?" As Broly raised his fist, it froze in midair, completely petrified. This was too shocking. Did this guy grow up eating plain rice? So ordinary yet so confident. How ridiculous. Hey, don't be shy, after all if I win I can wish for your resurrection, how about that? Ribrian's disgusting face even winked at Broly, teasingly blinking her eye. Boo. Broly felt as though his little universe had exploded. Such great humiliation. This was simply an insult to his vision. An insult to my taste. An insult to my character. Get the hell away from me. Broly reacted with lightning speed, slapping Ribrian's chubby face with a super powerful hit, instantly delivering a massive blow. Boo. As the slap connected with her chubby face, Ribrian's entire face began to contort, and then like a spiral ascending to the heavens she was sent flying, destroying everything in her path. Ribrian awe found her. The Omni King pressed Ribrian's icon on his divine iPad. Ah. Ribrian. The crowd from Universe 2 became furious, not only getting eliminated but also beaten to a near-death state. The slap mark on her face was glaringly obvious, her entire face was swollen like a pig's head. Oh wait, she was already a pig's head. Ignoring the barking of Universe 2, Broly disdainfully wiped his palms, realizing that his previous slap had left him covered in grease. Alright, who's next? Broly scanned the area and the surrounding contestants fled as if escaping a plague, the earlier battle having instilled great fear in them, and they had no intention of stepping up. TCH, so boring. Boo. 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 The continuous explosions announced that Son Goku and Roji were exchanging energy blasts, unleashing a seemingly endless supply of ki waves recklessly. Ah ha 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 ha. Dozens of golden energy spheres appeared around Roji each time she moved her arm. Another orb materialized. Go. Smash them to pieces with energy waves. As the energy blasts approached, Son Goku was equally unyielding, dodging numerous blasts to the left and right before instantaneously teleporting beside her, followed by a Kamehameha that knocked her off the stage. Victory! In the last match, Son Goku felt the immense power of Broly training harder to surpass him, greatly enhancing his own strength. At this moment, Android 17 also finished off the last member of the transformed trio, Kakunsa. Although this side appeared to declare victory, Piccolo and Gohan faced pressure from Universe 11. Son Gohan and Piccolo were being forced back repeatedly by the Pride Troopers. However, the opponents seemed determined to pursue them relentlessly, ultimately forcing the two to temporarily retreat from the spotlight. Uncle Piccolo, we can't shake them. You go ahead, I will hold them off. Upon hearing Gohan's request, Piccolo thought for a moment before stopping immediately. Uncle Piccolo. Hurry. This is not the time for impulsiveness. If we cannot secure victory, our Universe 7 will be destroyed. Is this what you want to see, Gohan? Gohan gritted his teeth and quickly turned to escape. From now on I leave it to you, Gohan. Piccolo smiled reassuringly, then faced the pursuing Pride Troopers. Come on. Special beam cannon. Whoosh. Piccolo arrived at his seat in the Universe 7 audience, having cleverly taken down a member of the Pride Troopers' kettle during the previous duel. Well done. As expected of the strategist, you utilized your intelligence well and distinguished between gains and losses. Beerus behind Piccolo generously praised him, but Piccolo did not feel happy. Instead, he nervously watched Gohan in the arena. At this moment, Gohan was once again entangled, although not by the Pride Troopers, it was Frost from Universe 6. The cruelty of Frost was well known to Universe 7, and as they looked at the intercepted Gohan, the audience from Universe 7 couldn't help but sweat for him. During Piccolo's escape, Son Gohan also sustained injuries, and now facing Frost the situation was dire. Bang. 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 Gohan and Frost began a rapid exchange of blows, the lightning-fast punches leaving after images. Oh, the Saiyan from Universe 7, you're quite injured, aren't you? Frost noticed that his opponent was subtly protecting his ribs, which was obvious to any discerning eye. Indeed, upon hearing Frost's words, Gohan's cold sweat began to flow and he immediately put on a nonchalant expression, but Frost was not so easily deceived. Ah. Transforming into a beam of light, he swiftly appeared in front of Gohan. Gohan, possibly hindered by his rib injury, reacted sluggishly, and in a split second Frost landed a hit. Moreover, the struck area was precisely his ribs. Ugh. Son Gohan was in a crisis. However, at this moment a sudden red beam rushed in. Boo. The sudden attack startled Frost, but upon recognizing the assailant, a smile spread across his face. A loud laugh echoed as Frieza suddenly appeared above the two, and to everyone's surprise his target was Gohan. This enraged the members of Universe 7, with Krillin striking the railing in anger. Damn it, that jerk Frieza. Frieza. You have some nerve. If you dare to attack Son Gohan again, I will destroy you. Beerus was seething with rage, his face turning purple. However, Frieza showed no fear, saying, "Oh ho ho, Beerus, if you're not afraid of being judged for disrupting the match and being erased by the Omni King, I advise you to mind your own business." You scoundrel. Beerus gritted his teeth in frustration, but as Frieza pointed out, attacking contestants from outside the ring was against the rules, which would only lead to erasure by the Omni King. Seeing Beerus fall silent, Frieza scoffed and jumped in front of Gohan saying, "Son Goku son, you need to step down." As expected from a senior. Frost with a naive look of admiration remained cautious if Frieza's intentions were different from what he had said before. Then the energy ball in his hand would accurately strike Frieza. Frieza noticed the object in his hand and said nothing more, throwing a punch at Gohan, who understood Frieza's intention the moment they made contact. The two then staged a performance titled the Frost Deception. The battle within the same universe quickly attracted the attention of everyone present, but to make it less obvious, Gohan and Frieza still showcased their strongest powers. Frieza became increasingly enthusiastic in the fight, and it was easy to imagine that personal emotions were mixed, and he swiftly kicked Gohan away and continued to pummel him without giving him a moment to breathe. Gohan sensed the seriousness of the situation. This was definitely not just a mere act, and he erupted with rage, boosting his power to the maximum, reversing the tide as he knocked Frieza away with a punch. Oof. Damn wild monkey, let me show you the true power of King Frieza. Yaha! Powering up with a brilliant golden glow, the luxurious transformation began as a terrifying aura swept across the battlefield and Golden Frieza descended. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with punches landing with force. Frieza demonstrated the strength of a cosmic emperor, followed by a spinning kick that struck Gohan's head, heavily ending the fight as Gohan fell unconscious. Seeing Gohan defeated, the audience of Universe 7 loudly cursed Frieza's entire family. Meanwhile, Kampa from Universe 6 cheered and danced joyfully for Frieza. This only made Frost more convinced of Frieza's power. He approached and flattered him, then inquired about how to transform into the golden version. But how could Frieza, the master of deceit, casually teach his signature transformation to others? Frieza then clearly told him that the necessary condition to become Golden Frieza was actually to push one's power to the limit, achieving the ultimate power form. Frostson, this transformation is the initial stage of Golden Frieza. You just need to master it. You see, maintaining this form requires a lot of energy, so you should unleash your full power as soon as you enter the ring. Then Frost, being the fool he was, believed it and nodded as if it made sense, transforming into the ultimate power form just like Frieza. Is this how it is, senior? Yes, exactly, but Frostson, there is one more thing I need to tell you. And that is to trust no one. Ha! Suddenly Frieza raised his arm and fired an energy blast at the unguarded Frost, blasting him out of the arena. The reversal was so quick that no one could react, but soon the audience of Universe 7 erupted in applause. Upon hearing the Grand Priest announce Frost's elimination, Gohan managed to get up from the ground and finally understood the truth, while Kampa was furious, cursing Frieza incessantly. At that moment the fallen Frost returned to the audience. His face twisted in rage. He realized he had been deceived by Frieza. Raising his hand, he aimed an attack at Frieza, but this action quickly led to his downfall. You can't attack from outside the ring. With a single grasp, the Omni King made Frost vanish in the blink of an eye. Not even a trace of energy was detected. Kampa was startled and quickly knelt down, while the Omni King warned him not to violate the rules. If such behavior continued, Universe 6 would be disqualified. Trembling, Kampa nodded his agreement. Kampa, at this moment your speed is truly impressive. Damn it. That wretched Frost. Back on the arena, Universe 11 finally took the initiative to attack as Jiren slowly walked toward everyone with an imposing presence. With just a glance, an overwhelming aura erupted, causing a whirlwind to sweep across the battlefield. This power. Is it really emanating from a mortal's body? Beerus broke into a cold sweat, realizing how powerful Goku's opponent was. He began to worry for Goku's safety, only for the most concerning thing to occur. Goku charged right at Jiren. Yo Jiren. Let's continue our duel from earlier. The battle-hungry Goku approached, and at that moment another figure slowly descended. Broly had also arrived. Moreover, even the remaining fighters from Universe 3 who intended to survive until the end stepped forward. It seemed Jiren's strength had put immense pressure on everyone, prompting many to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. In an instant, the remaining 5 universes gathered in the center of the arena. Universe 2 had 3 fighters left, Universe 3 had 8, Universe 6 had 5, Universe 7 had 6, and Universe 11 had 5. The chaotic battle with only 27 fighters left finally commenced. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, Paparoni from Universe 3 suddenly received an order from the God of Destruction, summoning all members. By the command of Lord Mosco, warriors of Universe 3 deal a devastating blow to them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the mechanical warriors of Universe 3 began to mobilize, unleashing powerful firepower against the competitors from other universes, resulting in a barrage of explosions throughout the battlefield. However, the law of no harm without smoke meant that Universe 3's bombardment did not yield the expected results. Instead, it prompted everyone to unite in resistance. At that moment, the God of Destruction from Universe 2 decided to execute the ultimate love. Zabuto. Rabanra. Zero Seal. Activate the final plan. Just to mention, the grand battle up to this point is about to conclude, and we will soon enter original and fan fiction plotlines. If you have any opinions, please let me know in the rating area, and I'll see if I can incorporate them without affecting the original storyline. Lastly, thank you brothers for your company. Love you all. Oh, and don't forget to hit the button, there's also a free little gift. As the second universe's final plan activated, a surge of energy erupted within Zabuto, Labanra, and Zeroin. Can you hear it? That is the sound of everyone in the second universe praying for our victory. Yes. That is precisely the collective love of every being in the second universe. Live-streamed by Ribrian, this broadcast united all life in the second universe in fervent prayer for the remaining 3, exactly as the Egyptian woman had foreseen in her ultimate scheme. Its principle mirrors that of the spirit bomb, channeling the collective spiritual power of the people into the warriors. This is the second universe's ultimate secret weapon. Love. 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 Even if we are not conventionally beautiful, our love remains invincible. Transformation. Zeroin. Zeroin. Zero Zeroin. Lala. Laban. Lala Laban. Zaza. Zabu Zabu. Zabu Zabu Duo. A shimmering dimensional rift opened encircling the trio in radiant prismatic light. The new transformation trio descended once more. TCH. More flashy theatrics. After kicking cataclysms aside, Vegeta turned his gaze toward the three atop the mountain peak. Indeed, the second universe harbors an unmistakable fondness for elevated places. Both the original and the new trios performed their transformations atop the most prominent summits. Meanwhile, Broly, whose disdain for the second universe ran deep, seized a fleeting opening in his battle with Toppo and unleashed a searing energy wave with one hand. Yet unexpectedly, the newly transformed trio coalesced a pitch-black heart-shaped barrier, deflecting Broly's assault outright. So you're the one who ambushed Ribrian. You'll answer for it. We'll avenge Ribrian. All three launched themselves forward in unison, transforming Broly's duel with Toppo into a desperate four-against-stone confrontation. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down later. Broly parried Toppo's strike, then delivered a thunderous kick that sent Zeroin hurtling through the air. In the spectator stands Mosco, who had witnessed the second universe's transformation, issued his own transformation command: Ketsukai. Pankia. Borarita. Fuse and transform. Paparoni's scepter flickered intermittently, a silent signal linking him to the god of destruction of the third universe. Fusion. I shall form the head. The three mechanical warriors converged swiftly, reconfiguring into a single towering combat unit: Ketsukai head, Pankia torso, and Borarita legs, united as Ketsucharita. The third universe's Kaioshin roared with elation. Ha 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 ha. An unparalleled mechanical warrior has been born. Victory belongs to the third universe. Advance. Ketsucharita hurled him from the arena. As each universe deployed its ultimate trump card, Elephantus of the sixth universe could no longer remain idle. He shouted urgently to Kale and Caulifla, "It's time to use that." At his command, Kale and Caulifla nodded solemnly, then retrieved the Pod-era earrings and affixed them to their ears. Golden light flared as they rushed toward one another and collided. When the radiance subsided, a new warrior stood before them: Kefla. Ha he ha. Since she is Caulifla and he is Kale, this power can only be Kefla. Goku, prepare yourself. Fresh from fusion, Kefla immediately targeted Son Goku, launching herself like a cannonball in a blinding burst of speed. Come on then. Goku leapt backward to create distance, then assumed his battle stance. Boom. Kefla unleashed a full-force kick wreathed in blazing aura. Goku intercepted it with a hardened elbow, then seized her leg and hurled her violently to the ground. You wretched fool, Hyea. Clenching her fists, Kefla erupted in emerald green energy, the Super Saiyan transformation erupting, instantly shattering Goku's grip. Go Kefla. Defeat Son Goku of the seventh universe. In the stands, Elephantus cheered wildly, joined by fellow sixth universe warriors Bardock and Iron Man, all shouting encouragement at the top of their lungs. Beerus scoffed coldly at Elephantus' exuberance. Humph. Don't celebrate too soon, Elephantus. Goku, show them the true measure of your strength. Hey, Frieza. What are you doing? Stop loafing around. At that moment, Frieza strolled idly across the battlefield, less engaged in combat than drifting aimlessly, his conspicuous lack of effort drawing Beerus' immediate ire. Oh ho ho ho, so I've been spotted. Very well then, let's truly play. With a nonchalant shrug, Frieza gathered crimson energy between his palms and unleashed chaotic barrages across the arena. Elsewhere, Broly clashed fiercely with the Pride Troopers, his battle with the team so intense that even the rank-and-file members moved in flawless synchrony with their captain Toppo. Surrender, vile scion of the sixth universe. Cap-wearing Casserole forged a radiant energy blade from Ki and launched a relentless series of slashing strikes against Broly. Broly seized both of Casserole's forearms mid-swing, his expression dripping with contempt. Hoof. Please dare challenge the moon itself. Jiger, his strength is overwhelming. I'll back you up, Justice Kick. Tisper soared through the air, aiming a surprise strike at Broly's back, but Broly twisted sharply at the waist, then hurled Casserole bodily into Tisper's path. Crash. Tisper's blow struck Casserole squarely and sending a violent spray of blood arcing through the air, Casserole clearly unprepared to become Broly's human shield. Casserole. You bastard, Justice Shatter. Clenching his fists, Tisper forced 5 crimson beams through his fingers, then hurled 2 incandescent energy spheres toward Broly. Boom. Broly grinned savagely, swatting the orbs aside with a single palm before vanishing and reappearing instantly beside Tisper. You boast the title of fastest, yet you move like a sluggish snail. What? Fall. Broly crossed his arms and drove them downward with crushing force. Tisper exploded into the earth like a meteor. You've grown far too arrogant, Justice Fist. Toppo had initially held back, assuming a 3-unknown advantage, but he gravely miscalculated. Broly was no ordinary foe, no mere trio could hope to subdue him. Toppo swung his massive fist, Broly reacted with lightning reflexes, catching it barehanded without even glancing, then countered with a devastating capoeira kick squarely to Toppo's abdomen. Ugh. Toppo staggered backward, clutching his stomach, eyes wide with disbelief. This man was impossibly strong. Toppo. Kokoti, the loafer, repeatedly fired her Kokoti spheres, yet Broly shattered each effortlessly with raw physical might. Her control-based technique was utterly nullified by his overwhelming power. Don't underestimate us. Casserole and Tisper unleashed synchronized energy waves, a colossal beam surging toward Broly. Roar of the Infinite. Still reeling from shattering the Kokoti spheres, Broly whirled and unleashed a counterwave. The two titanic forces collided, engulfing the arena in a deafening, blinding cataclysm. After the earth-shattering explosion, thick smoke billowed and dispersed, revealing a dark hole in the middle of the arena. Damn it. This guy actually blocked the combination attack without a scratch. Tispo and Cassiler gasped for breath. Their recent attack had drained much of their energy, yet their opponent showed no signs of being affected. While they were still in shock, Broly had already moved, his robust figure unaffected by speed suddenly appearing behind the two. Ooh oh. The two widened their eyes only to be trapped by Broly's arms, one on each side. Cough. Let me go. The two struggled and kicked, trying to break free from Broly's grip, but their strength was utterly insignificant, making no difference. To Broly, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, they were like little chicks easily toyed with. Let them go. Justice Flash. Bang. 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 Toppo suddenly charged in, continuously firing energy blasts from his fingers, attacking Broly's back. The energy blasts hit Broly, feeling like mere tickles. He turned back with a grin. Do you want to follow in their footsteps? Don't worry, you'll be next. Furious. Broly exhibited an arrogant demeanor at this moment. You from the 6th universe, you're too arrogant. Justice will not allow you to continue. You haven't earned the right to point fingers at me. Chest energy blast. Broly positioned the two individuals against his chest, then unleashed a dazzling green light, striking them at close range with the energy blast, all while Tispo and Cassiler watched in horror. Boom. The two fell charred and smoking, plummeting off the stage, soon appearing in the audience section of the 11th universe. The God of Destruction, Vermaud, witnessing the serious injuries of the two, immediately condemned Broly's methods to the Omni King and the Grand Priest. However, his protests were dismissed by the Grand Priest, as Broly hadn't killed anyone, thus it was not a foul. Vermaud gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Broly. In his heart, Broly had become a thorn in his side that needed to be removed swiftly. His threat was even greater than that of Son Goku from the 7th universe. Evil Saiyan, I will eradicate you in the name of justice. The fall of his two friends filled Toppo with rage, and he resolved to teach Broly a lesson. Don't rush. You're next. Broly completely disregarded his threat. Slowly turning around, his eyes glowed red like a hungry tiger, revealing a bloody gaze, and provocatively waved at Toppo. Hunting time. As Broly defeated his enemies one after another, he grew increasingly ruthless, only discarding them off the stage after nearly beating them to death. The older version of Broly had left a deep impact, his brutal, bloodthirsty, and combative nature becoming more apparent. But no one noticed, including Broly himself, that a protrusion had developed behind him. On the other side, while the newly transformed trio teamed up with Toppo to attack, Broly had arrived to assist. However, with the Pride Troopers joining in, Hit quickly decided to split his forces, drawing away the transformed trio while Broly continued to battle the Pride Troopers. Returning to the present, Hit toyed with the transformed trio using his time skip ability, while the trio, filled with rage, could not land a single hit on Hit, only managing to attack wildly. Our love march forward, never to be defeated. Take this. Beautiful black hole. Zarbon, Labanra and Zabuto unleashed their combination finishing move. They concentrated the weight of love from the 2nd universe into one point, creating a gravitational collective that even Ribrian and her companions couldn't master. Buzz. Everything around began to sink under the gravitational suppression. Everyone felt the impact to some extent, but it's time to end this. Hit's gaze sharpened, activating his time skip ability. As the black heart descended, it pierced through Hit, but unfortunately they struck only the afterimage left by Hit. The real Hit was traversing through the space of time. Suddenly he appeared beside them, striking at their vital points, then unleashing 3 consecutive invisible energy blasts. Utilizing the time skip in conjunction, he maximized his power. Bang! The 3 suffered cardiac arrest, collapsing to the ground instantly. Yet Hit did not deliver a lethal blow, leaving them gasping for breath. With a swift kick, he sent all 3 tumbling off the stage. Thus the ultimate plan of the 2nd universe was dismantled by Hit alone. Aha! How is this possible? Our love, how could it be defeated by such a crude attack? Impossible. Female voice. No further explanation, the female from Egypt shouted, but the Kaioshin beside her sighed, we lost Hellas. The Egyptian woman's voice halted. She turned to look at all the warriors, her eyes filled with reluctance. However, with the Grand Priest announcing the results, she felt a sense of relief. Losing must be accepted. Finally, the 2nd universe concluded with a sentiment of love and vanished. At this moment, there were only 4 universes remaining. Perhaps influenced by the 2nd universe's outcome, the Kaioshin of the 3rd universe became anxious, expressing his thoughts to the God of Destruction, believing it was time to go all out. While the members of the Ultimate Fusion were still present, the God of Destruction, Mosco, agreed and then relayed the information to Paparoni. On the arena, Paparoni, entangled with the 7th universe, was controlling Kikichi Arita, maneuvering around Son Gohan, Vegeta, Android 17 and Android 18. Suddenly his staff glowed again, but this time the light was different from before, as it was in a constant illumination mode. Yes. The God of Destruction from the 3rd universe finally issued the final command. It was a power to be used only as a last resort, a transformation at the cost of one's own life. But at this point there was no turning back. Originally I didn't want to use this skill, but since it has come to this, I Pepperoni will go all out. Kikichi Arita Fusion. Pepperoni leaped high, emitting light alongside Kikichi Arita, and the two began to merge. A massive cocoon appeared, and with a crack the cocoon began to split, revealing a gigantic figure before everyone. The ultimate warrior of the third universe, Anaraza, has descended. A powerful aura surged towards everyone, and his body, as tall as a skyscraper, made everyone feel incredibly small with a great battle imminent. If one were to ask where Jiren, who had not appeared for a long time, was, it could only be said that he was in meditation, honing his powers for a better performance. Moreover, Kokoti had secretly slipped away from Broly's battlefield, ensuring that no one could disturb Jiren. Unfortunately, the old schemer Frieza stealthily followed Kokoti all the way, finding Jiren's place of meditation. Anaraza, the ultimate warrior of the third universe, emerged, and the entire void realm trembled. The ground quaked, small mountains crumbled. Roar! Anaraza threw his massive jaws wide and roared. A shockwave of staggering energy spiraled outward, forcing the warriors of the seventh universe to squint against the gale, shielding their eyes with their arms. His power is overwhelming, we must devise a strategy. Son Gohan's expression hardened with gravity, the others stood equally grim. Yet before they could formulate a plan, Anaraza charged headlong toward them. Thud! 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 Each thunderous step of Anaraza's colossal frame carved deep craters into the earth, yet his speed remained utterly unimpeded. Whoosh! Faster and faster he sprinted, then in a flash of motion he appeared among them. Before Son Gohan and the others could react, he delivered a devastating kick that sent Android 17 flying. 17. Damn you, die! Android 18's brow furrowed in fury as she unleashed a barrage of homing missiles sweeping across Anaraza like a storm. Boo! 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 Countless missiles detonated against his body, mere drizzle against stone. He even tilted his head, wearing an expression of baffled disdain, utterly contemptuous. Ha 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 ha! Behold, the seventh universe. This is the might of our third universe's ultimate warrior. The third universe's Kaioshin laughed with brazen arrogance, his smug imperious smirk making Beerus grind his teeth in fury. Seventh universe, eliminate that scrap metal monstrosity at once. TCH. Beerus, still blind to where this battle will turn. The seventh universe has fallen. Boo! Anaraza was unstoppable, each punch sent another warrior hurtling through the air. Son Gohan spat blood and collapsed to his knees. Damn it, if father were here. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Gohan recoiled inwardly. How foolish to place all hope upon another. Instantly he shifted his resolve. What would father, or Uncle Piccolo, do in this moment? Suddenly Gohan noticed it beneath the coordinated assault of Android 17 and 18. Anaraza subtly, but unmistakably guarded his head. Could his head truly be his weakness? Without hesitation Gohan erupted with ki, surging his power to its zenith, then launched himself forward with explosive force. Uncle Vegeta, distract him for me. As Gohan closed in on Anaraza, he relayed the critical insight to Vegeta. TCH, I got it. Vegeta accelerated, his ultra blue form igniting in radiant gold. The prince's legendary combat style reawakened, golden energy waves rained down like meteoric hail. Crash. 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 Vegeta's might was undeniable. Though Android 18's version of the prince's technique failed to stagger Anaraza, Vegeta's onslaught forced caution, even wariness, into the warrior stance. Anaraza raised one arm to shield his head, while the other flailed wildly. Meanwhile Gohan's Kamehameha coalesced, aimed squarely at Android 17. Force his arm away. Android 17 and 18 exchanged a glance, then struck in perfect unison, delivering a synchronized kick straight to Anaraza's guarding forearm. Thwack! His arm flew aside, exposing his head. Gohan seized the opening, the Kamehameha surged forth. Just as it neared impact, Anaraza threw back his head and roared, a torrent of raw energy erupting from his very being. Boo! Wings burst from Anaraza's back, and the instant the Kamehameha struck it shattered into harmless light. What? Gohan stared in disbelief, before a crushing blow sent him hurtling backward. Thud! He tore through several small mountains, tumbling uncontrollably until a colossal boulder at the arena's edge halted his flight, just short of elimination. Gohan! Piccolo cried out from the spectator stands, but Gohan lay motionless. TCH. Clearly life's been too soft, his strength has eroded beyond measure. Vegeta spat, then lunged forward again, with Android 17 and 18 right behind him. You rusted heap of scrap, you dare flaunt your power before me. Fall, now. Final flash. The battle with Anaraza did not merely endanger Vegeta's team, it reverberated across the entire arena, shaking even distant competitors. Take Frieza, the sly calculating schemer, stealthily tailing Kokot toward Jiren's meditation site, poised to ambush him. Just as he raised his hand to strike, the entire dimension convulsed violently. His energy beam, unfortunately, veered wildly off target. That single misfire instantly alerted Kokot, who erected a shimmering barrier around Jiren, rendering Frieza utterly powerless to breach it. Damn it! Who dares sabotage my perfect plan? Frieza seethed, but refused to retreat empty-handed. He fired wave after wave of energy blasts, only for everyone to rebound harmlessly off the impenetrable shield. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure descended like a physical weight. Not just the void realm, the entire space trembled. All combat ceased. Every warrior turned toward Jiren's location. None had ever felt such overwhelming soul-crushing pressure. For Frieza standing mere meters away, the sensation was visceral. Breath-constricted limbs grew leaden, vision blurred, until with agonizing effort he lifted his gaze, and met two eyes, cold and different, utterly devoid of mercy. It was Jiren. Jiren had awakened. He rose slowly, then took a single step forward. With each stride, Frieza's breathing grew more ragged, his chest tighter, his body heavier. Impossible. I, the great Frieza, shall never be subdued by the likes of you. Ha-iya. Frieza clenched his fists until blood welled from his palms, then ascended, transforming into golden Frieza. Huff, huff. Huff, huff. Gasping, Frieza felt marginally relieved, then opened his mouth to taunt, only to find Jiren gone. Ha ha ha. Of course, even Jiren must yield before the great Frieza. Is that so? Nanny. There, directly behind Frieza, loomed a towering figure, face impassive, voice glacial. Frieza spun, desperate to flee, yet remained rooted in place. He twisted his neck and saw his own tail pinned flat beneath Jiren's foot. Crushed under unimaginable force, the tail bent into a sharp, unnatural arc. Die. Frieza roared, fusing his hands into a crimson blast, and fired point-blank into Jiren's chest. Jiren didn't flinch. Didn't dodge. He simply brushed dust from his shoulder and stared on, unmoved. How dare you? Humiliated beyond endurance, not only trampled but dismissed with such utter contempt, Frieza's pride shattered like glass. He swung his fist, only for Jiren to strike once, a single precise blow that left Frieza's mind blank, ears ringing, skull throbbing. Then, still pressing down on Frieza's tail, Jiren began striking him methodically, like a training dummy, each blow crisp, controlled, merciless. Bang. 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 Wretched scoundrel. Gah. Frieza, battered and enraged, roared in fury. Seizing the moment, he unleashed relentless death beams from both hands, only for Jiren to sidestep with effortless grace, dissolving into a blur of afterimages that evaded every strike. Jiren seized Frieza's wrists mid-gesture, immobilizing his limbs and halting any further technique. In one fluid motion, he drove a devastating knee strike into Frieza's abdomen, sending him retching acidic bile. Grah! Clutching his gut in agony, Frieza collapsed to the ground. With impassive calm, Jiren grasped his skull and began dragging him toward the arena's edge, poised to hurl him from the ring. Jiren strode forward at a measured pace, gradually entering full view of the crowd. In the stands, Beerus's expression darkened sharply. He bellowed orders to all members of Universe 7, commanding them to intervene and rescue Frieza. I refuse to save that despicable wretch. Let whoever wishes to do so step forward. Bardock locked in fierce combat with Analaza, dismissed Beerus's command outright. Rescue Frieza. The very notion was absurd. Better he perish. I'm pinned down right now. So am I. Android 17 and 18 tossed back curt replies before swiftly dodging Analaza's crushing fist. You insufferable lot. Beerus clenched his fist, and the spectator railing shattered instantly. Android 17 and 18 along with Bardock were locked in battle against Universe 3's colossal warrior. Son Goku was locked in mortal combat with Kefla. There was no one left to spare. Yet just as desperation mounted, a thunderous explosion erupted from Jiren's direction. Beerus whirled around, and there beside the ring stood Gohan, who had somehow appeared out of nowhere and successfully snatched Frieza from certain defeat. But Gohan's triumph came at a terrible cost. His entire arm was grotesquely twisted, bones jutting through torn flesh, coiled like a knotted rope. Cold sweat poured from Gohan's brow, his body trembled violently from sheer pain, yet not a single sound escaped his lips. And cradled in his grip, Frieza stared in stunned disbelief, never imagining his savior would be Gohan. Frieza's emotions churned, speechless he could only gape at Gohan. No thanks are necessary. Focus instead on defeating Jiren. Gohan's voice was ice cold. Frieza slowly rose to his feet. Gohan. I owe you a debt. Should I ever descend upon Earth again, I shall grant you your life. Save your grim jests, act now. Gohan roared and leapt backward just as Jiren surged toward them. You accursed fiend, I've suffered enough at your hands. I will not let you escape my vengeance. Frieza charged forward, meeting Jiren head-on. Gohan recoiled in shock, having felt Jiren's overwhelming power firsthand. He knew their combined strength stood no chance. Nor had he anticipated such reckless audacity from Frieza. Yaha! Hate blazed in Frieza's eyes as he launched a frenzied barrage, fists, feet, every limb weaponized in furious assault. Stand down, Frieza. Do not command me. Do not presume my gratitude binds me to obedience. This monster, this abomination, shall not be spared. Veins throbbed violently across Frieza's forehead. Rage burned white-hot, but it availed him nothing. Jiren remained untouched, deepening Frieza's mounting fury and despair. Is this truly the limit of your strength? Jiren caught each of Frieza's blows with casual, almost playful ease, as if swatting away a child's tantrum. Eyes wide with disbelief, Frieza accelerated his assault, his fists a whirlwind of speed. Jiren's gaze hardened, and an invisible force struck Frieza like a hammer, sending him convulsing uncontrollably. Bang! Frieza cratered into a small mountain, face bloodied and eyes bloodshot. He screamed raw guttural defiance, to hell with your rules. A creature like you was born to die by my hand. Boom! Frieza surged forward, aura blazing, only to be crushed once more, his head snapping sideways as consciousness fled. Poof. No matter how many times, you always meet the same end. Jiren leisurely gripped Frieza's tail, preparing to cast him from the ring. Suddenly, a deafening clang clang clang. A thunderous charge bore down on Jiren. He turned and saw Bardock, Android 17 and 18 and Gohan having lured Analyza straight into the arena. And that colossal fist slammed squarely into Jiren. Bang. Jiren hurtled backward. Crunchum. After demolishing several hills, Jiren rose unhurriedly, brushed dust from his shoulder, and fixed his gaze on Gohan. Understanding dawned. Knowing they could not win alone, Gohan had devised a desperate gambit to pit Analyza against Jiren. Two titans clashing, surely one would fall. But his stratagem quickly unraveled. Jiren regarded Gohan's ploy with utter indifference. In a flash, Jiren vanished, reappearing beside Analyza. Crimson searing energy erupted around his body, and with a single brutal kick he sent the giant crashing face-first into the earth. The Titan's massive frame collapsed, impacting the ground with cataclysmic force, carving a vast crater. At that moment, Universe 3's Kaioshin broke into cold sweat, teeth chattering uncontrollably from sheer terror. Analyza. All warriors of Universe 3 have been eliminated. Universe 3 is hereby condemned to annihilation. The Grand Priest stood serenely, arms folded, unmoved, as though erasing a universe stirred no ripple within his being. Alas, brave warriors of Universe 3, you have served valiantly. With one final solemn adjustment of his spectacles, the Kaioshin and his realm dissolved into shimmering light, vanishing forever from the cosmos. On the arena floor, Jiren declared, voice quiet yet absolute, the ultimate warrior of Universe 3 proves utterly insignificant. Arrogance, unshakable, unassailable sovereign. Jiren's overwhelming might pressed down upon Universe 7 like a suffocating weight, crushing hope, paralyzing resolve. Yet at that very instant, Kefla and Son Goku descended from the heavens. Gohan, are you alright? Step back. Let me handle this, son. Son Goku's brow furrowed deeply. Gohan's wound was grievous and blood still streamed freely. Without immediate treatment, exsanguination would claim him, even a scion could not survive such loss. Gohan shook his head. Father, I'm fine. This is the hour of Universe 7's survival. I will not retreat. Goku paused, then smiled, warm and resolute. Then we live together. Yes. Hey, you two, stop chatting. They're already here. Bardock scoffed, flaring his aura. Android 17 and 18 likewise assumed battle stances. Father, why is Universe SAXS Kefla fighting with you? Gohan voiced the question burning in his mind, staring at Kefla, who stood beside them like an ally. How could a sworn enemy suddenly become a comrade? Kefla has come to aid us. Ha! Gohan blinked, dumbfounded. But Jiren was already upon them. There was no time left to ask. He's here. Jiren moved with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye he sent Sun Wukong and the others flying as if they were petals scattered by a heavenly maiden. The others steadied themselves and spread out, encircling Jiren. At that moment they all understood that the greatest enemy in this match was undoubtedly the person before them. Jiren. Beerus gritted his teeth. The intensity of Jiren clearly exceeded his expectations. Watching as Jiren overwhelmed several opponents single-handedly, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Beside him was coldly mocked, Beerus, I advise you to give up. Jiren is a being beyond me. Upon hearing Whis' words, everyone was taken aback. Long ago they had heard of a warrior who was even stronger than a god of destruction in a certain universe. They never expected that this person would be Jiren. Beerus' teeth clenched even tighter, yet he couldn't argue. He could only pray silently that Sun Wukong and the others would achieve victory. However, just as everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiren, a sudden scream drew everyone's attention. Bang 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 bang. Ha 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 ha. Broly laughed maniacally, brutally beating up Toppo with no mercy. At this time the proud captain was battered and bruised, with his attire which symbolized justice torn and tattered. The heavy fists fell rapidly. Even though Toppo had lost all power to resist, the onslaught continued. In that moment Broly gave off an aura of bloodlust and brutality, making the audience extremely uncomfortable. Hey hey hey. Is he trying to kill Toppo? Great Priest, I request you to intervene against Broly. Whis shouted towards the Great Priest, but the Great Priest ignored him. As long as no one was killed, the match would continue. This was an unyielding rule that only the Omni King could alter. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Broly. Go for it, defeat the 7th universe and the 11th universe. After a long silence, the Kaioshin of Universe 11, who had previously felt heavy due to the strength of Universe 11, found his gloom lifted by Broly's actions. TCH. Cockroach. What are you doing? Why aren't you helping Toppo? Whis glared at the timid Cockroach, scolding loudly. Cockroach, startled, quickly ran towards Toppo, but before he could take more than a few steps, a sudden punch struck him and sent him flying. It's hit. In the audience, Krillin shouted in surprise, the sudden turn of events stunning everyone. As a top assassin, Hit had been lurking nearby, observing all movements on the stage, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the competitors from other universes. And the effect was quite remarkable. After the Ultimate Warrior of Universe 3 appeared, he had already eliminated all other members of Universe 3. This was the fundamental reason why the Ultimate Warrior was directly eliminated after being defeated by Jiren. Ah! Cockroach screamed in terror as he flew off the stage and upon returning to the audience was angrily scolded him while Cockroach repeatedly apologized. Back on the stage, Sun Wukong and the others were battling. Jiren. Broly was beating up Topo and Hit chose to continue hiding, preparing for his next move. The three remaining universes were clashing fiercely, but one person was merely observing, and that was Kaba. Following Hit's suggestion, Kaba also hit himself. With less than 15 minutes remaining, preserving numbers was also a tactic. Having the weakest Kaba serve as a numbers game was a decent plan. Although Kaba was somewhat reluctant, he complied for the sake of the overall situation. Suddenly, he saw Topo, who had been brutally beaten, emanating a strange purple light. He wanted to warn Broly, but it was too late. Topo roared and blasted Broly away, his gaze fierce and filled with a raging aura that pulsated constantly. Justice. I no longer want it. I will defeat you here and protect our universe. I have made up my mind. Ha ha. Topo clenched his fists and released a roar, his power rapidly escalating more intensely, and then like a nuclear explosion it filled the entire arena. The overwhelming aura gradually stabilized. The tattered justice uniform on Topo was swept away by his energy, revealing his strong physique. Moreover, his skin turned dark with a strange pattern on his chest and his pupils changed to purple, appearing exceedingly eerie. At that moment, Jiren, who was engaged in battle with Sun Wukong and the others, stopped to watch. It seems you have made up your mind, Topo. This aura is very close to that of a god. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 couldn't believe that a mortal's body could emit the aura of a god. He. Now they should witness that power. Topo rested his chin on his hands, appearing profound, but the raised corners of his mouth betrayed everything. Our universe is on the brink of extinction, and from now on it will be a genuine battle for survival. Go, Topo. Jiren. The Kaioshin of Universe 11, filled with vigor, waved his hand, his voice resonating throughout the void. On the stage, Topo was moving towards Broly when suddenly a crack appeared beside him. Hit was making his move again. However, when Hit's attack landed on Topo, not only did it have no effect, but it also sent Hit flying. As Hit was propelled backwards, he managed to unleash a hidden energy blast. Bang! Though this attack was effective, it only left a scratch on Topo. Damn it! This guy's body is so tough, my attacks can't break through his defenses. What is that purple energy on him? Hit didn't understand how to break through, but for safety's sake he decided to distance himself first. Then he used long-range attacks to probe. Ha! Destruction! Topo shouted loudly, gathering destructive energy, completely unafraid of Hit's attacks, allowing them to strike him. Boom! As the destructive energy ball was thrown, Hit attempted to bounce back but soon realized that this energy ball was peculiar. Everything it touched vanished into starlight. That energy is destruction. But destruction isn't. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 felt a surge of terror. Originally puzzled by Topo's earlier divine aura, he seemed to understand something now. That's right. Destruction belongs to the power of our gods of destruction. Let me tell you the truth. Topo is actually the candidate for our god of destruction in Universe 11. The Kaioshin of Universe 11 shouted proudly while Whis shrugged, satisfied with the astonished expressions of others. As the myth of the 11th Universe King echoed, everyone remained in shock. With the presence of a monster like Jiren on the arena, now adding a god of destruction candidate, a chill spread through everyone's hearts. Come on. I believe you can win. Just when the atmosphere was low, Krillin suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted with all his might towards the arena. Seeing this, Piccolo, Tien, Shinhan and others also got up to join the cheering. It's just a god of destruction candidate, what's so impressive? Broly. Hit. Kefla. Take them all down. Goku. No matter what Jiren does, Toph. Clear them from the arena. In an instant the audience erupted with intense shouts echoing throughout the void. It seems we have a reason not to lose. Despite being injured all over, Goku smiled, a look that momentarily stunned Jiren. Exactly, Kakarot. We cannot lose. At that moment Vegeta, Gohan and even Android 17 and 18 were fearless. A dying struggle. Jiren looked down on their naive faith in his world. Only the strong deserved everything. Bang. Goku was hit with a punch and instantly sent flying, with Vegeta quickly following up. The cooperation of the four was near perfect, but in the face of absolute strength it was easily broken. Ha! 20-fold Kaioken. After hitting the ground, Goku quickly sprang back up and charged towards Jiren with lightning speed. Vegeta, seeing his opponent getting taken away, shouted, Kakarot. You're too despicable. Ah. Goku unleashed unprecedented power, making Jiren take him a bit more seriously, but only slightly. The two exchanged blows, fighting from the sky to the ground and then back up again. Goku's momentum was overwhelming and he continuously roared. Meanwhile, Jiren remained expressionless, not even a bead of sweat forming, and seized an opening to kick out. Goku spat out sour fluid from the kick and then Jiren grabbed his arm, slamming him left and right. Before tossing him up, he instantly flashed above Goku and slammed down with both fists. Bang! Goku smashed into the ground, spitting blood. This series of attacks left him feeling as if his body was falling apart. Meanwhile, the god of destruction mode Toph was unstoppable, showing no regard for Hit's attacks, his contemptuous gaze infuriating Hit. Why are Hit's attacks ineffective against Toph? Krillin asked with 100 questions, and Whis provided timely clarification. It's destruction. According to Toph's needs, he covers his entire body with destructive energy. How is that possible? Then he can't be attacked directly. Yes, and no, Toph's use of destructive energy is still unskilled. He needs time to gather energy before using it, which creates an opportunity. However, without an attack capable of breaking through that layer of destructive energy, it is useless. Beerus, crossing his legs and resting his chin on one hand, answered casually. After all, it wasn't their universe's fighters against Toph, so he wasn't worried about hit safety. Back in the arena. This is the end for the 6th universe's assassin. Justice and evil no longer matter. What matters now is victory and survival. Destruction. Toph gathered destructive energy with one hand, and as he exerted more power, the energy grew larger and larger. Looking at that massive energy, sweat beads formed on Hit's forehead. However, just as he was troubled about how to respond, he saw a figure charging over, quickly pressing Toph to the ground with just one hand. Boom. With the destructive energy interrupted, it instantly caused an explosion, splitting the entire arena in half. It's you. Damn it. Toph, pinned to the ground, strained to turn his head only to see a pair of bloodthirsty and brutal eyes. Yes. After being bounced away by Toph, Broly fell into a frenzy, his mind now solely focused on the battle. Ha! Hey! Broly didn't care what Toph thought, grabbing his head and repeatedly slamming it into the ground. However, the ground posed no harm to Toph due to the protective destructive energy. Ha ha! Useless. But Toph hadn't been pleased for long before he found himself lifted. Broly held his head with one hand and grabbed his leg with the other, forcefully slamming his body onto his knee. Bang! Ugh! Toph felt a wave of intense pain hit him, then fell to the ground, never expecting that his proud destructive energy would be so easily surpassed by Broly. Destruction! He gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, attempting to unleash destruction again, but Broly slapped him away. Are you a snail? You're as slow as a turtle. Indeed, although Toph had activated his God of Destruction form, his speed was exceedingly slow, mainly because he still couldn't master the destructive powers proficiently. On the other side of the battlefield, after being knocked down, Goku was panting on the ground. Jiren was simply too strong, and neither Super Saiyan Blue nor 20-fold Kaioken could inflict harm on him. I now know how strong you are, so let me show you my ultimate move. After saying this, Goku exited Super Saiyan Blue mode, leaping to the mountaintop and raising both hands. Father! You aren't thinking of using that, are you? Gohan looked at Goku, now back to his normal state, and had already guessed what he was about to do. In contrast, Jiren, although he didn't know what Goku was planning, saw the determined expressions of others and grew interested, refraining from attacking. Everyone! Please lend me your energy! Goku shouted, and the members of Universe 7 understood what Goku was about to do and raised their hands. Here you go, Goku. Let Jiren see the power of Universe 7. Krillin was the first to raise his hand, gathering a white light dot in his palm that floated into the air, moving in the direction of Goku. Oh ho ho, it's that move. To me it's a bad memory, but you can use it. Use my Frieza's energy. Frieza, who had been knocked out, woke up at some point, and upon seeing the move Goku was using, he also raised his hand to send energy towards Goku. Countless light dots gathered, and above Goku's hands a dazzling energy body rapidly expanded. It's coming, it's coming. Goku shouted excitedly, but soon he noticed that the speed of energy gathering was still too slow. No way. It still needs more time to gather, damn it. However, Jiren stood with his arms crossed, allowing Goku not to worry. I can wait for you. For you that is a special move, so give it your all. Jiren's words caught Goku off guard, and he quickly replied, You're quite generous, but don't regret it, Jiren. Jillian was terrifyingly calm. Even the sight of the energy blast in Sun Wukong's hand did not waver him in the slightest. His composed demeanor seemed to convey the message that whatever technique was thrown at him, he would handle it effortlessly. Accepting the opponent's maximum attack and then crushing them with overwhelming power, this is Jillian's style. The 11th universe's God of Destruction said with satisfaction from the audience, as if he could already see victory ahead. I see, this move is truly intriguing. Who would have thought that even in a low-level universe there could be such techniques? How rare. This duel is certainly worth watching. At the edge of the audience, a few individuals dressed as gods of destruction set their appearances quite frightening. They were the God of Destruction Ewan from the 1st universe, the God of Destruction Yalaki from the 5th universe, and the God of Destruction Jean from the 12th universe. They were very interested in the energy blast used by Sun Wukong. Buzz. The massive energy blast held aloft by Sun Wukong illuminated the entire void, and as the energy ceased to grow, the energy blast was finally completed. It's done. Jillian. You better not regret giving me time to prepare. Go. Energy blast. The giant energy blast detached from Sun Wukong's hands and shot straight down towards Jillian, crushing everything in its path on the arena. As everyone was filled with anticipation, the energy blast enveloped Jillian entirely. Just as the crowd thought victory was at hand and began to cheer, a sudden shout startled everyone. To their astonishment, the energy blast began to move upward, gradually revealing Jillian. What? Sun Wukong was utterly shocked. The power of the energy blast was undeniable. Many times Sun Wukong had ended powerful foes with the energy blast, but this time it seemed ineffective against Jillian. Jillian astonishingly lifted the energy blast with one hand and even pushed it back. Sun Wukong immediately felt a powerful force. The energy blast was pushed back, rapidly reaching the space between the two in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and activated his ultra blue form, pushing the energy blast towards Jillian once more. However, Jillian simply raised his other hand and the situation turned once again. Tenfold Kaioken. Jillian remained unfazed while Sun Wukong, seeing this, unleashed all his might, 20-fold Kaioken. Sun Wukong's full power finally prompted a reaction from Jillian. With a roar, the energy blast shot from Jillian's direction straight towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was instantly engulfed by his own energy blast, screaming in agony, and moments later the energy blast exploded. Boo! A powerful shockwave swept outward, flattening everything around. The audience from the 7th universe and the competitors present were stunned by the scene before them. The explosion obliterated a third of the arena, leaving behind a massive pit filled with lightning, yet there was no sign of Sun Wukong. The violent noise also affected Broly's side. Several turned to look, and on the other side of the arena a dazzling massive orb of light erupted. A fierce whirlwind swept across the entire arena. Even those far away felt the impact. It was hard to imagine what kind of technique could create such an effect. It's important to note that the arena of the Tournament of Power was constructed from a material even harder than the thunder steel produced by the 7th universe. Ultra Instinct Wukong, you are finally about to appear. Others might not know, but Broly was well aware that Wukong was on the verge of awakening a new power. It was the strongest power, surpassing all previous transformations. He has disappeared. Yes, indeed. Two little P-spirits, although amazed by the earlier duel, their voices still conveyed concern upon seeing Sun Wukong vanish without a trace. Why hasn't Wukong returned to the audience? Since he hasn't come back, why is there no trace of him on the arena? I can't sense Sun's energy. After being so close to such a powerful explosion, it's very possible that Sun Wukong has disappeared. Suddenly the Supreme Kai spoke, the outcome that everyone dreaded. Only then did the members of the 7th universe realize that Wukong might truly be gone. They rushed to the railing, crying out Wukong's name in anguish, but received no response. Did you really lose? Sun Wukong. Beerus looked gravely towards the massive pit, his mind filled with questions. Since Sun Wukong was destroyed by his own technique, the 11th universe Jillian will not be punished. The Grand Minister announced the unexpected result, and all members of the 11th universe stood up to bow. Now the strongest combat power of the 7th universe has been eliminated, and the remaining fighters will be easily crushed by Jillian. The God of Destruction from the 11th universe wore a lewd smile, declaring that without Sun Wukong the 7th universe posed no threat. The Omni King's throne was shared by two little P-spirits who exchanged glances before preparing to press the button to remove Sun Wukong's avatar from the divine iPad. Just as their fingers were about to touch the button, the entire arena began to shake violently. What is causing this tremor? The entire arena, no. The whole void was trembling. While everyone was confused, a massive beam of light shot into the sky. That power was all too familiar to the 7th universe, and they stood up to gaze at the massive pit. A figure slowly stood up within the beam of light. The 7th universe erupted with excitement. It was their spiritual pillar, their best friend Sun Wukong. As expected. No one knew better than Frieza the extent of Sun Wukong's abilities, so when Sun Wukong was engulfed by the energy blast, he did not panic. After all, could the king of cheats truly fall? Impossible. Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts? Beerus pondered. Here it comes. As the beam of light dissipated, a figure enveloped in blue and silver flames revealed itself. It was Sun Wukong. At that moment his form was unprecedented, with silver streaks in his hair and silver pupils. Although his aura was restrained, it gave off a feeling of imminent explosion. If he were to explode, it would be to a world-destroying extent. Jillian stepped forward and Sun Wukong slightly turned to meet his gaze. Suddenly Sun Wukong appeared beside Jillian, who had already made a dodging move, and Sun Wukong swept his attack. Bang! The two collided and the point of contact rippled outward. It seems Sun did not merely survive the explosion, his appearance and energy are unlike anything seen before. In the audience everyone was abuzz with discussion. Even the God of Destruction from the 11th universe showed signs of wavering. Bang! Topo fell to the ground, bloodied and covered in wounds, with blood slowly oozing out and staining the ground. Standing before him was Broly, who wore a cruel smile. Ugh! You! Bang! Topo attempted to rise, only to be slammed face down beneath Broly's boot. His destructive power, once formidable, now lay shattered and impotent before Broly's feral might. Damn you, demon! Broly threw back his head and roared with laughter. How hypocritical you are! Haven't you spent your entire existence preaching justice from the rooftops? Then take a good look at yourself now. The God of Destruction. Lord Topo, the so-called God of Destruction. Nothing but hollow self-righteous pretense. Broly's final words struck like a needle driven deep into Topo's heart. For eons he had waged war in the name of justice, earning the reverence, the adulation, the thunderous applause of the people. Yet this man before him dared to reduce justice to utter worthlessness. Rage surged through Topo. He could never allow justice to be defiled. Even if he now embodied destruction itself, it was still for justice. Freya Oaf. Topo braced both palms against the ground, muscles straining as he forced Broly's boot upward. He would make this mocker of justice pay in blood. Still struggling, Broly intensified the pressure. Topo staggered, nearly collapsing onto the earth, but clenched his jaw and slowly defiantly pushed himself upright once more. Topo, your justice is absolute and therefore corrupt. You hold no authority to pronounce guilt upon any soul, let alone erase them. Each of Broly's words crashed upon Toppo's spirit like a colossal bronze bell, deliberate resonant shattering. This was precisely his intent, to dismantle Toppo from within, beginning with the very core of his conviction. Toppo, don't listen to his filth. We are Team Pride, the warriors beloved by all people. Don't let his venom cloud your resolve. From the spectator stance, Dispo shouted at the top of his lungs while the rest of Team Pride stood firm, their unwavering gazes locked upon Toppo. TCH, meddling fools. Realizing his verbal assault had failed, Broly lashed out with a brutal kick. Bang. Broly froze, his own foot seized in Toppo's iron grip. Before he could react, Toppo unleashed a furious roar and hurled him skyward in one explosive motion. Bang. 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 Clutching Broly's ankle, Toppo spun him violently in a full 360-degree arc, each impact cratering the mountainside, pulverizing stone on contact, yet his assault showed no sign of relenting. Toppo now wielded destructive energy with uncanny mastery. Clearly his comrades' voices had rekindled his strength, his body blazed with dense volatile destructive force. Broly could not break free. Yet Toppo would not let this demon escape so easily. With relentless focus he tightened his grip, slamming Broly again and again, while simultaneously condensing a sphere of pure destruction in his free hand. His destructive energy no longer requires charging time. Broly recoiled in shock. His prior ability to counter Toppo rested on two advantages. First, Toppo's lengthy charge-up, second, exploiting fleeting openings, striking weak points with perfect timing and overwhelming force. But Toppo had evolved, now unleashing destructive spheres instantaneously. Caught off guard, Broly took the blast full force across his chest. Boom! Broly hurtled backward, tumbling violently across the ground for hundreds of meters before crashing into the mountainside and grinding to a halt. Ugh! The wound seared with agony, he felt that corrosive destructive energy surging wildly through his veins. And slowly, insidiously devouring his own power. Broly! In the stands, Kampa watched Toppo seize control, then dominate Broly outright, and panicked. The tournament neared its climax. If Broly fell now, Universe 6 was doomed. Beside him, Whis' attendant Vados clenched her small fists tightly. After all, Broly was her disciple, and she refused to see him fall. Ha 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 ha. Excellent, Toppo. Let that wretch learn the meaning of justice in Universe 11 and feel the terrible price of mocking it. Frieza stomped triumphantly upon his seat, roaring with delight. Moments earlier, Goku's resurrection and fierce duel with Jiren had left him deeply unsettled, but now elation surged anew. For if Toppo eliminated Universe 6's strongest warrior and then joined forces with Jiren, the arena would hold no rival capable of halting Universe 11's inevitable victory. Demon of Universe 6, it ends now. Destruction. Acting on Frieza's command, Toppo coalesced another sphere of annihilation. Gazing down at the fallen Broly, he prepared to end it all in a single decisive strike. Krakum. The colossal sphere of destruction hurtled forward, reducing everything in its path to dust, its apocalyptic force unstoppable, absolute. Just as all believed Broly's defeat was certain, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Squelch. Scalding blood sprayed across Broly's face. He froze, no pain, no sensation, only stunned silence. Slowly he raised his gaze to behold the figure standing before him. It was Cabba. B. Brawlison. Universe 6 cannot lose you. I am the weakest among us. If my life secures yours, it is worth every drop. Universe 6 is my home, I will not let it suffer harm. Squelch. Cabba coughed forth fresh blood, his slender frame erupted in crimson wounds, his injuries grievous beyond measure. Cabba. A thunderous roar split the air, Vegeta tore through the void at blinding speed. Broly's mind went utterly blank. Sound faded. The world dissolved. And memory flooded in, vivid, visceral, unrelenting. Their first meeting, he played matchmaker, introducing Broly to one warrior after another. That time on Satala Planet when he accidentally smashed Cabba's front door. Cabba showing him around his workplace. Cheering him on during battles, until now shielding him from death, his broken body slowly crumpling to the ground. Thump. 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 Broly's heart hammered violently, raw incandescent fury erupting like a supernova inside his skull. Hoof. Demons of Universe 6 deserve eradication. Toppo gathered destructive energy once more, yet just as he prepared to unleash it. Aoawawag. Broly erupted in a primal earth-shaking bellow. His fists clenched, savage energy exploded outward, plunging the already dim void realm into deeper, suffocating shadow. Winds howled across the void realm like tormented spirits wailing in despair. Thunderclaps detonated with cataclysmic force, shaking the realm to its foundations, ringing in every ear like deafening doom. Broly's hair flickered violently between emerald green and molten gold, his pupils fractured entirely, sanity obliterated, his eyes blazing with the bloodlust of a ravenous tiger. A tempest of viridian aura detonated outward, crushing pressure descending upon the arena, leaving every soul gasping, choking, paralyzed beneath its sheer overwhelming might. Crack! A thunderous, unprecedented lightning bolt tore through the fabric of the void realm, ripping open reality itself, before revealing in its wake a breathtaking cosmic vista, swirling galaxies, infinite stars, the grandeur of the cosmos unveiled. Broly, full power. Broly has fully unleashed his power. The change in space left everyone at the scene in awe as the violent power erupted outward from Broly's center. The entire arena was rendered in a scene reminiscent of the galaxy, appearing exceedingly bizarre. On the opposite side, Topo was already stunned by the spectacle before him, his legs involuntarily shifting backward. Indeed, this is the instinct of living beings. It is an unchanging law of the food chain. The fear when encountering a fierce beast. The trepidation when facing a formidable enemy. On the other side of the arena, several fighters engaged in a fierce battle with Jiren also paused their conflict due to the phenomenon caused by the void. Jiren looked at the towering green energy with a rare expression of gravity on his face. That power was simply too immense. It was almost enveloping the entire arena. This is Broly's aura from Universe 6. What exactly is happening over there? What has made his aura so volatile? This is not good. Gohan, perplexed, spoke up while Caulifla without hesitation turned and ran toward Broly, sensing an ominous premonition. Above the void, under Broly's influence, a phenomenon resembling a dragon sucking water appeared with several spiraling energies pouring down from above, destroying everything in their path. At this moment, the void resembled hell. In the audience seats, due to the sudden decrease in spectators, the Grand Priest rearranged the seating with audiences from 3 universes crammed together. Gulp. Those watching the arena gazing at the world-destroying power couldn't help but swallow hard. Even the gods of destruction felt a bit uncomfortable from this energy. Indeed, it is this power. Beerus' expression was grave as he recalled the first time he encountered Broly. He sensed trouble from the very start. He felt some unstable factor within Broly. If it couldn't be controlled, it would lead to significant problems. And now that problem had finally emerged. On the other side, Kampa was no longer joking around but instead asked seriously, "Is this what you taught him, Beerus?" Beerus shook his head while the Angel Vados of Universe 7 interjected. The situation with Broly may be related to the Saiyan race. Saiyans generate tremendous energy when in extreme anger. It must be due to Kaba that Broly has transformed into his current state. Vados' words provided some clarity, but Whis was no longer calm. He could sense the power's magnitude, but with only 10 minutes left in the match, the unexpected emergence of Broly was completely disrupting his plan. On the arena, Broly broke through his limits, entering the full power state. His appearance was drastically different from before. His hair color shifted from golden to emerald green, his hair slightly increased, muscles extremely inflated, and his height grew to nearly 3 meters. At this moment, Broly had completely lost his rationality. He was dominated by rage and consumed by fury, with only the thought of battle remaining in his mind. He roared and charged toward Topo, and at the moment he left the ground, the earth behind him collapsed massively. Damn Universe AXS demon, I will destroy you. Destruction. 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 Seeing Broly rushing toward him, Topo continuously gathered destructive energy spheres with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive energy spheres struck Broly but only produced wisps of white smoke while Broly remained utterly unharmed. How? How is this possible? Topo was horrified and kept retreating, but just then Broly had already arrived. Ah! Broly unleashed a powerful punch. Topo raised his hands to defend, but Broly's strength was too overwhelming. Topo could not withstand it and was instantly smashed into the ground. Boom! This strike caused the entire arena to tremble. Topo. In the audience, the warriors from Universe 11 couldn't help but sweat for Topo. The power of that punch was something they wouldn't dare to attempt to take. Let alone being hit directly. All they could do was pray that Topo could endure. But this was only the beginning of Topo's nightmare. Looking at the furious Broly, hit side, activating instant transmission to swiftly grab Kaba and throw him off the arena. TCH Beerus. Kampa was enjoying the show but was displeased by the sudden interruption. However, Kaba was indeed a meritorious character and it was necessary to rescue him. Boom. Suddenly an explosion was heard. Kampa hurriedly looked over only to see the ground of the arena beginning to collapse. The already battered arena instantly fragmented into several pieces. Not enough. Not enough. Ha 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 ha. Broly sneered, his relentless attacks causing Topo unbearable pain. He raised his arm ready to counter with a destructive energy sphere. But what he never expected was that the recently formed destructive energy sphere was crushed by Broly's hand. Moreover, Broly seized Topo and swung him violently. Bang. 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 Topo was treated like a sandbag by Broly, tossed back and forth, nearly losing consciousness. Then Broly lifted him again, grabbing his head tightly. Topo did not allow himself to be easily taken down, grabbing Broly's arms tightly to prevent him from advancing. But the completely enraged Broly was not something Topo could resist. Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful wave of light that instantly sent Topo flying. Kill. 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 Broly exploded in fury, catching Topo in his arms, the green aura exploding, and with a single chest blast he sent Topo flying again. Then with his right hand clenched tightly, 5 dazzling green beams of light burst forth from his fingers and Broly hurled them at Topo, all 5 energy waves hitting their mark. Boom. Topo exploded like fireworks in midair. Beside him, Vegeta was already sweating profusely. Facing Broly's relentless assault, Topo was utterly powerless to fight back. This was a candidate for the god of destruction, yet he was so easily ravaged by Broly. Meanwhile, the audience couldn't bear to watch. Broly's brutal methods were clearly aimed at Topo's life. It seemed he intended to kill Topo. The fighters from Universe 11 continuously complained to the Grand Priest. But rules are rules. As long as Topo isn't dead, the match continues. In midair, Topo plummeted rapidly while Broly raised his arm. Broly's palm began to form a glowing orb that continually grew larger until with his cruel smile he threw it out. The energy sphere flew rapidly and Toppo, battered and bruised, had lost all ability to evade, only able to watch helplessly as he was struck. Toppo screamed in agony as the massive energy continued to propel him forward, the direction being right toward Jiren and the others. Meanwhile, Broly charged recklessly after Toppo. Clang! 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 With each thunderous step, Broly cratered the ground beneath him. His hulking oppressive frame loomed like a heavily armored tank, crushing everything in its path. He's coming right at us. Gohan's heart lurched as he watched Broly charge headlong toward them, and he leapt aside in haste. Broly charged recklessly, heedless of the mountains before him, shattering them outright with sheer brute force. Get out of the way. As Broly bore down upon them with no sign of stopping, Android 17 shoved Android 18 aside with one swift motion. That bastard, die. Furious, Android 18 raised her hand to strike, but 17 seized her wrist. Bewildered, she met his gaze only to see him shake his head firmly. Then Broly halted, standing amid them all, scanning each face with a grotesque feral grin that sent chills down their spines. At that moment, in Broly's eyes, every soul before him was mere prey, hunted, helpless, doomed. Boo! Just as Top's energy sphere hurled him toward the arena's edge, Jiren thrust out a single hand and froze the blazing orb midair. Jiren's brow furrowed sharply at the sight of Top, his body scorched, raw limbs twisted grotesquely, bones shattered beyond coherence. A flicker of fury flashed across Jiren's eyes. He cast Top from the ring, entrusting his care to comrades from the same universe. Whoosh! Top tumbled back into the spectator stands. Top! Captain! Team Universe 1 rushed to surround Top, his battered, broken form reducing Cocotte to tears on the spot. Hey! Kampa! Are demons all your universe breeds? To strike with such merciless cruelty? Universe 11's Supreme Kai erupted in outrage, shouting directly at Kampa. Kampa, though unsettled by the brutality, felt every trace of remorse vanish beneath that scathing rebuke. This is life or death. Not killing him was already mercy. What do you think you're barking at me for? After all, Broly was his warrior. No outsider would dare judge him. Ah, you two seem troubled. The Grand Priest materialized, smiling serenely as he observed their quarrel. Is there difficulty between Universe 11 and Universe 6? Shall I intervene? Do we need help? Both Kai and Kampa stiffened instantly, shaking their heads vigorously. The Grand Priest stood second only to the Omni King himself. To seek his aid. That would be tantamount to suicide. The stands fell silent, but the battlefield blazed anew. Their Android 17 and 18 of Universe 7 darted in tight orbits around Broly, barraging him with relentless ki blasts, while Gohan gathered energy for a focused one-handed Kamehameha. Yet their strategy collapsed instantly. Broly lunged, blazing across the arena to seize Android 18 by the throat and slam her face first into the earth. A deafening crunch echoed, the impact driving her deep into the ground like an uprooted sapling. She convulsed once, then went utterly still, limbs slack. No. 18. Krillin, her husband, exploded with panic. His short frame surged toward the ring's barrier, only to be restrained by his allies. Are you insane, Krillin? You'd die instantly, not save her but earn annihilation from the Grand Priest himself. Piccolo's expression darkened. To cripple a bio-android with a single blow. He'd never witnessed such terrifying power. But Krillin slammed his fist into the ground, consumed by anguish, failing as a husband to shield his wife. Having disabled 18, Broly turned his predatory gaze toward fleeing Android 17. Sensing his intent, 17 immediately widened the distance, yet Broly merely snarled, then pivoted violently, charging straight toward Gohan, who still held the gathering Kamehameha. Boo! Gohan sensed peril too late, he unleashed the beam instantly. But Broly didn't flinch. He strode forward, unblinking, straight through the roaring torrent of blue energy. Ha 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 ha. You're finished. Broly roared with savage glee, reveling in the final desperate thrashing of his prey. Damn it, Veins bulged across Gohan's temples. As Broly closed in, he screamed a furious primal roar and poured every ounce of his ki into the blast. Krakum. The Kamehameha swelled violently, engulfing Broly whole. Brilliant, Gohan. Piccolo cheered, proud father to the core, unconditionally backing every move his son made. Yet this time his faith would be shattered. From within the blinding radiance, a massive hand shot forth, seizing Gohan's wrist, and the beam died instantly, silenced mid-roar. In Gohan's wide-eyed terror, Broly drove a brutal knee into his abdomen, then rained down savage, unrelenting blows, even twisting Gohan's arm into a grotesque knot without pause or pity. Gohan. Piccolo lost all composure. Moments earlier he'd cautioned Krillin against rashness, now fate had turned the tables. Jiren, we must suspend our match. First we must subdue this feral beast, restore order to the arena. Goku pleaded, watching Gohan's agonized cries. Jiren frowned, his mind echoing Whis' voice, let Goku return to aid them. Let Broly purge the others. Yet Jiren refused. In his childhood he'd watched his master slaughtered before his eyes, the memory of that helplessness forever seared into his soul. Thus Whis' counsel stirred only revulsion. Jiren nodded, accepting Goku's plea. Jiren, you. He severed the mental link and followed Goku onto the field. Gohan screamed, while Broly drank the sound like sweetest music, intoxicated, entranced. Cry. Scream. Tremble insects. Broly's savagery ignited fury across Universe 7. Let him go now.
Suddenly, Android 17 teleported behind Broly and struck with a crushing punch square to his jaw. But searing pain shot up his arm and his face contorted in shock. Broly turned slowly, gazing at 17 with utter disdain. Did you skip breakfast, bug? 17 gritted his teeth and activated his energy shield attempting to repel him. Yet, impossibly, the supposedly indestructible barrier tore open as if paper, Broly's fist punching clean through, seizing 17's throat and hoisting him aloft like a ragdoll. There, between Broly's massive hands, Gohan and Android 17 writhed in desperate futile struggle.
Ants. Die.
Broly exerted his strength with both hands and Son Gohan and number 17 felt as if their throats were about to be crushed.
Just as despair enveloped them, a figure suddenly appeared beside Broly.
The newcomer radiated a blue-silver aura with his finger placed on his forehead.
It was instant transmission.
Son Goku kicked in midair, hitting Broly's body, but Broly merely trembled slightly.
Son Goku's Ultra Instinct was not in its complete form yet, so while it had some effect on Broly, it was minimal. Ha ha ha, useless Kakarot. Is that so?
As soon as Broly finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Hearing this, Broly turned his head to see a large foot coming towards him.
Bang. Broly stepped back 2 paces, and when he looked up he saw Jiren enveloped in red aura. Jiren was stunned that Cake had directly knocked out the ultimate warrior of Universe 3. Although it wasn't full power, it wasn't something one could easily withstand. Slap. Slap.
Broly brushed off the dust on his body, revealing a disdainful smile.
An extreme mockery. Jiren's eyes narrowed as he unleashed infinite damage with countless invisible attacks rushing towards Broly.
Do you think your old tricks will still work? Broly scoffed, bracing his powerful body against Jiren's infinite damage. As he got closer, he threw a fierce punch, hitting Jiren's face and forcing him back several steps.
How is this possible? Son Gohan was dumbfounded. The scene on the arena was simply too unbelievable.
He knew Jiren's strength better than anyone, but he never expected that the so-called strongest warrior Jiren would actually be forced to retreat several steps. Such a thing. It was simply impossible.
Bang 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 bang. The battle continued with Broly's fists raining down on Jiren's body, producing a muffled sound.
At the same time, Jiren was also attacking Broly. Neither of them defended against each other's attacks, fully taking the hits.
Let me show you something good. Ha! With a roar, Broly unleashed a fierce aura, instantly sending Jiren flying.
Then Broly's eyes flashed red as he surprisingly unleashed Jiren's infinite damage.
Countless green afterimages surged back towards Jiren like a tidal wave. Bang 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 bang.
Jiren, seeing this, unusually defended with both hands, but his body also continued to retreat.
However, Broly relentlessly pursued him like a bulldozer, pushing Jiren far away. Both the contestants present and the audience were astonished by Broly's monstrous learning ability. Is this guy a monster? He learned Jiren's technique just by watching. Tien Shinhan's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, how's it feel to be attacked by your own move? Pretty nice, huh? Facing Broly's mockery, Jiren finally became furious, erupting with an astonishing red aura that enveloped the entire arena.
He moved at lightning speed, instantly appearing in front of Broly and throwing a punch that struck his face. Bang! Broly was sent flying, but Jiren immediately pursued him and Broly steadied himself to collide with Jiren again. The entire void was filled with the shockwaves generated by their collision. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly approached the two, throwing a punch at Broly's head. Broly instantly sensed it and grabbed Goku with his free hand, swinging him around twice before throwing him towards Jiren. Jiren collided with Son Goku, both crashing into each other.
Kakarot, let's start with you.
Broly had an inexplicable feeling that no matter who he was fighting, as long as Son Goku appeared in his sight, he would unconsciously consider Goku his primary target.
Come on.
Son Goku lunged forward, crossing the distance to stand in front of Broly, and they immediately engaged in a fierce battle, their fists falling like a torrential downpour.
Bang 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 bang.
Son Goku's eyes flickered with intensity, his blue-silver aura diminishing once more as he shouted, gathering all his strength to throw a punch.
Bang.
Though Broly braced his body, he was still forced back dozens of meters. There was a noticeable scratch on his chest. That was precisely left by Son Goku. Broly immediately erupted in anger. Kakarot.
Kakarot. Kakarot. Boom. A green pillar of flame shot into the sky. Broly exploded with rage and charged at Son Goku, and the moment he reached him, he grabbed Goku by the neck and forcefully hurled him towards the ground. Bang. Son Goku was smashed into the ground instantly. The tremendous force nearly knocked him unconscious. Goku.
The people of Universe 7 shouted worriedly towards the arena, but Broly remained unfazed by their cries, instead grabbing Son Goku's ankle and slamming him into the ground.
You monster. Let go of my father.
Son Gohan shouted angrily, radiating an astonishing aura.
Monster. Broly grinned sinisterly. No. You should call me a demon. Ha 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 ha. Broly turned his body and charged at Son Gohan instantly. Run, Gohan.
You're no match for him. Son Goku lay on the ground, reaching out to stop it, but Broly was already closing in.
Son Gohan's expression was serious. With his remaining hand, he prepared to resist.
However, just as Broly's fist was about to come down, a figure suddenly appeared tackling Son Gohan.
It was Son Goku. He used instant transmission to save Son Gohan.
However, Broly's fist did not stop the punch that should have missed landed squarely on Frieza's face behind them.
Hey! Calm down, Frieza. I'm the Emperor of the Universe. A terrible scream echoed as Frieza was instantly sent flying.
Frieza spat blood, and after he steadied himself in a disheveled manner, he shouted angrily at Broly, "Damn you, you scoundrel!
How dare you make me take the fall for you?" He then glared at Broly with an angry expression. "You bastard! You're truly audacious.
How dare you strike at this king?
Then let me show you the power of Golden Frieza." Yaha!
A shining golden light enveloped Frieza, transforming him into Golden Frieza.
However,
before he could launch an attack, Broly had already closed the distance.
Yah!
Witness the might of Golden Frieza. And no sooner had Frieza spoken than Broly's fist, massive as a sandbag, came swinging down.
Bam!
Now thunderous blow nearly sent Frieza's head flying off his shoulders.
Then left hook, right hook, Broly unleashed a relentless barrage. Bam! 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 And ya! You wretched monkey, don't get cocky.
And driven to fury, Frieza erupted with golden red aura.
Clenching his fists, he struck without hesitation.
Yet Broly seized Frieza's frail fist in his massive palm, crushing it effortlessly.
And nanny!
And Frieza recoiled in shock, wrenching backward, desperate to wrench his arm free from Broly's iron grip. His face contorted, sweat beaded across his brow, but escape was impossible. Suddenly, as Frieza struggled, searing heat flooded his skull. The colossal hand of Broly slammed down upon his head, fingers clenching inward with excruciating force.
And
Frieza's eyes bulged with agony. He thrashed violently, kicking, flailing, every limb striking blindly at Broly's body. "Is this the power you wish me to witness?" And Broly sneered, tightening his grip, his 5 fingers sinking deep into Frieza's skull.
Frieza's cranium warped under the crushing pressure, his golden form flickering and fading. And hey! Hey! Don't kill him, Broly! And Kampa cried out in alarm. And though consumed by rage, Broly still retained one unbreakable law. The Grand Priest's authority, or even the Omni King's absolute power, could erase him with effortless ease.
To commit murder beneath their watch meant certain annihilation. With a cold chuckle, Broly released Frieza, then delivered a brutal front kick straight to his chest.
And bam!
Frieza shot through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground.
And just wait.
Though I'm shackled now, the pinnacle will belong to me, Broly, alone. And Broly burned with insatiable hunger for power. He refused to obey, to submit to life constrained. He craved boundless freedom, to act without restraint, without fear. Yet even now a mere tournament chained him, restricting his every move.
Nade had enough. Truly, enough.
Arriving in this world, he'd suffered abuse, earned the Destroyer God's disdain, and even his dearest friend had nearly died because of him.
He was furious, beyond furious. He would end this tournament. He would reduce this wretched arena to cosmic dust. And hiya! And Broly clenched his fists, roaring in primal fury.
And none among the onlookers could fathom what cataclysmic purpose such overwhelming energy served.
Enough! Explosive meteor. And Broly launched skyward, then detonated a storm of ki blasts from his core, unleashing omnidirectional devastation. Boo! 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 And the moment the blast struck the arena floor, they ignited titanic explosions. Contestants scattered, dodging the torrent of energy projectiles.
But soon they realized Broly wasn't targeting them.
His aim lay beneath their feet, the arena itself.
And has he lost his mind?
Grand Priest, stop him now. This tournament will collapse. Stunned silence fell. As the arena visibly disintegrated before their eyes, even the cosmos seemed to stagger at Broly's sheer madness.
The Grand Priest turned toward the Omni King for instruction, but the Omni King merely clapped and declared, "What lovely fireworks!" And with a faint smile the Grand Priest announced to all the Omni King forbade intervention.
TCH. Jiran. Stop him, now.
And Vados gritted her teeth, incensed by such blatant injustice.
Goku.
Bring that brute down fast. And Beerus scowled darkly, equally enraged, yet the Grand Priest's decree left no recourse but to rely on the fighters themselves.
No command was needed.
Goku and Jiren were already poised, knees bent, then rocketing upward like twin comets toward Broly.
Still interfering.
Then fall, and Broly's emerald aura blazed.
With palms slamming together, he transmuted the explosive meteor into the Ultra Blast Sphere. Krakum. And the colossal energy sphere plummeted, leaving only one choice for the two warriors, and they must withstand it.
And to yield would mean total annihilation, the arena obliterated, all lives extinguished.
And Jiren roared, resolute.
He would shatter that energy no matter the cost.
Beside him Goku stood equally resolute. Under Broly's crushing pressure he re-entered Ultra Instinct, this time its mastery flowing with unprecedented grace and precision. Hands clasped, the Kamehameha coalesced, charged ready.
Yet just as both prepared to strike, a black blur streaked past them, swift, furious shouting.
And the voice, Goku recognized it instantly. It was his own son Gohan. And what in the world was happening?
And 10 seconds earlier, Gohan watched Broly's gathering energy sphere and conceived a desperate gambit use Frieza as a living shield. Yes, Frieza. He's already dead, this blast won't harm him. Gohan staggered toward Frieza who lay broken and motionless, his body shattered by Broly's onslaught. Gohan! You damn! And Frieza instantly grasped Gohan's intent the moment he felt himself being dragged up. And he writhed frantically, this was no jest. That planet-sized sphere of raw destruction, if it struck him directly, meant absolute erasure. Though admittedly he was already dead. And go Frieza. And you bastard Aia. I'll never forgive you, Goku's son. And Gohan summoned every ounce of strength, seized Frieza's tail, swung him overhead, and released at the peak of momentum. Frieza became a blazing meteor, streaking across the stunned crowd. And back to the present, and Frieza shrieked in terror, the scale of that energy mass was incomprehensible. And unaware of his plight, Broly hurled the Ultra Blast sphere downward, straight into Frieza's helpless form. Boom. 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 And the ferocious descent slammed into Frieza, who barely raised his arms in time. At impact, searing agony tore through him. This thing. I'll repel it, URRRAAA. Boom. At the instant the energy blast engulfed Frieza, it detonated with cataclysmic force, its shockwave shattering the very fabric of the Null Realm. The Null Realm was now stripped of its primordial chaos, replaced instead by an endless blinding expanse of pure white, utterly devoid of form or feature. It resembled the hyperbolic time chamber, barren, silent and infinite, while the floating arena battered by the blast's aftershock lay in ruins, reduced to scattered fragments of intact flooring adrift in the void. The spectators in the stands stood frozen in awe. The Null Realm itself had been irrevocably transformed by Broly. Number 18 of Universe 7 returned to the stands unconscious, her attire torn in multiple places by the explosion's violent force. Number 18. Krillin rushed forward and caught her in his arms, tears streaming down his face. He immediately fed her a senzu bean, and within moments she stirred back to consciousness. Krillin. Yes. Thank the heavens, you're safe. Truly thank the heavens. Krillin wept openly like a child overwhelmed by relief, and deep within his heart he swore an unbreakable vow: never again would he allow number 18 to enter such perilous combat. He was not alone. Gohan too had returned to the stands. With Broly's assault, Universe 7 had lost 2 fighters outright. Yet Frieza, standing at the epicenter of the blast, did not reappear among the spectators. His fate remained uncertain. Was he dead, or lost somewhere in the fractured seams of reality? My apologies everyone, I failed to hold on until the end. Gohan bowed his head in quiet shame. Piccolo stepped forward, gently ruffled his hair and handed him a senzu bean. Gohan, you fought magnificently, truly magnificently. You gave everything you had. Yes, we saw your courage and resolve. Rest now. Yes, Lord Beerus, Uncle Piccolo. Huff, huff, huff. Broly plummeted from the sky and landed heavily upon a jagged boulder, gasping for breath. Unleashing his full power all at once had taken a palpable toll. He scanned the desolate expanse, searching for the others. Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound split the air as a massive leg swept toward Broly's skull from behind. Sensing the threat, Broly dropped low and evaded the strike. There stood Jiren, coated in dust, his garments slashed in dozens of places, revealing the dense corded musculature beneath. What's wrong? Your movements have slowed considerably. Did my blast shake you up? Ha 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 ha. Broly mocked, but even as the laughter rang out, a blur struck him with devastating force, sending him flying. Crash. Broly crashed onto another colossal stone. Lifting his gaze, he saw Son Goku standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiren, and behind them several more figures emerged into view. There stood Android 17 Vegeta, and even Frieza, his tail severed and body lacerated yet defiantly alive. Truly, Frieza's vitality was legendary. To survive such a cataclysmic detonation, that resilience was unmatched across the cosmos. Broly, you've become too dangerous. For that reason alone we must ask you to leave, now. Goku's brow furrowed deeply. He had witnessed number 18 in Gohan's eliminations, but chose not to intervene. Their injuries were grave. Further engagement would only deepen their suffering. So, you intend to corner our champion? With a crack of displaced air, Hit appeared beside Broly, accompanied by Kefla. Broly turned sharply. Get lost. I need no weaklings like you. What did you say, big shot? You wanna fight? Kefla, inheriting Kale's fiery temper, bristled instantly, ready to brawl at a word. But Broly had no patience to waste on such trifling opponents. Clenching his fists, he roared toward Goku, Jiren and the others, come on. Ha 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 ha. Madness. Utter, unbridled arrogance. Broly's aura of dominance sent tremors through the entire arena. Even facing legends like Goku, Jiren and Vegeta, he stood utterly unafraid. In this moment Broly embodied the essence of a true sovereign, unyielding, untamable. Whether on Earth or in this transcendent realm, he'd heard it all: obey the will of the gods. The gods rule this world. Some are born kings, others outlaws, chosen by divine decree. But Broly rejected such dogma. He lived for himself, for his own freedom, unchained by any decree. Whether it be a god of destruction, the grand priest, or even Zeno, the supreme ruler of all universes. If provoked, Broly would slay even a god without hesitation. As he lifted his head, his eyes burned with bloodlust and savagery, sending a chill down the spines of every warrior before him. Even Kefla and Hit standing at his side instinctively recoiled, stepping back several paces to widen the distance between themselves and Broly. They sensed something profoundly unnatural stirring within him. From where did this sinister aura emerge, so alien, so oppressive? Unlike his usual ki, this presence resonated only with Goku and Vegeta, familiar yet terrifyingly renewed. They remembered it well from the Tournament of Power between Universes 6 and 7 when Broly first unleashed this malevolent energy. And now they felt it rising, still unrelenting, boundless, accelerating beyond measure. This foe defied all precedent. No longer could they afford passive observation. This was unprecedented. Without hesitation they ignited their ki, channeling raw unrestrained power into blazing torrents of light. Boom! 5 radiant auras, vibrant, clashing, converging, as all 5 warriors surged forward as one. Broly flung his arms wide, shoving Hit and Kefla aside with contemptuous ease, his eyes blazing with lethal intensity. Kakarot! 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 Broly, face our attack! A chilling guttural laugh erupted from his throat as he hurled himself into the maelstrom of battle. Thud! Broly smashed Frieza away with a single punch, then whirled, driving a brutal elbow into Vegeta's face, drawing blood from nose and mouth. Vegeta soared backward, while Goku seized the opening, delivering a thunderous kick to Broly's jaw. Simultaneously Jiren struck from behind, a crushing blow to Broly's spine. Trapped between front and rear assaults, Broly's body absorbed the dual impact with a deep resonant thud, yet he merely curled his lips upward as if pain were nothing more than distant rumor. In an instant he seized Goku's and Jiren's limbs mid-strike, then spun violently, hurling both warriors in opposite directions with staggering force. Broly's onslaught had only just begun. With a sudden surge of ki he closed the gap on Jiren, who barely raised his guard before Broly seized him bodily and hoisted him high. Then, with savage precision, Broly slammed Jiren's back against his own skull in a bone-shattering collision. One man against many, and yet in that moment Broly stood supreme, lifting Jiren aloft like a fallen titan, leaving the entire arena breathless. Bang! The intense impact made Jiren cry out in pain, his entire body nearly bent at a 90-degree angle by Broly. In the audience, Wei Mei was pulling at his hair in despair, letting out a strange cry. He had calculated everything, but he never expected to encounter such a troublesome character as Broly at the Tournament of Power. Moreover, judging by the current situation, Broly still had the upper hand. He. Wei Mei Beerus. There are only 7 minutes left. You in Universe 11 have only 1 person left. Universe 7 has 3 remaining. And our Universe 6 still has 4. He continued, and the current situation is in favor of our Universe 6. Regardless of numbers or strength, what do you have to win? Kampa boasted confidently, like a little man in power, making one want to punch him. Behind him Vados was pleased that Broly was carrying the entire match, but her expression revealed concern. After the match she would need to investigate what was wrong with Broly's body. Hoof. Kampa, don't be too pleased. This isn't over yet. Beerus snorted coldly, crossing his arms. Despite his nonchalance, the shadow of displeasure on his face was evident. That's right. Kampa. Don't be so smug. Who wins and who loses is still unknown. The god of destruction of Universe 11 similarly rebuked Kampa's smug expression. Due to Kampa being the god of destruction, the other universe contestants dared not speak too much. However, they couldn't help but scorn him internally, and the cheers grew louder, drowning out Kampa's smug laughter. On the arena, while Broly tortured Jiren, the others rushed back into the fray. Among them, Son Goku's speed was the most astonishing as he blinked and appeared beside Broly in an instant. Broly. Son Goku's voice caught Broly's attention, and he immediately shifted his focus onto Goku. Son Goku struck first, landing a punch squarely on Broly's nose. However, Broly completely ignored it, simply using his face to push Goku's fist back. Then Broly countered with a punch and grabbed Son Goku's hair, slamming him forcefully into the ground. Son Goku quickly broke free from the hold, kicking Broly in the back of the head. Although Goku was currently in a state of Ultra Instinct, Broly's body remained incredibly formidable. Broly swiftly dodged and appeared behind Son Goku, quickly restraining his arms and pressing his knee against Goku's back, lifting him up. Ugh. Ah. The intense pain made Son Goku cry out, but at that moment Vegeta suddenly attacked. Seeing Broly turn his head, Son Goku seized the opportunity to spin around and deliver a powerful kick right to Broly's head. He put all his strength into that strike. Broly felt a ringing in his head. Then his hands involuntarily loosened and Son Goku pushed off with his legs against Broly's chest, launching Broly away. Broly flew right towards Vegeta, who was readying his final flash. Die, you monster. Final flash. With a powerful blast, Vegeta's hands came together, unleashing a colossal beam of energy that engulfed Broly's form. Ha ha ha. This is the fate of underestimating Lord Vegeta. Vegeta laughed wildly, the power of the final flash growing ever stronger. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, a thick cloud of smoke rose. Seeing that Broly had not emerged, Vegeta believed he had taken him out. People. Don't get too cocky or you'll end up smacked down. Suddenly a powerful wind rushed in, clearing the smoke, and a massive hand appeared before Vegeta. Broly was seen with his arm bent, tightly gripping Vegeta's neck and forcefully pinning him against a rock. The immense force instantly smashed the rock into pieces. Broly pressed Vegeta's head down, saying, "Prince Vegeta, let the pain your father inflicted on me be repaid through you." He. Vegeta's eyes glazed over and feeling the overwhelming power up close filled him with a deep sense of helplessness and despair. It left him unable to muster even a shred of resistance. Bang! 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 Powerful punches struck Vegeta's body causing him to shake like a leaf and the rock behind him was continuously shattered. However, amidst the relentless pounding, Vegeta suddenly thought of Bulma of Trunks and of the newborn bra. I can't lose. Bulma and the others are waiting for me. I can't lose, I absolutely cannot lose. Vegeta let out a roar towards the sky, unleashing a powerful aura, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan blue form. But this transformation was different from before. His power became even purer and more overwhelming. His hair shifted from light blue to dark blue and his aura deepened from blue to a darker hue. A tremendous energy radiated from Vegeta, pushing everything around him away. Even Broly in front of him was forced back a few steps. At that moment, Vegeta's eyes flashed with determination as he pushed off the ground and threw a punch. Broly reacted quickly, crossing his arms in front of his chest to block Vegeta's fist. However, Vegeta smirked and the dark blue aura erupted, surprisingly pushing Broly back. Well done, Vegeta. Ever since Broly had dominated the scene, Beerus had been holding back his frustration. However, upon seeing Vegeta push Broly back, he couldn't help but shout, releasing the pent-up irritation within him. Uncle Vegeta has broken through his limits. Son Gohan also showed an excited expression, realizing that his father had broken through his limits and now Uncle Vegeta had as well. It seemed they still had a chance for a comeback. That's amazing, Vegeta. In the arena, Son Goku swiftly joined the battle alongside Vegeta. However, upon seeing Son Goku, Vegeta unexpectedly shouted at him, "Stay out of this, Kakarot. I can handle Broly on my own." Vegeta displayed immense confidence at that moment. Proud Vegeta was back, and with his new form he began to flaunt his pride once more. But when a person becomes arrogant, they're not far from a beating. Broly suddenly shook his arms and a green protective barrier appeared around him. Vegeta's punch couldn't advance an inch. While he was still in shock, Broly delivered a heavy knee strike right into Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he opened his mouth, spitting out bile. Bang! Suddenly an explosion was heard, revealing Jiren in a fierce battle with Hit. The enhanced Hit was constantly using his time skip to evade Jiren's relentless attacks. He dodged left and right, carefully waiting for an opening, then formed a hand seal to unleash a time freeze at Jiren. Jiren's body seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. Then Hit controlled the time freeze with his left hand while slowly raising his other hand. A purple energy sphere appeared in his palm, continually compressing the energy within. Jiren, it's time to end this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Caulifla, who was observing the battle, failed to notice a figure standing behind her. Bang! 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 Broly displayed his might, taking on 3 opponents without faltering. The fierce battle stirred up a whirlwind of shattered stones. On a nearby rock, Caulifla was watching their battle intently, but as she became absorbed in it, she suddenly felt a gust of wind behind her. A surge of red energy enveloped her instantly. Frieza had appeared behind her and she found herself unable to move under his control. Oh ho 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 ho, how about that? This technique is called ghost pressure. You can't move, can you? The deep red energy sphere held Caulifla tightly. Breaking free from this technique would take time, but Frieza showed no mercy, using mental control to hurl all surrounding debris at Caulifla. You despicable scoundrel. How dare you ambush me? Oh ho 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 ho, you from Universe 6 are truly naive. This is a matter of life and death. Now do you really think I would hold back? Go down. Frieza shouted, his fingers outstretched, unleashing a powerful thrust that sent Caulifla hurtling towards the edge of the arena. Caulifla struggled desperately, and just as she was about to fall off the stage, a ball of energy suddenly attacked Frieza, interrupting his attack and granting her momentary freedom. Who did that? Frieza roared angrily, only to see Hit, who was controlling Jiren, extending his hand toward him. Hoof. You interrupted me, so don't expect to fare any better. Ah. He wickedly smiled, pointing a finger at Hit. He intended to return the favor. You bastard, you won't get away with this. Suddenly Caulifla returned, throwing a punch at Frieza, and with a bang, Frieza was sent flying. Hit smirked, but he quickly felt something was wrong. His power was gradually being drained. Hit quickly turned around, only to see Jiren, who had previously been immobilized, now able to move slowly. Ha! Jiren roared, unleashing powerful energy in the space he occupied, causing Hit's time-freeze space to begin to shatter. Veins bulged on Hit's forehead as he poured all his strength into the battle. Jiren's and Hit's energies collided, and with a sound like shattering glass, Jiren glared coldly at Hit. What? Hit couldn't believe it. Through the time skip, all his power had been enhanced, and through the evolution of his time skip technique, he had grasped the ultimate skill, time freeze. To his shock, he found that it was still futile against Jiren. This realization struck him like a blow. Gritting his teeth, Hit charged at Jiren. Since his techniques were ineffective, he decided to go all out and engage in a brawl. But as an assassin, how could he possibly be a melee fighter? Jiren's eyes widened, and an invisible attack instantly sent Hit flying. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he finally understood what Broly was up against. Goodbye. The assassin from Universe 6. Jiren coldly pursued Hit, and then under Hit's astonished gaze he clasped his hands together and struck down hard. Boom! Hit screamed in agony, his entire body crashing through the ground. Swish. Hit returned to the audience area where the eliminated contestants rushed over to check on him. However, Hit had no interest in chatting with them. He gazed intently at Broly in the arena. Their victory in Universe 6 now rested solely on Broly. As for Caulifla, that reckless fool, Hit had no hope for her.
Ha 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 ha. What's wrong? Is this all you've got?
Broly's fists continued to bombard them while number 17 and the deep blue Vegeta were forced into a defensive position, gritting their teeth and desperately resisting Broly's heavy punches. With Goku's Ultra Instinct having disappeared again, only number 17 and Vegeta remained to withstand Broly.
Damn it. This suffocating battle is incredibly infuriating.
Vegeta was extremely angry. He had barely broken through his limits only to be beaten down, making him question his very existence. Especially when he witnessed Goku's last explosive moment before his Ultra Instinct faded. It was a struggle against Broly that was neck and neck.
Why?
Why is Kakarot always ahead of me?
And I am not willing to accept this.
Vegeta's pride propelled him to break through his limits once more.
His entire aura exploded at that moment. What Kakarot? What Broly? Watch me surpass you. Ah.
Vegeta's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he rapidly swung his fists, shifting from defense to offense, leaving number 17 dumbfounded.
Bang. With a heavy punch, Vegeta successfully pushed Broly back.
Hoof. What legendary Saiyan?
Just this much.
Vegeta smirked, a confident smile appearing on his face, revealing a disdainful attitude towards others after gaining such immense power.
Broly clutched his abdomen, suddenly trembling. Ha. Vegeta and number 17 looked at Broly in confusion, unsure of his current state. Ha 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 ha.
Broly suddenly burst into laughter, his body shaking uncontrollably as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world.
Vegeta was extremely annoyed by his laughter and shouted loudly, "Bastard! What are you laughing at?"
"I'm laughing at you being such a foolish guy."
Broly launched an instantaneous attack.
His massive body collided with a knee strike, directly hitting Vegeta's face. Then the green energy sphere in his hand was pressed directly against Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying without even a scream.
Vegeta! Damn!
Number 17 rushed forward to intercept Broly's attack, but Broly didn't even look back. With a sweep, he sent number 17 flying.
"Oof, you foolish puppet!"
Broly charged at Vegeta again, who barely steadied himself, only to suddenly see a large foot flying toward him, crashing into the ground with a thunderous sound.
"Vegeta!" Goku shouted from behind Broly, landing a punch on Broly's face.
However, Broly merely grinned menacingly and pushed back with his face.
At that moment, number 17 had also arrived, hugging Broly from behind.
Meanwhile, the fallen Vegeta managed to stand up, attacking continuously, and the three-way brawl resumed. Broly, carrying number 17, pummeled Goku with punch after punch.
Vegeta, trying to strike from behind, was instead kicked away by Broly.
Next, Broly stretched out his right hand, grabbing number 17's clothing and throwing him to the ground. The three of them were overwhelmed by Broly's brute force, collapsing to the ground, groaning incessantly.
This child's play ends here.
Broly grabbed one of them and held Vegeta and number 17 against his chest. The green energy erupted and the two screamed as they were blasted away by the energy from Broly's chest.
"Kakarot! I'm not willing to accept this. Don't let Universe 7 be destroyed. Please."
As he fell out of the ring, Vegeta raised his arm, gathering all his energy into a sphere and threw it towards Goku.
Universe 7, number 17 and Vegeta are eliminated.
After Broly dealt with number 17 and Vegeta, Kampa was overjoyed. Just moments ago he felt a tinge of regret over Hit's elimination, but now he was nearly laughing uncontrollably.
"Brother, it's the final stretch. How does it feel to have two contestants eliminated at once?" Kampa leaned over with a mischievous grin, and his plump face pushed Beerus to the edge, prompting him to unleash a slap. Smack. Kampa was stunned. The contestants from Universe 7 were also taken aback, and everyone present was in shock. "Beerus. You dare hit me? Why not? I just don't like you. I'll hit you too."
With that, the two began to throw punches at each other's faces, striking with great ferocity. Before long, both were bruised and battered. Just then a cold voice rang out, "Hey. I think we should swap out these two gods of destruction. They're too noisy."
Yes, it's too noisy to properly watch the match."
The two Ps were in perfect harmony, and the great priest smiled while Beerus and Kampa hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy.
"Then you two keep quiet for a while." Yes. Beerus and Kampa nodded like chicks pecking at rice, fearing that one misstep would lead to their annihilation by the Omni King.
Meanwhile, after consuming a Senzu bean, Vegeta dashed to the edge of the barrier, watching Goku rise slowly.
"You absolutely cannot lose. Kakarot." Back at the arena after Hit was eliminated, Jiren glanced at Broly and Goku, then at Kefla and Frieza.
He felt it was best to clean up the trash first before experiencing joy.
Boom.
Jiren shot forward, heading straight for Frieza and Kefla.
Ya. Ha.
Golden Frieza relentlessly fired energy balls while Kefla seemed to handle it effortlessly. After all, the combined strength of the two was still superior to Frieza's.
Right now Kefla was merely stalling for time, playing with the golden punching bag.
However, at that moment Kefla sensed a creeping danger. A red figure was rapidly approaching and its target was right here. Frieza also sensed a powerful force drawing near and the two instinctively stopped.
They were about to face a monster. A monster stronger than a god of destruction. It's coming. I know that without you saying it. Kefla and Frieza reached a consensus in an instant. To avoid elimination they had to work together. Boo!
Jiren landed before them, his immense aura making the two feel uncomfortable, but this was not the time for comfort.
You two can go together in a hurry.
Jiren extended his hand beckoning the two, and his disdainful expression made Kefla lose her temper first. With a burst of green energy she launched a flying kick, but Jiren merely sidestepped slightly to evade her attack and reached out with his hand. He lifted Kefla upside down.
You can go down yourself.
Jiren's nonchalant demeanor only intensified Kefla's rage as she unleashed a red energy cannon aimed at him. Jiren simply snorted and punched the energy cannon with his right hand.
Boo! To everyone's astonishment, Jiren actually sent the energy cannon back.
Furthermore, it rebounded onto Kefla, who was hit by her own attack, and only she knew how that felt.
Cough.
Kefla spat out blood, her eyes filled with fury as she glared at Jiren. She turned to Frieza and shouted, still watching the show.
If I get eliminated, you won't escape either. TCH.
Frieza, realizing his intentions were uncovered, no longer played coy and launched a punch at Jiren, after which the two joined forces to attack him.
However, Jiren showed no reaction to their assault. The damage they inflicted was less effective than a single punch from Broly.
Just as Jiren was about to act and eliminate the two, an unexpected event occurred. Frieza suddenly used his sleep paralysis technique on Kefla, controlling her before delivering a powerful blow that sent her flying to the audience.
The reversal was too swift for anyone to comprehend. Oh ho ho ho, Jiren, no need to thank me.
What do you mean? Even if you knocked her off the arena, I'd still throw you out.
How about we make a deal?
I'll help you ambush Goku and that big guy, and at the end I'll voluntarily concede, allowing you to win.
How does that sound? Frieza wore a cunning and sinister smile. Hey! Frieza, what kind of trick are you pulling again? Beerus from Universe 7 was alarmed, fearing Frieza might change his mind again. However, Jiren lost interest. You talk too much. Get out of here.
With that he raised his fist to strike, but Frieza unexpectedly retreated, laughing maniacally.
Ha ha ha. Jiren, you should be the one to be eliminated. Yaha. Frieza's actions shocked everyone as a red energy sphere suddenly appeared beneath Jiren's feet, engulfing him.
Frieza wasted no time. He knew his power could only hold Jiren for a moment, so he kicked out.
The red sphere carrying Jiren swiftly flew towards the edge of the arena. Everyone was stunned by Frieza's maneuver.
Those words were merely a distraction.
Ha 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 ha.
The victor is King Frieza.
Ha 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 ha.
Frieza's mouth was wide open. He had finally dealt with that monstrous threat.
But. Crack. Ha. Jiren roared, his fists clenched, and the encasing red sphere shattered instantly. Trash. You will die.
Jiren was furious. He had been outsmarted by a lowly creature.
Boo. Wait. Wait. Wait a second.
Frieza's face was deformed from Jiren's punch.
He was sent flying. Boo. 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 Boo.
Frieza smashed through several boulders before tumbling down.
Hoof. Jiren turned around looking at Broly and Goku.
However, as Frieza fell, a floating rock suddenly lifted him up. On the other side, when Vegeta was eliminated, he transmitted all his energy to Goku. This restored much of Goku's stamina, and as he battled Broly he entered the Ultra Instinct mode again, greatly increasing his power.
Moreover, each time he entered it, Goku became more adept.
At this moment the two were engaged in a fierce battle.
Boo!
Suddenly a red figure descended between the two, extending its arms to catch Broly and Goku's attacks.
How about I join in?
Thus the epic battle of the three commenced.
Whoosh!
The gale fiercely stirred the hearts of everyone present. At this moment the realm of nothingness was eerily silent, with no one speaking, only the howling wind sweeping past the crowd.
Wow, it's so quiet. Yeah. Very quiet.
The two P-sprites giggled as they gazed at the arena where the competition had finally reached its climax and three universes were engaged in a final battle for survival.
In the audience everyone wore an expression of utmost seriousness. It was now the decisive moment. No one wished for their universe to be annihilated. Finally Krillin could no longer hold back. The oppressive atmosphere was too bizarre.
He stood up first, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice.
Go Goku! Fight them! With the first shout a second followed.
All the contestants from the universes stood up together, moving to the railing, shouting hoarsely for the survival of their universe. They needed to live.
Lord Beerus, who do you think will emerge victorious among the three? Hoof! It's begun. Beerus snorted lightly, observing that those remaining in the arena were all top-tier experts from various factions. To rashly conclude based solely on personal beliefs would only lead to the impression that one is utterly lacking in standards.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the three individuals on the platform sprang into action, colliding with each other, simultaneously unleashing shockwaves that formed a colossal halo, dispersing outward.
He.
Broly's lips curled into a wicked smile as he unleashed a powerful blast right in front of Goku and Jiren. Neither of them expected that this guy would dare to use such a fierce energy attack at such a close range.
Is he insane? Boo. All three were sent flying.
Broly braced himself on the ground using one hand to slow his body down, leaving 5 deep imprints on the hard earth. Then he forcefully pushed off the ground and shot forward.
Ha 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 ha. Kakarot.
Indeed, Broly had set his sights on Goku once more.
Even though Jiren was closer, he chose to target Goku as his primary opponent. Bang.
With a collision, Broly sent Goku flying as he slammed into the mountainside.
Splash.
A mouthful of blood spurted out and Goku felt helpless. Why was this guy so obsessed with him? Yet all he received in response was Broly's torrential onslaught of heavy punches. Swish. Swish. Swish.
Boo.
Jiren with a series of quick movements positioned himself behind Broly and kicked in the immense force, causing Broly and Goku to collide head-on.
Broly turned back to see Jiren launching an energy blast towards him, sending Broly and Goku flying once more. Well done. Jiren. Keep knocking them down. Humph. What's there to be proud of? Humph, this is just the beginning.
As Mai finished speaking, she immediately received disdainful looks from Kampa and Beerus, but she didn't care as long as they could win, shed, do anything, even dance.
Ants. Enough. Broly, having taken multiple hits from Jiren's attacks, felt a surge of fury.
As Jiren closed in again, he bent his arm and delivered an elbow strike.
Bang.
The clash of elbow and fist revealed fierce glints in both their eyes.
You two get away from me.
Goku felt stifled as he was being pressed down by Broly, and a portion of the damage was transferred to him. With clenched fists, Goku gathered his energy, then stomped down on Broly's chest and unleashed his power bang. Just as he collided with Jiren, Broly was sent flying along with him. At this moment, Broly was like a sandwich trapped between the two. Furious, he prepared for their next charge, extending his arms and firing 2 energy blasts. Just as the two were about to block the energy blasts, Broly seized the opportunity to launch an attack, first kicking Goku towards Jiren, then opening his mouth to unleash a tremendous roar.
Boo! A deafening explosion resonated.
As the smoke cleared, Goku and Jiren's figures emerged.
Ha ha! Kakarot. Jiren. Disappear. Broly roared, channeling all his strength into his body.
He held a green energy sphere in his hands, which erupted with dazzling green light. Layers of colors continuously shifted before solidifying into a tangible form. He hurled it towards the two, the immense energy sphere charging at them with a devastating force. However, this attack was vastly different from the previous one. As the two prepared to defend, they suddenly discovered that the energy sphere had split into multiple energy blasts. Behold the vast Omega. In an instant, the positions of Jiren and Goku erupted in brilliant fireworks, the sound of explosions ringing out.
The realm of nothingness was suddenly bright as day from left to right. The spectators were left dumbfounded, gazing at Broly's attack.
They never expected that this guy Broly could keep everyone in a state of shock. Whenever everyone thought Broly was suppressed, he always managed to turn the tide, delivering even greater surprises.
Broly frowned, sensing 2 luminous orbs flickering amidst the smoke. Ha ha!
Simultaneously, 2 powerful roars rang out and 2 pillars of energy shot towards the sky, restoring this white space to its original color. Before Broly stood 2 figures, one silver and one red. Just moments ago, under Broly's overwhelming attack, Goku had once again broken through his limits. He had successfully mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct. Meanwhile, Jiren was also in an Ultra Instinct state, his muscles bulging beyond his normal and full power states, enveloped in red energy.
Just now, after suffering the brunt of Broly's vast Omega, Jiren recalled the voices of Toppo and the others.
It was Mai who connected them, transmitting the voices of all. Especially the words from Toppo and the others made Jiren realize that some things cannot be obtained solely through power.
It was about love, friendship, comradeship.
In the past, Jiren had become a silent, solitary and cold warrior due to the death and betrayal of his family and companions. He no longer believed that true kinship and friendship existed in the world. Filled with hatred for his tragic past, Jiren swore to become a strong warrior. He disliked teamwork and preferred to act alone because of previous betrayals. He would no longer trust anyone, including Toppo and the others. However, when he found himself unable to withstand Broly, they did not abandon him. Instead, they offered him even more encouragement. This caused his long-frozen heart to suddenly crack. Especially the words "we are with you" made Jiren's eyes well up with tears.
Jiren was brimming with unshakable confidence.
What he had lost had returned, and he would become incomparably powerful.
Goku's mind flashed with the faces of everyone he cherished: Vegeta, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin.
In that instant, Goku shattered his limits, pushing the Ultra Instinct to its absolute zenith, perfected Ultra Instinct.
Before Broly could even react, both warriors launched simultaneous kicks, striking him squarely in the abdomen.
With perfect synchronicity, both men resolved Broly, the volatile variable, must be eliminated first, only then would their duel begin. Broly screamed in agony as he blasted straight through the arena floor, but at the last moment, fueled by sheer indomitable will, he seized a floating stone fragment and hauled himself back onto the platform.
That's utterly disgraceful. 2 against 1, it's unfair. Apul cried out in alarm as Goku and Jiren jointly assaulted Broly.
Wasn't it blatantly obvious they intended to eliminate Universe 6 first?
He would never allow it.
What happens inside the ring is for the fighters alone to decide. We have no right to interfere.
Beerus scoffed, coldly refusing to engage further.
Whis simply stared at Apul with an expression of mild condescending disbelief, mirroring Apul's earlier words exactly.
This is a matter of life and death, we're lucky not to have killed him outright.
So why are you squealing at me like a pig?
Apul choked violently, his retort instantly stifled.
Indeed, he'd uttered those very words before. Little did he know this opponent held grudges with photographic precision.
Hey! You lot, don't just stand there. Cheer them on, loudly.
Apul whirled toward the eliminated contestants and bellowed. His face was taut with mounting desperation. This was now a critical juncture. Delay any longer and defeat would be inevitable.
Boom! Goku and Jiren moved like hunters toying with a wild beast. Broly couldn't land a single blow. Ultra Instinct's passive evasion was flawless, while Jiren's hyperpeak bursts rendered their combined might overwhelming. Broly raged like a maddened tiger, roaring with fury, yet soon they detected a grave anomaly.
Though barely perceptible, Broly had begun evading their strikes and occasionally even anticipating their movements.
Dangerous. His adaptive capacity is extraordinary.
Jiren admitted this was the first time he'd ever faced an opponent whose power surged infinitely through combat. He realized Broly's strength would escalate without bounds so long as the battle continued, unless overwhelmed instantly by vastly superior force. Otherwise, Broly would swiftly close the gap. This ability was monstrously aberrant. At that very moment, Goku grasped Broly's terrifying nature too, and exchanged a sharp knowing glance with Jiren. They would combine forces for a decisive all-out assault. But their plan was doomed from the start. Broly possessed 3 souls. And now he was rational, furious, and infinitely ascending.
Think you can finish me in one fell swoop? Delusion. Ha-ia. Boom. The null realm trembled violently.
Broly erupted with a blinding aura, veins coiling across his body like ancient serpents, grotesquely prominent and horrifying to behold.
Alien, you shall be my first blood sacrifice.
Broly's eyes turned milky white, his muscles swelled massively, wreathed in crackling lightning that spat and hissed with raw energy. His emerald aura surged outward like a ravenous beast, jaws agape, vast, consuming, and terrifying.
Goku and Jiren recoiled in shock. This creature truly defied reason.
Without warning, Broly charged headlong, shattering the already crumbling arena with thunderous reverberations. The ground fractured, the world itself began to collapse around them.
Broly's power now saturated the entire null realm.
Both warriors braced themselves, but the moment contact occurred, Broly accelerated explosively.
With massive arms he hooked them under the shoulders, then vaulted skyward, driving their heads deep into the earth.
Then he dragged them forward, grinding their skulls across the shattered ground, leaving 2 long ghastly furrows etched into the arena floor. Next he wrenched them upward and slammed their foreheads together with brutal force. A sickening thud echoed out, followed by pained cries and grotesquely swollen lumps blooming on both their brows.
You bastard! Goku's snarled jaws snapping shot onto Broly's forearm twice in succession.
The memory of that searing pain from the Tournament of Power still burned vividly. Broly yanked his arm free and frantically blew on his reddened, swollen hand. That accursed fool.
Ha 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 ha. Truly perilous. Broly, you are astonishingly strong. As Broly loosened his grip, Goku and Jiren broke free.
Goku grinned cheerfully, utterly devoid of anger, even after such a savage beating. Beside him, Jiren's impassive face betrayed nothing, but facing 2 opponents he could not overcome ignited a fierce, exhilarating thrill within him.
Yet this was no mere contest, it was mortal stakes.
Once the laughter faded, Goku's expression hardened into solemn resolve.
Let's go.
Broly, Jiren, it's time to settle this once and for all.
No sooner had Goku spoken than the Grand Priest's voice resonated across the arena. All combatants, 2 minutes remain. Should no victor emerge or should teams remain evenly matched, every universe will be erased. Gasps erupted across the arena.
Instantly the 3 destroyers leapt to their feet, shouting in unison.
Broly, destroy them now. You must not lose. Jiren, hold nothing back. Goku, do not let them prevail. Not under any circumstance.
Their shouts were unnecessary, the urgency was self-evident.
With a deafening explosion, the 3 clashed once more. Crash. 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 All restraint vanished. Goku fought with lethal focus. Jiren engaged with ruthless seriousness. Broly descended into unrestrained primal fury. Broly blocked Goku's crushing punch with one hand, only for Jiren to follow with a flying kick. Broly sneered, seized Jiren's ankle, and hurled him downward straight into Goku's skull.
Broly rampaged like a rabid beast, reducing the arena to ruin, until suddenly a crimson beam lanced from behind, striking him point blank in the back, completely unguarded. A wound the size of a dinner bowl erupted, gushing torrents of blood.